Chapter 1601. Years Flow Execution Formation. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. "This is a trap!" someone shouted. Many people were flustered. Lu Yin was silent, while Xia Cha's gaze became increasingly cold. She stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded, turning into an expressionless face as he looked at these Southern Border GU Immortals like he was a mighty deity. In the past, when Eastern Sea's Wisdom Path genius Huan made deductions on him, Fang Yuan did a reverse deduction and found out about Huan's identity. And now, when these Southern Border GU Immortals chased after Fang Yuan, they were also exposed to him. Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. How could he fall to their schemes so easily? He made himself bait to lure these GU Immortals into a trap. "Stay calm. We have strength in numbers. What can just Fang Yuan do?" "That's right, we have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Yin. We are not afraid of his immortal battlefield." This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course, his Yama battlefield has already been broken by Central Continent. The video is still playing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. How can he still use it? Southern Border's Immortals were brilliant figures. They soon calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Yin spoke. "This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super immortal formation. Time path formation." Xia Cha added. "Both of you are very perceptive." Fang Yuan smiled as he nodded. Among Fang Yuan's immortal battlefields, the strongest were Purple Star Broken Life and Yama Battlefield. The former was used to kill Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, while the latter had trapped Feng Ju Ji and kept him in a desperate situation. But both were rank 7, they could not trap the rank 8 GU Immortals Xia Cha and Lu Yin. Thus, Fang Yuan chose an immortal formation. Immortal formations and immortal battlefields were different. The GU worms used for immortal battlefields were usually left on the GU Immortal, and they would create an isolated environment for fighting. Meanwhile, for immortal formations, GU worms remained in the outside world. Most immortal formations were defensive internally and offensive externally. Fang Yuan's time path formation had the effect of isolating the formation space, so that he could kill his enemies. Boom boom boom. Explosions occurred and continued unceasingly. Since this is an immortal formation, we can find the formation cores and destroy them to break this formation. Some GU Immortals were impatient. They started to attack and probe this formation. But after a while, they found something amiss. The killer moves that burst out like fireworks were all extinguished without showing much effect. Tai Chu Zhong's expression changed. He shouted to remind them, "Everyone be careful, this formation is already active. It is indeed a time path method to accelerate our killer moves and make them reach the time limit, causing them to fade away themselves." Liu Hao said in a dark tone. The Southern Border GU Immortals' attacks halted. They started to change their methods. Chai Clan's GU Immortal puffed up his cheeks and blew out orange-red flames. They continued to spread out even when there was nothing to burn. Qiao Clan's GU Immortal placed his palms together as large pieces of ice started to gather and sweep everywhere. These methods were continuous and did not have much of a time limit. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He watched these Southern Border GU Immortals attack without stopping them. At the next moment, the time path formation shook as the flames, ice, and other attacks all became slow. The GU Immortals who were attacking felt their hearts sinking. This immortal formation is so responsive, there must be people controlling it. Who can it be? It must be Shadow Sect's remaining members. The Immortals conversed. As they had expected, Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ying Wuxie were all in charge of one formation core each. They were manipulating this time path formation to kill the Southern Border Immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Lang Ya, they were not strong enough to participate, but against these Southern Border pursuers, they were adequate. Southern Border's Immortals went against Ying Wuxie and the rest, while Fang Yuan, Lu Yin, and Xia Cha remained watching. The surrounding GU Immortals subconsciously left some space for the three of them. Fang Yuan's attention was on these two rank 8 GU Immortals. He knew clearly that these two would strike with a terrifying power the moment they attacked. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not act, but they were starting to investigate Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin was slightly frowning. He cultivated Earth Path, even though he could relate it to other paths. This time path formation was too intrinsic and brilliant, someone unfamiliar with it like him could not see through it easily. But Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster, she could see more things than Lu Weiyin. However, Fang Yuan's time path formation did not just have time path in it, it was also a formation path product. Xia Cha's formation path was only at ordinary attainment level. If Fang Yuan took out a time path killer move, Xia Cha could easily understand it, but the time path formation had this layer of added difficulty, making it an obstacle for Xia Cha. Sect leader, we're ready. At this time, Ying Wuxie suddenly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied, then let them all in. Saying so, his figure faded in front of Lu Weiyin's and Xia Cha's very eyes. Howl! Right after he vanished, beast howls could be heard everywhere. Howl! 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 Gah! At the next moment, a chain of wild beast cries started to resonate with each other. A huge spiral formed from nothingness as countless year beasts charged out like a rushing tide. These year beasts were of various forms, including monkey, snake, dragon, and tiger. They were all at least desolate beasts and even quite a few ancient desolate beasts among them. In the formation space, other than year beasts, there were only the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon directed their savage gazes towards the southern border GU immortals. They charged ahead. Kill them all, Xia Cha said indifferently. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and started to fight these year beasts. Liu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out, slicing year beasts into pieces wherever they hit. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fang Yuan is trying the same method again. He used a similar formation back when he fought Feng Ju Ji. The resemblance is uncanny. Fang Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Ju Ji into the River of Time, but now, this formation was the combination of three formations, creating Year's flow execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect had used the dense time path natural Dao marks to create the Immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time. This made the southern border immortals unable to sense it. Secondly was the flood discharge formation. It could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal GU years flow like water to create this formation. He could summon year beasts from the River of Time to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do this, but after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, his final insufficiencies to complete this were eliminated. Fang Yuan's formation path and time path were Grandmaster. He also had Hei Fan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance. With the help of the Light of Wisdom, he could deduce this super immortal formation and create this huge formation naturally. Kill! Ba Clan's GU Immortal shouted as his body inflated to a giant size. He stomped as bloody water splattered. He had directly stomped an ancient year beast to death. Puff! A great fire spread out and set dozens of year beasts on fire. Chai Clan's GU Immortal was bathed in flames, resembling a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His hands moved rapidly as golden light shot out with immense sharpness, splitting year beasts into halves easily like tofu. Demon Fang Yuan, we have to thank you for such a huge amount of wealth. Ha ha ha! Shong Hu Zhong laughed as he used his Woodpath killer move, trapping the surrounding year beasts and keeping them in his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts had wild mortal GU but no immortal GU in them. Against the southern border GU immortals, they were disadvantaged and easily slaughtered. After all, these southern border GU immortals chasing after Fang Yuan were all powerful experts in their clan. They had at least rank 7 cultivation level and were not ordinary at all. This result was to be expected. Fang Yuan was still cold and calm. He had a faint smile and cold light in his eyes. This situation was within his deductions, the battle had just begun. Howl! Year beasts continued to stream into the formation. Southern Border's GU Immortals were fighting against them tirelessly, but the year beasts just kept coming. Why are there so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking apart this formation is the way to victory. The Southern Border GU Immortals conversed. They could tell what this battle was about. But they had no way of distracting themselves to do that. Lu Yin and Xia Cha were the most likely people to break the formation. Caw. At this time, the spiral suddenly expanded drastically as an arrogant year beast stepped into the battlefield. A rank 8 level immemorial year beast had finally been lured over. The Southern Border Immortals were shocked. Lu Yin wanted to act, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us deal with it. Both lords need to break open this formation. That is the wisest move. Tai Chu Zhong and several Southern Border rank 7 experts faced off against the immemorial year rooster. They were powerful rank 7 GU Immortals after all. By working together, they could resist the immemorial year rooster for now. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xia Cha's eyes flashed as she pointed her finger. The rank 8 killer move activated as profound light shot out, causing a huge sound. The formation shook thrice before it stabilized. The Southern Border Immortals were overjoyed. There was a formation core indeed. Xia Cha destroyed it according to everyone's expectations. Fang Yuan snickered, muttering, "The formation's true power starts now." The formation core was destroyed. A second spiral entrance appeared as large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The Immortals' expressions turned to shock. Roar! With a loud roar, an immemorial year tiger jumped into the battlefield. Let me! Lu Yin moved for the first time. He grabbed with one hand, as a huge yellow hand formed and grasped the immemorial year tiger, preventing it from escaping despite its struggles. Chapter 1602. Spring Scissors. Lu Yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. He managed to subdue a fierce immemorial year tiger in one move. Even though he had no attacking methods, this move was unfathomable and made people feel great admiration towards him. Hiss hiss hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its thick and long body while hissing as it slithered out of the spiral entrance into the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Yin or Xia Cha, their expressions changed. Because this immemorial year snake had the aura of wild immortal GU in it. This immemorial year snake was much more dangerous than the previous two immemorial year beasts. And most importantly, at this rate, a fourth or fifth immemorial year beast might appear without much doubt. What formation is this? Qiao Clan's GU Immortal shouted, feeling deep pressure. The other rank 7 GU Immortals all had heavy hearts. They were no longer as relaxed as before. I'll do it. At the crucial moment, Lu Yin stood out again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was very vigilant. Before he probed what the immortal GU in the immemorial year snake's body were, he was not going to act rashly. Kill! Southern Border's GU Immortals shouted as they emitted strong killing intent. The year beasts roared as they bore their fangs and claws. The Southern Border GU Immortals whipped up a bloody storm. Countless year beasts died, but without destroying the spiral entrances, year beasts continued to pour into the formation unceasingly. The year beasts kept coming. As the battle continued, Southern Border's GU Immortals felt their condition slipping as some started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been heavily modified. The year beast numbers far exceed the ones from Feng Juji's battle. Liu Hao was secretly shocked. He had some deductions from Heavenly Court, but he did not know how to hand them over. After all, he was not a time path or formation path GU Immortal. This damned formation, we must destroy it for a chance of victory. Actually, as long as we destroy a portion of it, we will be able to send out information and get reinforcements from our righteous path allies. The Southern Border Immortals knew how to deal with the situation, but they lacked methods to do so. This year's flow execution formation was deduced by Fang Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be broken so easily? This time path formation is truly profound. Xia Cha frowned. After finding the first formation core, she could not find the second one. The formation is complete and flawless. My formation path attainment is too low. Maybe I should go all out and make this formation unable to handle the attack. I can create a flaw myself. Xia Cha's killing intent surged. She was Xia clan's first Supreme Elder, a time path great expert. She was an extremely proud expert. She was getting impatient after Fang Yuan's scheme trapped her here. Luo Yin could sense Xia Cha's intention as he quickly urged, "Don't fall into the demon's trap." Fang Yuan is very devious, even Heavenly Court cannot capture him. Shadow Sect had obtained graceful chaotic duel stage before. Even though it was destroyed, many of the Immortal GU were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap. He would use it against you. Graceful chaotic duel stage signature method was to seal the enemy's attack and send it back at them. Luo Yin spoke earnestly and wisely. Even Fang Yuan raised his brows. Even though he was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, his deductions were accurate. This year's flow execution formation used almost all of Fang Yuan's time path Immortal GU. The Immortal GU in Heifan's true inheritance were used as the cause, while graceful chaotic dual stage Immortal GU were used to supplement them. Xia Cha listened to him and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and looked towards the immemorial year rooster in the battlefield. The immemorial year rooster was being attacked by a group of southern border immortals. They were all rank 7 and had powerful killer moves, but against the immemorial year rooster, their attacks were simply like light scratches. The immemorial year rooster had rank 8 battle strength. It also had a sturdy body and could not be harmed by the southern border immortals even if they tried. But when Xia Cha's gaze turned to the immemorial year rooster, it felt a strong threat as it raised its head, breaking away from the southern border immortals and charging at her. A mere beast. Xia Cha laughed from anger. Aura of many GU worms burst out of her body, forming into an immortal killer move. A pair of scissors that was jade green in color and large as an elephant flew towards the immemorial year rooster's neck as it clipped. The immemorial year rooster felt no pain. It endured the move that felt like spring. As a warm wind was blowing, the sun was bright, the grass and flowers emitted fragrance that spread to everyone's noses. After a momentary daze, the immemorial year rooster's neck had a deep cut as blood spewed out of it like a fountain. The immemorial year rooster shuddered. Its vicious nature was triggered as it raised its speed, moving towards Xia Cha. Xia Cha did not dodge. Right before the immemorial year rooster hit her, she vanished like a bursting bubble. Next, the jade green scissors flew towards the immemorial year rooster's head again, clipping at its neck. Xia Cha vanished entirely. The immemorial year rooster's attention was lured to the jade green scissors. Both sides fought relentlessly. This is Xia Cha's spring scissors. It is truly powerful and extraordinary. Fang Yuan, who was hidden, watched the battle closely. Upon seeing this result, the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xia Cha had a set of killer moves, for in total, spring scissors was just one of them. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 offensive killer move. It was extremely sharp and even the immemorial year rooster's sturdy body could not protect it from the sharp scissors. Fang Yuan was secretly envious. This was something he needed the most now. Spectral Soul's true inheritance had rank 8 time path killer moves too, but Fang Yuan lacked the necessary rank 8 immortal GU. Even if he modified them and used rank 6 or 7 immortal GU as replacement, the power could not reach rank 8. Fang Yuan's sole rank 8 time path immortal GU, years flow like water, had several killer moves in Heifan true inheritance that used it as the core. For example, Year Beast Summoning, Unlucky Year and others. Rank 8 Year Beast Summoning could summon immemorial year beasts to fight for Fang Yuan. An Unlucky Year that used Year's Flow like water as the core could mimic Luck Path's effect using Time Path. But both were not attacks like Spring Scissors. It had an immediate impact in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan could only place his attention on Time Cutting Edge. Core. The immemorial year rooster had no wild immortal GU. It could not rival Xia Cha's Spring Scissors. It was injured all over its body as it cried out in pain. Xia Cha had only used one move, but she managed to heavily injure an immemorial year beast. It showed how powerful she was. as expected of the person holding the greatest authority in Xia clan. Such strength is already on the level of Heavenly Court's members. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Seeing that the immemorial year rooster was about to die in Xia Cha's hands, the formation activated, the immemorial year rooster vanished on the spot. Submit to me. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan targeted this weakened immemorial year rooster as he used his overbearing enslavement path method. The immemorial year rooster had no choice but to lower its head, submitting to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan successfully obtained the immemorial year rooster. He helped the year beasts to fight the southern border pursuers while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beasts so he could enslave them. This old method had already been used back in Western Desert when Heavenly Court pursued him. But repetitive methods were not a problem as long as they worked. She was about to kill the immemorial year rooster and obtain all of its rank 8 immortal materials that were worth a fortune, but to think that it would vanish on the spot. Many of Southern Border's GU immortals scolded angrily while Xia Cha's expression turned dark, but she smiled at once. You finally exposed a flaw, so what if you get a few immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Fang Yuan's formation would not be exposed if he only transported year beasts. But once he moved the immemorial year rooster, the formation would have to be shifted and that would give Xia Cha an opportunity to learn more about it. As expected, not long after, she found the second formation core and destroyed it. But the Southern Border Immortals' cheering did not last long. After the formation core was destroyed, it turned into a spiral entrance that transported more year beasts inside. How can this be? The Southern Border Immortals were stunned. Chapter 1603. Summer Fan. As time passed, the conditions of the Southern Border Immortals continued to slip unconsciously. They were about to puke from killing these year beasts. It was simply never going to end. The killer moves prepared for Fang Yuan and the cooperation between GU Immortals were all used on these year beasts. They were truly helpless and tired beyond belief. Year's flow execution formation was made of 3 formations, while the tributary of the River of Time here was huge and had the support of Fang Yuan and the rest. The great power made these immortals feel great pressure. A moment later, even Lu Yin was panting roughly. Not only was he facing 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly helping the rank 7 GU immortals. Whenever one immemorial year beast lost, Fang Yuan would take it away and enslave it. But soon, a new immemorial year beast would be lured into the battlefield. Lu Yin and Xia Cha faced huge pressure consistently. The battle was intense. But they still made great progress. During this period of time, Xia Cha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores did not turn into new spiral entrances. The current year's flow execution formation could only sustain 3 spiral entrances. This was its limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while Xia Cha destroyed 9 formation cores. The entire year's flow execution formation was already shaking. It was no longer as sturdy as before. The time is now. Fang Yuan snickered as he finally acted. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand whipped up eerie winds as it flew out of an ancient year beast's mouth. Tai Chu Zheng was caught off guard. He lost an immortal GU to this huge hand. My rank 7 edge GU. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move failed and the backlash made him heavily injured. However, he felt greater pain from the loss of his rank 7 edge GU. Fang Yuan had stolen it away. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. It's edge GU after all. Fang Yuan laughed in happiness. This edge GU was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal GU of the killer move time-cutting edge. Friend from Tai clan, hold on, I will save you. Shonghu Zhong and the rest saw that Tai Chu Zhong was attacked. They quickly forced their way past the year beasts to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes, laughing to himself coldly. He did not kill Tai Chu Zhong. He wanted their reinforcement. Oh no! This is an ambush! We were tricked! The Southern Border GU immortals who came to help were all attacked. They were robbed by the great thief ghost hands that stole multiple immortal GU. Everyone be careful, some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan. They are very dangerous. Xionghu Zhong had no time to mourn over the loss of his immortal GU. He was sweating from shock as he quickly shouted. If this was the start of the battle and the southern border immortals had their full battle strength, Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be able to get close. But now, they were exhausted and their battle strength fell drastically. Their attentiveness had also fallen. Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was finally usable. Great Thief Ghost Hand was concealed to begin with, while Fang Yuan had schemed and placed many ghost hands inside the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border immortals were all extremely alarmed by this and wary. They started to attack more frequently and stayed guarded. Any year beast that tried to get close would be attacked before they reached. At once, southern border's side gained the advantage again. Fang Yuan remained calm, no longer taking overt action. Soon, southern border's GU immortals experienced a fall in battle strength again. They had fought for too long. They could not sustain that intense offense for long. Fang Yuan waited for his chance before acting again. The southern border GU immortals were hit again. Multiple immortal GU were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only use one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but inside the year's flow execution formation, he could use the formation to summon 3 at once. It was unlike an immortal battlefield like Purple Star Broken Life where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the environment. This formation space had no Dao marks. Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be strengthened, but it could display its usual power at least. The killer move Unlucky Year had already been used with Year's flow execution formation. Fang Yuan's luck was too dominant. When these southern border GU immortals had their immortal GU stolen, most were the cause of their killer moves, or those that Fang Yuan needed. After another round of stealing, several southern border GU immortals faced the backlash of their killer moves and suffered deep injuries. But regrettably, Lu Wei Yin and Xia Cha had impeccable defenses. They destroyed the 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands targeted at them. They even had the energy to help the other rank 7 GU immortals, especially Lu Wei Yin. Even without an offensive method, he was extremely skilled at defending the other GU immortals. If not for him, there would be GU immortals dying already. Fang Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had already been known for a while. The GU immortals of the 5 regions were guarded against it. And most importantly, if the move activation failed, Fang Yuan would be dragged into the dream. Thus, he had been very careful about using it. Unless he did it like Ying Wuxie, using the pure dream reality seeker physique to use this move. In that case, even if he failed, there would not be any problems. There were no invincible killer moves. They would gradually get countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand was going to face the same problem eventually, unless Fang Yuan modified it as time passed. But now, Great Thief Ghost Hand had been used far less than Lead Soul into Dream. With the help of the killer move Unlucky Year, the southern border immortals in their poor states were susceptible to Great Thief Ghost Hand, turning the situation towards Fang Yuan's favor. But at this moment, Xia Cha suddenly shouted, "Break!" The winds around her whipped like a storm, lightning crackled, these illusions condensed into a huge fan that she held in her hands. Xia Cha waved her fan as Fang Yuan grunted. His 7 orifices bled as the formation core that he was at broke apart, exposing his location. He was the one controlling the formation and manipulating 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands, while also enslaving immemorial year beasts and arranging the year beast army. His remaining thoughts were not enough to activate reverse flow protection seal. Xia Cha waved towards her left. Bai Ning Bing felt a huge threat as she used the killer move Bai Xiong, before shattering from the impact of the killer move. Xia Cha waved towards her right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core shattered as her entire body burst into blood and flesh. She died. The battle had suddenly changed. The southern border immortals did not even have the time to cheer in reaction. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the year's flow execution formation was about to break. Fang Yuan and the rest were injured. Xia Cha breathed roughly as the dimmed fan in her hands lit up again. If she waved it again, Fang Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xia Cha had already deduced the year's flow execution formation so deeply. She could clearly destroy a few more formation cores earlier, but she controlled herself and attacked with a devastating blow at once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand and threatened them, she might not have used this method. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Xia Cha's performance exceeded the contents of Shadow Sect's information. Her time path attainment level was perhaps not just Great Grandmaster. It was possible that she had Formation Path attainment level too, but nobody knew about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 GU Immortal be so easily exposed? This year's Flow Execution Formation was a true rank 8 Immortal formation. Fang Yuan used it to trap the southern border pursuers, including 2 rank 8s, Luo Yin and Xia Cha. This was the specialty of Formation Path. As long as the formation was set up, it could fight against many enemies, and allow the GU Immortal to display above-average battle strength. But Formation Path's weakness was that once the formation becomes clear to the enemy, they would destroy it, and that would cause the GU Immortal controlling it to face huge backlashes. They might even get heavily injured or die. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing this crisis. If the formation broke apart, his injuries would be unimaginable. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal now, it would be very awkward. The reflected damage would go to the GU worms that made the formation. He would basically lose them. The formation space was already breaking apart. The southern border Immortals could see the GU worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fang Yuan, it is time to die. Liu Hao shouted in excitement. At this moment, he used Fixed Space Immortal GU. Instantly, Fang Yuan got hit and could not use Fixed Immortal Travel in this area. Escape, but even if you run to the River of Time, I can kill you there. Xia Cha waved her fan as she smiled proudly. Escape? Why would I escape? Even in this desperate situation, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an eerie light. The southern border Immortals were stunned. At the next moment, the ancient year beasts around them turned stiff as rocks. Dream realms swept out like huge gusts of wind from their bodies, quickly covering the area. The southern border Immortals were shocked. They tried to dodge. Even Xia Cha's eyelids were twitching. She quickly waved her fan. But this powerful Immortal killer move was useless and completely ineffective against the Dream Realms. Some tried to escape in a panic, but the formation had not broken apart yet. The Immortals were still trapped in this Immortal formation. The Dream Realms quickly closed up as Xia Cha, Luo Yin, and the rest were trapped, before it extended to the surroundings and started to corrode the year's Flow Execution Formation. Soon, the entire year's Flow Execution Formation was submerged by Dream Realms. It lost its use immediately. The noisy battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. Even those year beasts were affected by the Dream Realms and fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Miao Ying gasped in amazement. No wonder almost all forces want to explore and research on the Dream Realm. Bai Ning Bing recovered already. In Bai Xiong form, she could regenerate with even a tiny fragment. It was a pity that Lady White Rabbit had died in this battle. One skill to dominate the world. Dream Path was a brand new path. It was like Theft Path, Transformation Path, and Luck Path back then. When they were first created, they were nearly unstoppable. During this period of time, existing paths were unlikely to have measures that could counter or resist it. Chapter 1604. Captives. A strange light suddenly made its appearance. It then dimmed and turned into a strange tall man. This person had a pair of thin white brows that extended towards the outer sides of his face. The pair of eyes under the snowy brows were closed. He was dressed in white clothes that was not stained by even a single speck of dust. The robe as well his skin and hair all released a faint trace of radiance. This radiance was not glaring, but made him appear divine. This person was Zheng Guang, a rank 8 GU Immortal who cultivated Light Path, and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. He had recently been recruited into Heavenly Court by Fairy Ziwei. Liu Hao disappeared here. Zheng Guang's eyes were closed, but he seemed to be able to see the outside world clearly. Shortly, he found many traces of battle. This does not look good for Liu Hao. There was definitely a fierce battle here. Unfortunately, Liu Hao did not even send any request for reinforcements. Was it an Immortal formation or an Immortal battlefield? Zheng Guang frowned with a heavy expression. Liu Hao was a spy of Heavenly Court put in Southern Borders forces with the help of Wu clan. He held fixed space Immortal GU which specially targeted Fang Yuan's fixed Immortal travel. As for Zheng Guang, he was backup arranged by Fairy Ziwei. If Southern Borders GU Immortals fought Fang Yuan and made him escape with heavy injuries, Zheng Guang, who specialized in tracking methods, would be Fang Yuan's fatal assassin. The Southern Border team who is chasing after Fang Yuan consists of experts from their respective clans. Most of them are rank 7 experts. They can preserve their lives even when facing an immemorial desolate beast. Tai clan's Tai Chu Zhong had impressive battle achievements in the current Southern Border GU Immortal world, and was known as Great Sir Tai. When he made his debut, he had captured and killed over 10 Demonic Path GU Immortals. Southern Borders demonic immortals trembled at his name. Shong clan's Shong Hu Zhong cultivated Transformation Path and Wood Path, and had methods to make the two paths not conflict with each other, much like Thunder Ghost True Monarch. His methods were complex and comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shong clan. Yang clan's Yang Ku was one of the peak representative experts of Soul Path in Southern Borders GU Immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a herd of ancient desolate beasts by himself, and had successfully escaped from the pursuit of an immemorial desolate beast. These rank 7 GU Immortals could be said to be elites of Southern Borders GU Immortal world. Any one of them was a trump card expert of their force. Not to mention this group also has the current Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei Yin, as well as Xia clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Cha. These two did not need to be explained. They were both rank 8 GU Immortals. Zheng Guang heaved a deep sigh. It was because of this grand team that Zheng Guang had been at ease. Even if they fought Fang Yuan, Zheng Guang would have enough time to quietly sneak closer. Zheng Guang had been wary of Lu Wei Yin's and Xia Cha's methods, being worried they would discover him and create a misunderstanding. So he had been following from far behind without daring to come closer. 2 rank 8s as well as several rank 7 experts, they had all done enough preparation and had all kinds of methods to target Fang Yuan, yet they still lost. And this was not just a loss, it was a complete defeat. Zheng Guang repeatedly shook his head. Fang Yuan should have made use of Dream Realms. Soon, his gaze landed on the only small Dream Realm in the battlefield, becoming even more certain of his guess. Besides using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how much incisive they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Zheng Guang was carefully inspecting the battlefield, he suddenly looked towards the south. There was no one in the boundless clear sky. But in Zheng Guang's investigative range, an Immortal GU house was rushing over. Zheng Guang did not need to identify the aura to know that these were Southern Border natives. The Immortal GU house was extremely fast, but it would still take a short while to reach here. Zheng Guang knew he had to use this time to quickly leave this place. Because this Immortal GU house had a great reputation and Southern Border GU Immortals had many strange investigative killer moves, if they discovered Zheng Guang, there was definitely going to be a misunderstanding. Not long after Zheng Guang disappeared, the Immortal GU house arrived. This Immortal GU house was not glorious or grand, and looked just like a bamboo building from outside. This bamboo building had 2 stories, made entirely out of bamboo. There were even bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos, drops of dew were dripping down from the leaves, green as jade. It was the awe-inspiring rank 8 Immortal GU house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this Immortal GU house to retaliate and firmly stabilize Wu clan's position as the #1 force. The bamboo building's entrance opened from which a rank 8 GU Immortal flew out. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, but had a well-built body. His sharp eyebrows were slightly raised, giving him a dark and hazy aura. But his actions were full of a mighty prestige that no one could neglect. He was Wu Yong, Wu clan's current first Supreme Elder. Another person flew out right after Wu Yong. This person was old but energetic. He had deep, dark eyes and his cheekbones were protruding out. He also emitted rank 8 aura. He was Kai clan's first Supreme Elder Kai Chu Yu. With the two rank 8 GU Immortals at the lead, several rank 7 GU Immortals rushed out of clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and every one of them had an anxious expression. They disappeared here. The BA clan GU Immortals' expression was dark. Quickly investigate what happened here. My clan cannot reach our first Supreme Elder. Xia clan's GU Immortals were extremely anxious. Thereupon, all kinds of investigative killer moves were thrown out in succession, and in just a while, this place had been completely searched over dozens of times. Every person, including the two rank 8 GU Immortals, had a steely expression. It looks like there was a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a Time Path Immortal level formation. The group rushed here then fought a very fierce battle. What is up with this dream realm? Someone saw that remaining small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Like Junshan Guang before, Southern Border Immortal's gaze was quickly attracted to this dream realm. Besides this dream realm, all other traces were removed by Fang Yuan. The remaining ones had no value. The only clue was this dream realm. Be careful! The Southern Border Immortals gradually separated and encircled this small dream realm. This dream realm is continuously shrinking. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Shortly, the other Immortals also noticed that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and quite rapidly at that. After a while, several GU worms fell out of the shrinking dream realm. Southern Border GU Immortals quickly caught and carefully inspected them. They found that these GU worms were Wild Information Path Mortal GU. Then they discovered that there were actually some messages left within these Information Path Mortal GU. The contents of the messages were simple, but it made the expressions of the Southern Border Immortals rapidly change to that of extreme shock. Friends of Southern Border, I am notifying you that your clansmen are in my, Fang Yuan's, hands. If you want to redeem them, please wait for my message. This. One person was tongue-tied. His whole body started trembling as he stammered while pointing at the Information Path Mortal GU in his hand. Blatant lies. How can this be possible? Our organized team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? HMPH. Someone fiercely shook their head, repeatedly denying this. This must be a huge fraud. But none of us can contact any of those clansmen. Someone retorted. The Southern Border GU Immortals fell into dead silence. They were so still that they looked like human-shaped statues from afar. Wind blew, soft air blew the sleeves of the Immortals. Kai Chuyu's white beard slightly shook in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen. He closed his eyes heavily, and only after a long time, he opened them slowly. No matter how unimaginable it was, the truth was right in front of them. And the truth forced them to accept this cruel fact. Southern Border's righteous path brought in many people to organize a troop of experts to specially chase and kill Fang Yuan, but not only were they unable to kill Fang Yuan, they were instead taken captive by Fang Yuan. Slap! This was like a fierce slap at these Southern Border's righteous path GU Immortals' faces. The slap stupefied them, while their cheeks started swelling rapidly. When we discovered we were unable to contact Xia Cha and the rest, we hurriedly assembled a team and came to reinforce them. Altogether it has only been a few hours. Lord Kai, do you think this is because of a time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. His words were vague, but others understood what Wu Yong's meaning was. Kai Chuyu slowly nodded, saying in a heavy voice, "We have already deduced the strength of Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect members. We even evaluated them carefully. Based on the battle strength of Xia Cha and the rest, it is impossible for them to be taken captive by Fang Yuan in such a short period of time. There is indeed a time path formation here. It is shockingly complex, being at rank 8 level, far beyond ordinary." Kai Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster who was able to set up an immortal formation by using just the Dao marks in the natural environment. Fang Yuan had cleaned up the battlefield, but it would not be possible for all the Dao marks to be cleaned in such a short period of time, so there were still a large amount of time path Dao marks remaining in the battlefield. Based on the movement and number of these time path Dao marks, Kai Chuyu was certain a time path formation had been set up in this place. Wu Yong nodded his head slightly. That's right. Lu Wei-Yin and Xia Cha are both rank 8 immortals. It is not easy to restrain these two unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, either that or a rank 8 level immortal formation. We rushed over. Although we appeared quickly, a long period of time might have gone by in this time path formation. A Shang clan GU immortal spoke at this time. I remember that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Heavenly Court had exposed a formation of Fang Yuan that can be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure a huge amount of year beasts to fight. Many GU immortals' expressions became dark upon hearing these words. Chapter 1605. Imprisoning the Hostages. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts and not in a small number too. Fang Yuan indeed has the ability to battle the pursuing team with these year beasts. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan has inherited Shadow Sect. He has countless true inheritances. Constructing a time path formation that can trap our clansmen is within his capabilities. Kai Chu-yu paused here before continuing with a frown. It is just that I still don't understand some things. If it was an immortal aperture which had been placed and hidden into one spot, it is normal for others to be unable to sense it. But can a time path formation be hidden so well? Both Xia Cha and Lu Wei-Yin were unable to sense it. Time path formations were not that good at concealment, unlike Phantom Path, Space Path, or Theft Path. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation, and had to battle with immemorial year beasts before finally being taken captive because of the dream realms. This could be understood. However, the most unusual thing was at the very start. They actually did not discover and even directly rushed into Fang Yuan's trap. Even Kai Chu-yu, a formation path great grandmaster, was bewildered. It was not that time path formations could not be concealed, it was just extremely difficult to conceal them to this degree. It would be much more difficult than Space Path, Theft Path, Phantom Path, or other paths. Kai Chu-yu had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could be concealed to such a degree that even two rank 8 GU immortals could not sense it. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait a second, there is a person inside. Someone exclaimed. Right at this time, the dream realm's transformation broke the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm that was left in the battlefield actually contained a person? Soon, this person's appearance was revealed. He was Lu Wei-Yin. He was holding his arms across his chest, his eyes were shut as if he was in a deep sleep, unmoving like a statue. But following the dream realm's dissipation, he soon opened his eyes and regained clarity. You? Lu Wei-Yin's expression changed slightly when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He then looked at his surroundings and blurted out, "Oh no. Lord Lu Wei-Yin, please explain what in the world happened to all of you." Right. Did my clan's GU immortals really fall into Fang Yuan's hands? Wait a second, we cannot be sure of his identity yet. The situation instantly became noisy from the discussions between the southern border immortals. Let's first verify his identity. Fang Yuan has familiar face and also has methods to quickly escape from dream realms. Wu Yong said. Kai Chu-yu was silent, but his body moved slightly, trapping Lu Wei-Yin with Wu Yong in the front and him at the back. Lu Wei-Yin was slightly stunned before nodding, "Go ahead." The southern border immortals had unique inspection methods. And for safety purposes, these methods were not limited to just one kind, they were complicated and varied. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the rest softened a little. Lu Wei-Yin verified his identity. He was the real deal and not Fang Yuan's disguise. Lu Wei-Yin then quickly informed them of what he encountered. After the southern border GU immortals learned of the information, their expressions became incomparably ashen, once again falling into deathly silence. Lu Wei-Yin shook his head and sighed, "I am ashamed, I don't have any offensive methods and could only watch the situation happen. If I did not possess special methods that can protect me in dream realms, I might also have fallen into Fang Yuan's hands. Forget it for now, let's return first." Wu Yong took a deep glance at Lu Wei-Yin, then his sleeves waved as he entered clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Not long after the southern border GU immortals left, a strange light shot towards the area, turning into Heavenly Court's Junction Guang. Zheng Guang inspected the traces in the battlefield and frowned after a while, mumbling, "This time path formation is extremely mysterious. Looking at the traces of the Dao marks, there are no Dao marks of phantom path, space path, or theft path. It is not a combined immortal formation, and is purely a time path immortal formation, but it actually concealed itself to the extent where Xia Cha and Lu Wei Yin could not sense it. Rank 8 GU immortals had deep foundation. Xia Cha had plentiful methods as the first supreme elder of the Super Force Xia clan. And Lu Wei Yin was an inheritor of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Neither of them actually sensed this grand formation, causing the group of southern border GU immortals to fall into the trap. Zheng Guang checked several times, confirming there were indeed no other clues. He then turned into a strange light that quickly disappeared. Sovereign Blessed Land. A large castle-like formation that was letting out silver radiance suddenly floated in mini-green heaven. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as well as Shadow Sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying close attention to the captives inside. Most of these captives were the southern border immortals whom Fang Yuan had ambushed and captured. Shonghu Zhong, Tai Chu Zhong, Yang Ku, and so on were experts of rank 7. Right now, they were firmly locked up, their eyes were closed as they were trapped in dream realms. The strongest captive was the rank 8 GU immortal Xia Cha, who was given utmost attention by Fang Yuan. An extremely dense dream realm surrounded and fluctuated around her. Pure will would be worn down when they fell into dream realms, but they would immediately recover if they escaped the dream realm. But the soul was different. Even if they were taken out of the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time. It would be as if they were struck by the killer move lead soul into dream. It was because of this crucial point that Fang Yuan could capture these southern border GU immortals and move them into his sovereign immortal aperture. In this present time, the old immortal killer moves had no effect on dream realms. Even immortal GU houses like Bai Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower started disintegrating when they fell into dream realms. To be in a dream realm for GU immortals was to be in dire straits. But Fang Yuan had an extraordinary method. That was the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had the immortal killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation, which he used to transform the dream realms in his sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He then used these temporary dream path clones to enter the dream realms and take out the southern border GU immortals, locking them up inside the sovereign immortal aperture. He then turned the dream realms in the battlefield to pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and successfully retrieved them. Finally, he hurriedly cleaned the battlefield, not leaving behind any clues before he left. So when Zheng Guang and Southern Borders immortals arrived, they saw such a scene. The Time Path clone's brows slightly furrowed. Although we are using the dream realm to imprison these GU immortals, there is a huge risk. If any one of them wakes up and causes havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it will really be a great loss. To GU immortals, the immortal aperture was an important resource area as well as the foundation of their cultivation. The hidden risk in imprisoning these GU immortals here was really huge. One skill to dominate the world, most GU immortals are helpless against dream realms currently. Even rank 8 GU immortals can meet their calamity in dream realm. But just in case, I need to grab this time to take out these GU immortals' GU worms and resources. Then, I will use soul path methods to separate their souls and bodies. Only then will the situation be safe. Fang Yuan thought of Lu Wei Yin. This person was trapped in a dream realm, but when a pure dream reality seeker physique body went to take him out, it actually lost its way and was unable to approach him. Being able to show effect in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Recalling a past event, Fang Yuan had been ambushed by Lu Wei Yin and had gone through 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Wei Yin was not only an inheritor of Paradise Earth, he was also moving forward with the era, and held at least 2 dream path methods, almost similar to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's dream path methods were only unravel dream, lead soul into dream, and switch soul in dream. It was because of this that Fang Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Wei Yin. Even if he could take him away, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had some other dream path methods? In case he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, that would truly be an example of luring a wolf into one's house, without any way of expelling it. Sigh, I really did not expect there to be a day where these high and mighty GU immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miao Yin sighed with emotions. Although she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator and had suffered a lot at the hands of Southern Border's righteous path. She had deep resentment towards these famed experts of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a pity that Sister White Rabbit died. Sigh. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was truly mournful. When she joined Shadow Sect, she had become very close with Lady White Rabbit, because she liked the latter's straightforwardness. Lady White Rabbit had inherited the Black Tigress true inheritance and would turn into Black Tigress when faced with life-threatening danger. Her cultivation would also soar to rank 7. Regretfully, she faced Xia Cha's direct attack using Immortal Killer move Summer Fan. She simply did not have time to react and died immediately. Fang Yuan was powerless to help. Man as before was only a rank 6 Immortal GU and had no hope for success against such an injury. Even Fang Yuan's main body was heavily injured at the moment. It was Bai Ningbing instead who had no injuries. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiong. Although it was shattered into pieces, Bai Xiong could resurrect with just a small fragment. This move had once shaken Southern Border, renowned as the White Terror that had shrouded the whole of Southern Border's GU immortal world. Its profundity was that it could remove all harmful Dao marks along with most of the body, then revive with just a tiny fragment. However, Bai Ningbing's current expression did not look good. She looked at the trapped Southern Border immortals, thinking to herself, even if I use Bai Xiong, I will still be trapped in the dream realm with no strength to resist. Strange, Fang Yuan actually did not use such a method to deal with me. He already has methods to resolve the alliance agreement on him, if I were him. Bai Ningbing felt a huge pressure. After all, she was not a Shadow Sect member, and moreover, she was currently in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, which was the same as being in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength and methods, the greater the pressure on Bai Ningbing. All right, Ying Wuxie, you shall remain here. I have lent you the GU worms. In the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything abnormal occurs, use a pure dream reality seeker physique body to activate lead soul into dream to continue putting these Southern Border GU immortals to sleep. Formation spirit, guard this place properly. If the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, inform me immediately. Fang Yuan's time path clone issued 2 commands. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Supervision should be sufficient enough with Ying Wuxie and the formation spirit. Fang Yuan was able to put his heart at ease slightly. Chapter 1606. Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter. Fang Yuan's time path clone once again went in front of the immortal formation in mini green heaven. Be careful, I am going to start. The time path clone said solemnly. Okay. The formation spirit materialized, nodding its head. There was a GU immortal standing to the side. He was Ying Wuxie, looking tense at this moment. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. Not long later, it grabbed Xia Cha's foot and dragged her out. The whole process was done cautiously. Xia Cha was still in a deep sleep. She showed no abnormal movements. Even though Fang Yuan was using a pure dream reality seeker physique clone, he only dared to drag out half of this rank 8 GU immortal's body. Xia Cha's upper half was still inside the dream realm, while the lower half was exposed outside the dream realm. The crucial immortal aperture was near her stomach area, so it was okay to do this. Next, it was the turn of Fang Yuan's main body. He had already prepared for a while, activating Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand immediately. The eerie Great Thief Ghost Hand slowly flew towards Xia Cha's immortal aperture. However, before it could touch her, wisps of Dao marks shined on her body. This was a passive time path method. Even if Xia Cha was deep in sleep, it could automatically activate. This defensive method could show no effect in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand also was useless in dream realms. Only by dragging Xia Cha outside the dream realm could Fang Yuan steal her immortal GU. Fang Yuan was not even the slightest bit surprised at seeing the Great Thief Ghost Hand being obstructed. He had been making attempts since a few days back, and this was not the first time. This time path defensive move was indeed troublesome, but with his time path attainment level and using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had already deduced a way to get rid of it. Thereupon, Fang Yuan activated another killer move. The killer move showed remarkable effect. The Dao Mark's light on Xia Cha's body dimmed immediately. The Great Thief Ghost Hand successfully disappeared into her immortal aperture. Fortunately, Xia Cha's defensive method is not as remarkable as the people of Heavenly Court. It is probably a temporary arrangement to deal with my Great Thief Ghost Hand, which is why I was able to resolve this move within a short period of time. This time path defensive move was only a rank 7 move. Fang Yuan used his time path Immortal GU along with many mortal GU to form a killer move that could get rid of it. In the ambush against southern borders pursuing forces using the time path formation, the important time path Immortal GU were not damaged, but almost all the mortal GU as well as multiple rank 6 time path Immortal GU were destroyed. This is rather damaging to my plan in the River of Time. Let's see what I can obtain from Xia Cha's body. Fang Yuan was full of anticipation. Soon after, his expression suddenly changed as the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew over unsteadily. It was now clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside that was struggling to break free. Fang Yuan was not surprised, but happy to see this. Ying Wuxie, who had a rough understanding of Great Thief Ghost Hand, blurted out in joy, "Awesome! Stealing a rank 8 Immortal GU at the very first attempt." At this time, however, the formation spirit spoke of, "Master, there seems to be some disturbance in Xia Cha's soul." Fang Yuan's time path clone immediately turned heavy, quickly controlling the pure dream reality seeker physique body to drag Xia Cha back into the dream realm. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stopped beside Xia Cha and observed for a good while. It only returned after seeing Xia Cha stabilize and continue to be in deep sleep. Ordinary GU immortals would become unstable if only half their body was in dream realm. They would show indications of waking up from the dream, but it would take a long while. Seemingly because Xia Cha cultivated time path, this time period seemed to have greatly shortened for her. Fang Yuan had sensed this back when he moved her into the sovereign immortal aperture. Back then, Shadow Sect immortals had broken out in cold sweat. Only after resolving Xia Cha's situation did Fang Yuan and the rest inspect what immortal GU the Great Thief Ghost Hand had stolen. This immortal GU was struggling fiercely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand borrowed the power of rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Previously, it had stolen Soul Beast token, so stealing rank 8 immortal GU was completely within its capability. Adding on Fang Yuan's plentiful methods, refining it was a done deal with no surprise. After taking a while, Fang Yuan successfully refined this GU. This GU worm was a milky white silkworm, the size of an adult's index finger. It only had the weight of a chicken egg, and was tender to the touch like an infant's cheeks. There was a small green leaf growing on its head, which looked like a mulberry leaf. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up its body, the mulberry leaf wrapped around its whole body. The dense aura of the GU worm reflected its extraordinary identity at all times, rank 8 time path Immortal GU. But as for what Immortal GU it was, Fang Yuan was not certain. He could only guess. This is probably the rank 8 time path Immortal GU Spring. If Spring GU was used alone, it could bring the season of spring to an area. Ice and snow would melt, warm wind would blow, and new sprouts would grow. GU masters nurture, use, and refine GU. Using GU was a deep and profound topic. When one obtains an unknown immortal GU, it needed to be constantly probed and tested to deduce its ability. This aspect often had unmeasurable danger. After Fang Yuan refined this immortal GU, he was not in a hurry to examine it, because he had more reliable ways to obtain the correct answer. This answer was in Xia Cha's body. As long as he searched her soul, Fang Yuan would not only obtain this immortal GU status and its usage, he could even understand the Spring Scissors killer move which she had used. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul as well. Xia Cha's soul was protected by her body, and it would not be easy to search her soul with her rank 8 cultivation. Fang Yuan had a strict plan. He planned to first extract Xia Cha's soul, separating it from her body before targeting the soul. Extracting Xia Cha's soul was also a troublesome matter and would need Fang Yuan to prepare for some time. Moreover, before this, Fang Yuan needed to first steal all the GU worms in Xia Cha's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan continued to deal with Xia Cha the same way. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand only stole a rank 5 mortal GU, a huge contrast with the first time. Looks like Unlucky Year's effect has already disappeared. The difference between my luck and Xia Cha's luck has been reduced by a lot. Fang Yuan quickly understood the reason. For rank 8 GU immortals to have their accomplishments, they themselves represented extraordinary luck, and might also have methods to increase their luck. Fang Yuan relied on his incomplete luck path true inheritance to possess luck that was higher than ordinary rank 8 GU immortals. But this could not possess a great threat to a person like Feng Ju Ji, let alone Feng Jin Huang. After Fang Yuan was clear of the reason, he continued to use Unlucky Year on Xia Cha while frequently using Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal her immortal GU. Over 10 days passed by in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Fang Yuan had obtained a large amount of mortal GU as well as Xia Cha's for immortal GU. These for immortal GU formed a complete set: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring GU was like a white silkworm with a mulberry leaf on its head. Summer GU was like a black mosquito the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings, and shined with multicolored lights when it flew. Autumn GU was like a dark red cricket carved from precious and ancient wood. Its cry was extremely loud and resounding. Winter GU was a grey pupa that emitted bursts of cold air. Spring GU and summer GU were rank 8, while autumn GU and winter GU were rank 7. After Fang Yuan stole these for immortal GU, he repeatedly used Great Thief Ghost Hand but could only steal mortal GU. Thus, he conjectured Xia Cha likely only had these for immortal GU. This was similar to Hei Fan's situation. Hei Fan also had few immortal GU. Back then, Fang Yuan had only obtained rank 8 years flow like water along with rank 7 year GU and after GU. Although Xia Cha had 2 rank 8 immortal GU, Hei Fan's years flow like water GU brought enormous benefits. Possessing it meant becoming the #1 giant of year GU business in the whole world. All of a sudden, Fang Yuan gained for more immortal GU. They were all of time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. This addition greatly filled the huge demand Fang Yuan had in this aspect. But he still had to soul search Xia Cha to know how to use them. The moment he obtained these immortal GU, the pressure on him greatly dissipated. Without immortal GU, even if Xia Cha accidentally woke up, she would be like a tiger without claws, with extremely low strength. The primary task was to take out the immortal GU of all the GU immortal captives. Second was to extract their souls, separating their soul and body. Besides the soul, the body could also be controlled by wills. Several wills left casually in the immortal aperture could temporarily substitute the soul to control the body. Only then would Fang Yuan make a move on their immortal apertures. However, Fang Yuan had to slow down the task of stealing immortal GU. His immortal essence was running out. It was already showing signs of depletion before, and in recent times, he had set up an immortal formation, fought a huge battle, then set up another immortal formation after returning to the sovereign immortal aperture, while also repeatedly using pure dream reality seeker transformation, Great Thief Ghost Hand, and other killer moves. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had already fallen to a dangerous level. The year GU business was doing dismally in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even his dragonfish business was unable to support his enormous expenditure. Danghun Mountain was still recovering. However, this did not go beyond Fang Yuan's control. He sneered, it is time for those southern border forces to bleed. It was definitely going to be a fun time ahead. Not only was he going to extort immortal essence stones, Fang Yuan was going to extort large amounts of resources to raise and feed his newly obtained immortal GU. Without cultivation resources, how could he get stronger? Get stronger, my ass. There was a good saying, kill and rob to earn wealth. Killing, extorting, pillaging and burning were the hallmarks of the demonic path. Chapter 1607. 1,000,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Yangshou Mountain. Xia Clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. Inside the Blessed Land, there were many mortal Gu houses forming into a magnificent scene of an unbroken range of palace halls. In the central hall, Xia Fei Kuai was moving on the ground in a hurry. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated light path. He had extraordinary battle strength, only slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo. Because of cultivating a certain immortal killer move, his nature became impatient. Fang Yuan had once fought him and set an agreement of 5 years in the disguise of Wu Yi Hai. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was revealed and had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Fei Kuai had naturally thrown this 5 years agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Fei Kuai quickly moved while asking. Beside him was a featherman made with rank 5 cultivation. Xia Clan raised a large group of featherman slaves. Feathermen were the highest in quantity in Jianwen Blessed Land. This featherman maid was not an ordinary slave, she was one of the stewardesses of this hall and knew a lot of information. Xia Fei Kuai was aware he would know everything when he entered the central hall, but he could not wait, impatiently asking this featherman maid. The featherman maid quickly replied, "It came half a day ago from Treasure Yellow Heaven. That demon Fang Yuan took the initiative to contact us. He sent an information path Gu worm to my purple spiritual light stall in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The Gu worm had a ransom note. Purple spiritual light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not gathered from White Heaven, but originated from deep underground ores. This was Xia Clan's #1 source of revenue. Xia Clan possessed the most amount of purple spiritual stone lodes in the 5 regions, so they firmly held dominance over this business. Although any Gu immortals could casually change their identities for transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven to prevent others from discovering them, it was more profitable for a force like Xia Clan to maintain their identity, establishing their reputation and creating their signature products. So Xia Clan's stall had an explicit identity and Fang Yuan found it easily. HMPH. His guts are greater than heaven, to think he would actually dare to extort my Grand Xia Clan. Xia Fei Kuai was extremely furious. The featherman maid did not dare to say anything, obsequiously accompanying him to the hall entrance, before stopping. She did not have the qualifications to enter. The hall entrance was already open, the main seat was empty, it was usually occupied by Xia Cha or her will. And in the top seat in the left row was Xia Clan's second supreme elder Xia Zhao. He was slightly fat, he had a steady temperament, he cultivated Earth Path, and was currently Xia Clan's main backbone. Sitting opposite Xia Zhao, in the top seat in the right row was Xia Clan's third supreme elder, Xia Chen Yuan. He was similarly an Earth Path Gu immortal. Besides them, the other seats were already occupied by the main bodies or wills of Xia Liu Pei, Xia Qingkang, Xia Zhuamo, Xia Fan and other Gu immortals. Only Xia Fei Kuai was missing. No need to stand on ceremony, take your seat, Xia Zhao said in a deep voice. Xia Fei Kuai restrained his temperament, nodding his head before quietly taking his seat. An information path mortal Gu was handed to Xia Fei Kuai from the left seat. Xia Zhao looked at everyone. Since everyone is here, let's begin the discussion. Xia Fei Kuai sent his divine sense into the Gu worm. This information path mortal Gu was the ransom note sent by Fang Yuan. There were only a few words in the ransom note, but it was concise and comprehensive. However, there was an image attached at the end that showed the scene of Xia Cho trapped in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Xia Fei Kuai's anger flared up when he finished browsing the information, almost crushing this information path mortal Gu in anger. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is a heinous criminal, he should be damned to death. We have to kill him. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a fierce expression. Xia Clan's other Gu immortals did not respond, they looked ashen and had unsightly expressions as they maintained their silence. The hall was filled with a heavy and stifling atmosphere. Besides anger, these people felt incredulous. The Grand Xia Clan, a super force, actually had a day where they were blackmailed by one demonic path Gu immortal. What shocked them the most was Xia Cha, the Grand First Supreme Elder, the authoritative figure of Xia clan and a rank 8 existence. She not only failed to capture Fang Yuan, but was instead taken captive alive by him. Yes, Fang Yuan indeed had outstanding battle strength that could rival rank 8. The Xia clan GU Immortals had viewed the video where he had pummeled Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 GU Immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two different concepts. The difficulty level was as massive as the gap between heaven and earth. Xia clan Immortals had never expected such a result. Even now, most of them still felt dazed as if they were dreaming. The truth was really unimaginable. Fang Yuan, a rank 7 GU Immortal, had captured a rank 8 along with a dozen rank 7 GU Immortal experts. Almost all these rank 7 GU Immortals were the trump card battle strengths of their respective clans. Each of them possessed unique methods, and in the absence of rank 8, they were major factors that could influence the whole of Southern Border's situation and dominate an area. Southern Border's righteous path had been resolute in capturing Fang Yuan, so they had established such a powerful team. But now, these people were all taken captive by Fang Yuan. Compared to other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most pressing. Because what they had lost was not a rank 7 GU Immortal, but their clan's only rank 8. This was no longer just a matter of a decrease in their prestige, but something that directly shook their foundation. In this world where the strong were respected, a person's safety could affect the whole situation. Xia Cha played an irreplaceable role in Xia clan. I did not convene you all to make you stare anxiously. This is a critical juncture for the clan. We are in an extremely dangerous situation. At this time, we need to unite and get through this difficulty. Xia Zhao spoke while looking at the silent immortals. When the situation had occurred, every Xia clan GU Immortal was stupefied. Xia Zhao was not an exception. Over these days, as the second Supreme Elder, he had been facing the greatest pressure. When the ransom note finally came, his heart instead eased slightly. You have all seen that mortal GU, Fang Yuan is demanding 1 million Immortal Essence Stones. What are your thoughts on this? Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third Supreme Elder intentionally coughed before saying, 1 million Immortal Essence Stones is not a small amount, but it is not big either. Our Xia clan can afford it. But what I am concerned about is this message only mentioned his demand, and did not mention anything about handing over Lady Xia Cha. The other immortals nodded at this. Xia Fei Kuai's brows rose up in agitation, blurting out, how about we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, they are probably facing the same situation as well. Xia Liu Pei glanced at Xia Fei Kuai with a sneer, not speaking. Xia Fei Kuai was furious, glaring at him. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xia Liu Pei was a rank 7 GU Immortal who cultivated Wisdom Path. Moreover, he had a powerful Wisdom Path attainment, and was a top expert at deductions in the present Southern Border. He sneered, how can we rely on outsiders? Right now, they are eager to see us lose our first Supreme Elder. Since you realize that Demon Fang Yuan is not extorting just us, then have you heard the other clans' responses? Have you seen them trying to contact us? Xia Fei Kuai was silent. Xia clan had suddenly lost its rank 8 pillar, which immediately made it seem like it occupied an excessive number of territories and resources. This situation was much more dangerous than that of Wu clan before. Back then, Wu clan still had Wu Yong, a rank 8 GU Immortal, but under repeated schemes of Shadow Sect, he had been trapped in a difficult situation, besieged from all sides, almost unable to make a turnaround. Southern Border was filled with many individual forces. There were always internal conflicts and contradictions between Righteous Path forces. Wu clan had occupied the throne of the number 1 force for a long time, but still did not have the ability to lead the whole situation. So as far as Xia clan was concerned, they absolutely could not lose Xia Cha. When Fang Yuan's will once again went up to the Purple Spiritual Light Store, he received 1 million Immortal Essence Stones from Xia clan. We need to talk. Xia Zhao personally received Fang Yuan, his divine sense fluctuating constantly. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not refusing, all right. But I am in a hurry right now. Whatever you want to say, use an information path GU worm to send it to this stall. Please wait a second, listen to me. Xia Jiao wanted to press Fang Yuan to stay, but Fang Yuan's will directly left. Xia Jiao was furious but also helpless. He could only look as Fang Yuan's will left, his heart feeling extremely heavy. Chapter 1608. The Trick to Extortion. Having the southern border immortals in his hands, Fang Yuan had firm hold of the initiative and occupied huge dominance. He had such invaluable hostages in hand, he could extort however he wanted. But Fang Yuan was cautious and did not overdo it. He only extorted 3 clans at first. Xia clan was undeniably the main target. First Supreme Elder Xia Cha was Xia clan's only rank 8 GU immortal. She was Xia clan's foundational pillar, an extremely important person. Xia clan simply could not lose her, or else the whole clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. Yi clan was the second. Because the Yi clan GU immortal Fang Yuan had taken captive was Yong. This space path GU immortal was the strongest rank 7 expert of Yi clan, and everyone was optimistic of him having the qualifications to enter rank 8. More importantly, he was blood related to Yi clan's first Supreme Elder, and was a successor of the clan being nurtured by the first Supreme Elder. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years, during the 5 regions chaotic war, there were endless internal conflicts in southern border. Yong was schemed against and fell into Shang clan's hands. Yi clan's first Supreme Elder had not hesitated to pay an enormous price to bring back Yong. So Fang Yuan was rather expectant of Yi clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Kai clan. Fang Yuan's Kai clan GU immortal captive was Kai clan's second Supreme Elder, which was a very important position. Adding on that Kai Chu Yu had transacted with Fang Yuan previously, obtaining Dream Path research gains, it was natural for Kai clan to compromise. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the human mindset. His first extortion targets was not Wu clan, who hated him deeply, nor Tai clan, who deeply detested the demonic path. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Fang Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with these precedents, the righteous path would not be so tough in their stance anymore. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Green Heaven, at the immortal formation. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Ghost Hand entered Yong's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal GU. Ying Wuxie and the formation spirit looked on quietly from the side with impassive expressions. They were no longer surprised by this sight. Because in this period of time, Fang Yuan had already looted a huge amount of immortal GU. Moreover, he had even looted Xia Cha's 2 rank 8 immortal GU, Spring and Summer. With such sensational gains, the remaining loot looked mild in comparison. Fang Yuan had constructed another immortal formation to refine these immortal GU. This immortal formation used Wisdom Refinement Formation as the foundation along with many Wisdom Path immortal GU to form a completely new version. Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the light of wisdom along with Woman's Heart and Unravel Mystery to refine other immortal GU. If there was the other person's will, the effect would become even more outstanding. Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal GU he had obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, including Chained Soul immortal GU, which had been of the utmost significance in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. At present, Fang Yuan still used the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Formation was even more powerful. Wisdom GU was a rank 9 GU, so it was truly easy to suppress those rank 7 immortal GU. Moreover, with the large improvement in Fang Yuan's formation path and wisdom path methods, the Wisdom Refinement Formation's effect became even more remarkable. After a while, Fang Yuan finished refining the newly stolen immortal GU. This was a space path immortal GU that looked like a blue jade sphere with a pair of snow-white wings. Fang Yuan recognized this GU. It was called space travel and had a remarkable movement ability. Shadow Sect's true inheritances had relevant records. For instance, this GU was initially captured from the body of an immemorial desolate beast-level Pegasus. Fang Yuan stored this space travel GU. He did not cultivate space path and had ordinary attainment in it, Moreover, he did not have many space path Dao marks. However, he had too many true inheritances, countless immortal killer moves and immortal GU recipes. He did not lack methods to make use of immortal GU. By now, he had already stolen most of the immortal GU of the southern border GU immortal captives. As for the issue of the shortage of immortal essence, it was already solved. Xia Clan's 1 million immortal essence stones were like a waterfall descending from a heavenly river and pouring on this parched land. 1 million immortal essence stones meant 1 million beads of green grape immortal essence, which was equivalent to 10,000 beads of red date immortal essence. This amount had already far surpassed Fang Yuan's highest record of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he was not able to take out any more immortal GU from Yi Yang's body. Thereupon, he threw this person back into Dream Realm, and dragged out another person. It was Kai Clan's second Supreme Elder, an Earth Path rank 7 GU Immortal. Fang Yuan made a move on him without hesitation. He was going to take out immortal GU of all these southern border GU Immortals and store them in his pockets. As for the people, he would have to release some of them. Extortion or blackmailing could be seen as a form of transaction, where as long as the seller was powerful enough, the buyer could only remain helpless. And in a transaction, buyers and sellers needed to pay attention to reputation. If he did not release some hostages, why would Southern Border's Righteous Path believe Fang Yuan? How could he continue his extortion plan to gain huge benefits? Fang Yuan intended to first release Kai Clan's second Supreme Elder and Yi Clan's Yi Yang. He had done transactions with Kai Clan previously after all, and he also intended to support Kai Clan in the future, to resist Heavenly Court. Naturally, he was definitely going to extort these two clans to the limit. Despite it being difficult to raise a GU Immortal, a hostage price was fixed and limited. These Righteous Path forces could stay in power until now. They were not fools. If Fang Yuan's demands were too much and exceeded the value of these GU Immortals, or the acceptable price that these clansmen were willing to pay, they would not do this unreasonable transaction. All in all, extortion was a skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal essence stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal essence stones. Comparing value, Yi Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan had a lot of wealth, at least richer than Xia Clan. So they had much more immortal essence stones reserved in their hands. A Super Force's immortal essence stones reserve was more or less around 1 million immortal essence stones. So Fang Yuan first extorted immortal essence stones, not only because he himself was in shortage of it, the more important reason was that other forces could totally take that sum out. Although it was not without a level of difficulty, the difficulty was small. First make them give in, then continue to extort them more harshly, making them bleed little by little. Fang Yuan was well versed in the ways of extortion. It is just that although I captured Southern Border Immortals, I did not receive any response from Heavenly Court. What did Heavenly Court prepare in the River of Time? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He constructed Year's Flow execution formation mainly to deal with the Southern Border Immortals, but it was also to lure Heavenly Court into making a move. If Heavenly Court had laid an ambush and saw the commotion there, they could have followed the tributary of the River of Time to pincer attack Fang Yuan. But from the start to finish, Fang Yuan did not see Heavenly Court's ambush. Fang Yuan's scheme was fruitless in this regard, leaving him with even more wariness and suspicion. Chapter 1609. 3 Plans. Mini Red Heaven. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone immediately attracted the attention of countless year beasts the moment he appeared. Howl. Roar. Growl. Countless year beasts roared and snarled as they pounced upon Fang Yuan. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts shoved the desolate level year beasts to the side as they looked at Fang Yuan with a thirsty expression. But a moment later, an immemorial year rooster flew over gallantly and spiritedly. The desolate level year beasts and ancient desolate beasts in its path quickly and chaotically moved aside. The immemorial year rooster arrived before Fang Yuan's Time Path clone and lowered its head, displaying a tamed look. Fang Yuan smiled as he stroked the immemorial year rooster's bright red crown, then he waved his sleeve, scattering countless mortal year GU. The immemorial year rooster squawked as it opened its beak wide, creating a powerful attractive force that absorbed most of the year GU into its stomach. Only a few year GU scattered in the surroundings, which was immediately fought over by the surrounding ancient year beasts. The immemorial year rooster had a great meal but was still not satisfied. It looked at Fang Yuan's time path clone with shining eyes. Fang Yuan repeatedly waved his sleeve. Countless year GU were scattered like the crushed pebbles on a beach, forming a rain of year GU. This time, there was a portion for everyone. The year beasts immediately fell into frenzied joy. After a good while, every year beast including the immemorial year rooster had their fill. Their impatience because of hunger had disappeared, resuming a lethargic state as they lay down on white clouds to rest. Fang Yuan's time path clone gazed around, nodded and flew away. In mini Red Heaven, there were 7 year beast communities like this one. This was already the 3rd community Fang Yuan fed. There were already a lot of year beasts being raised in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and not long ago, Fang Yuan had used Year's Flow execution formation to ruthlessly plot against Southern Border Righteous Path. Besides capturing the group of Southern Border Immortals, his greatest battle spoils were the year beasts he had subdued in the battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least of desolate level year. There was a large amount of ancient year beasts, as well as 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation was only enough for him to enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul cultivation had made rapid breakthroughs. Although it was decreasing recently, the remaining Soul Foundation was enough to enslave 7 immemorial year beasts without a problem. A noteworthy thing was there were 3 immemorial year roosters among these 7 immemorial year beasts. The other 4 immemorial year beasts were tiger, dragon, rabbit, and horse. In the River of Time, at every set interval of time, a certain kind of immemorial year beast would be more common than others. This recent period of time was clearly a prosperous time for immemorial year roosters. However, even though Fang Yuan had 7 immemorial year beasts, when comparing individual strength, they were all weaker than his immemorial year monkey. Unfortunately, that immemorial year monkey had already died in battle. Of course, if all the 7 immemorial year beasts combined their strength, they were much fiercer than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference between the strength of different immemorial year beasts. This was like the difference between rank 8 GU immortals. Fang Yuan fed these year beasts while thinking, the food expenditure has soared by dozens of times with the addition of these year beasts. If not for the immortal essence stones extorted this time, I might not have been able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the larger their appetite. And the food of year beasts was year GU. Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal GU years flow like water to refine countless mortal year GU, barely filling the bellies of these year beasts. And activating years flow like water immortal GU spent Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's immortal essence expenditure in feeding year beasts was not small even before. Now, with the addition of so many year beasts and 7 immemorial year beasts, feeding them had already taken the largest share of Fang Yuan's expenditures. Currently, Danghun Mountain has already been restored by 80%. Gutsgu's production is no longer a terrible sight, it has become just passable. When Danghun Mountain is completely restored, the year beasts will become the new burden. Fang Yuan had to feed year beasts every set interval of time. Refining year GU through years flow like water was already the most economical method, but it still amounted to a huge expenditure. Moreover, Fang Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the future battle in the River of Time, so he had to resolve the issue of feeding them. Actually, this issue was not only regarding the year beasts, but also eagle groups. Fang Yuan had previously enslaved the upper extreme heavenly eagle, purchasing a large amount of eagle beasts. The feeding of these eagle beasts was also a burden. If he wanted to make them self-sufficient and truly integrate them into Sovereign Immortal Aperture's world, he would have to spend a huge amount of energy and capital to build a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. Creating a proper food chain was also a form of deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao by the GU Immortal. But compared to eagle groups, year beast scale was much larger, so its feeding issue needed to be prioritized. And because of the year beast's characteristics, building a complete food chain for them was much easier. Fang Yuan, who had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Lang Ya's true inheritance, and so on, had methods to solve it. Currently, he could select from 3 plans. The first plan was to construct a year essence pool. This was a resource point, and could also be seen as a mini-river of time. Its effect was to imitate the environment of the River of Time, providing a place for year beasts to survive, reside, and procreate. The year essence pool size could be large or small, and was classified into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9 levels. The advantage of this plan was it saved space. At the same time as the year beasts lived here, it would produce a certain amount of year GU. When managed for a long time, it could even produce other wild time path GU worms, even giving birth to day GU, month GU, and so on, finally forming a micro river of time. Its disadvantage was the cost was absurdly high. Just the creation of a rank 6 year essence pool was an enormous sum. In terms of immortal essence stones, it was in the millions. And a rank 7 year essence pool was even more exaggerated, requiring many rare immortal materials which had no supply in the market. Rank 6 level year essence pool could still be constructed if one was wealthy enough, but the rank 7 year essence pool was not something that could be sold with just immortal essence stones. As for Fang Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain the 7 immemorial year beasts. The second plan was Golden Age Platform. This was a rather special rank 7 time path immortal GU house, because it was fixed in place and could not move freely like most of the other immortal GU houses. Once it was constructed, Golden Age Platform would transform into a bright moon that would float to the sky of the blessed land, constantly rising and setting. Golden Age Platform could store a large amount of year beasts and even put them into deep sleep. Like this, their food requirement would fall sharply. This plan's advantage was that Golden Age Platform could extract year beast strength for its use, and did not require Fang Yuan to expend his immortal essence. In peaceful times, this meant Fang Yuan was fully using year beasts and not just freely feeding them. This plan's disadvantages were very obvious. First, constructing this rank 7 immortal GU house required a lot of time path immortal GU. But Fang Yuan needed these time path immortal GU to protect himself. Secondly, Golden Age Platform's position had to be fixed so it could automatically operate on its own inside the immortal aperture. So even if it was constructed, it would be of no help to Fang Yuan when fighting in River of Time. It itself was also not proficient in offensive methods. Thirdly, this immortal GU house spent the year beast's strength. If it wantonly extracted their strength, the year beasts could die and their time path Dao marks would also be destroyed, making their corpses be of no value. Finally, when the year beasts are awakened, they would need far more food than normal to fill their appetite. The third plan was 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was constructed by using 12 different species of immemorial year beasts as cores. This formation was specialized in offense, completely different from Golden Age Platform. And although it was a large formation, it could be moved. Because its cores were 12 immemorial year beasts, during inactive times, these immemorial year beasts could be sealed, becoming like statues, unmoving and not requiring food. But during battle, the seal would be released, they would form into the battle formation and attack the enemy. Evidently, this large formation that used immemorial year beasts as cores was not a present-age GU formation, but an ancient battle formation. Like Green City Rampage or Heavenly Giant Solar, the difference was that these two used GU Immortals as the cores, while this 12 Zodiac Battle Formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. This plan's advantage was that it truly saved feeding expenditure. But the disadvantage was it only used immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan would be unable to construct 12 Zodiac Battle Formation if he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts. However, to do this, Fang Yuan needed to search for even more immemorial year beasts. Moreover, these immemorial year beasts had to be of different species. This gathering task not only looked at strength but also luck. Its difficulty was high and also took a very long time. Fang Yuan considered it deeply before deciding to choose the first plan. Although the first plan needed the highest investment, it brought the largest benefits as well. With my capital, if I want to construct a rank 8 level year essence pool, my finance will probably fall into a dangerous state before I can construct even 30% of it. Fang Yuan was actually very affluent, but most of his resources like reverse flow river could not be sold. Moreover, he still needed to deal with external pressure from forces like Heavenly Court. He needed to look at all aspects, and could not just spend all his assets on a year essence pool, without regard for anything else. But now is the best time for me to construct a year essence pool. Xie Clan, you want to negotiate with me? First, send 3 portions of Spiral Dawnlight. Fang Yuan threw an information path Mortal GU to Xie Clan's stall. Soon, Xie Clan's response came, Fang Yuan, my clan does produce Spiral Dawnlight, but the production ground is inside First Supreme Elder's Immortal Aperture. There is none left in the clan storage. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. This reply was beyond his expectations, but he sent a reply with a cold smile. How could I not know this? Send 3 portions, no, send 10 portions of Spiral Dawnlight and I will take it as your clan's sincerity, then we can talk. Or else? But Spiral Dawnlight are extremely rare, there is no supply even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. 3 portions is okay, but 10, where would we find that much? I don't care. That is your issue, not mine. Fang Yuan left a cruel reply. Chapter 1610. Incomplete form of GU as before. 150 kilograms of 8 parts jade, I want it within 3 days at the latest. Fang Yuan demanded strongly. Shang Clan's Immortal looked quite unsightly. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 Immortal material. Treasure Yellow Heaven usually has transactions of only up to 5 kilograms. It is difficult for my clan to bring out so many at once. He, I believe in your great clan strength. Who does not know that Shang Clan is the richest force of southern border? Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, the conditions did not change. BA Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fang Yuan urged. BA Clan's Immortal quickly responded, we have already gathered the 7 treasures water, we can trade the goods for person at the same time. Ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Good. To express my sincerity, I might as well hand over a batch first. What is this? BA Clan's GU Immortal was shocked and furious. You don't recognize it? This is the arm of your clan's GU Immortal. Fang Yuan's voice was slow and unperturbed. Fang Yuan. What is the meaning of this? HMPH. You want to take back your clan's GU Immortal with just some 7 treasures water? It won't be that easy, right? Or are you taking me for a fool? If you don't satisfy me, I will simply kill him. Oh, that's right, I will be sure to record the process of killing him and display it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Or maybe I can sell this person to Wu Clan. He, ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. BA Clan's GU Immortal almost grinded his teeth into pieces. After a good while, BA Clan GU Immortal squeezed out his words through clenched teeth. Fang Yuan, we can talk this through. Sure we can talk, that is not a problem. First, hand over the 7 treasures water to display your BA Clan sincerity. With all due respect, your clan wants to overthrow Wu Clan to become the #1 force of southern border. How could you be so petty? Wu Clan is not hesitating to pay any price for an external Supreme Elder. Meanwhile, your BA Clan's GU Immortal is your own bloodline descendant. Can you watch him die? What does your first Supreme Elder think? Can you truly be so cold and unfeeling? Fang Yuan's each word was piercing, causing the BA Clan GU Immortal to be pale and furious, but also helpless. Luo Clan, Hu Clan, Chai Clan, these were Fang Yuan's second wave of extortion targets. As for Tai Clan, Wu Clan, and others, he did not make a move on them yet. Fang Yuan mentioned all kinds of demands to these clans. He naturally encountered resistance during the extortion, but Fang Yuan had hostages in his hands, and with his location being extremely secretive, unable to be deduced, he firmly held the initiative. Southern Border's righteous path was helpless, and could only bitterly satisfy Fang Yuan's demands. Among them, Xia clan sincerity was the highest. Those 10 portions of spiral dawnlight were the first to end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Despite Xia clan's GU Immortal shouting about how difficult it had been to gather these spiral dawnlight, Fang Yuan knew how robust these super forces' foundation was. Satisfying his demands were within their capabilities, it was just that the difficulty was a little high. Spiral dawnlight, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. These immortal materials were either rank 8 materials or rank 7, but with high quantity, all these materials were successively sent to Fang Yuan. Soon, Fang Yuan had most of the required immortal materials to construct Year Essence Pool. This efficiency was truly shocking. If Fang Yuan had to gather these himself, he would need to spend at least a dozen years under the situation that he was lucky. Fang Yuan's foundation was deep, but in terms of accumulating immortal materials, he was completely unable to compare to these super forces that had thousands and even tens of thousands of years of history. Naturally, the immortal materials Fang Yuan requested were not just for constructing Year Essence Pool. Many of the immortal materials were in the preparation for immortal GU refinement. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived in front of an immortal formation. This is the last time. After this plunder, none of these southern border GU immortals will have any immortal GU left. Southern Border's righteous path had 13 super clans: Wu clan, Ba clan, Shong clan, Tai clan, Hu clan, Luo clan, Jiao clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Yi clan, Kai clan, Yang clan, and Yao clan. Fang Yuan could battle rank 8. If they could kill Fang Yuan, every clan would profit. So each clan had mobilized one of their GU immortal experts with at least rank 7 cultivation and peak battle strength. Xia clan's first supreme elder had personally set to the task of leading these experts to prevent any internal conflicts. Each of these GU immortal experts had at least 2 to 3 immortal GU, some had 4 or 5 immortal GU like Xia Cha. On average, each had 3. Fang Yuan had not finished looting, but the total amount of immortal GU he had accumulated from them already broke the count of 100. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Looking at a pure dream reality seeker physique body drag out Yang Ku from the dream realm, Fang Yuan immediately got to work. A rank 7 immortal GU was looted. Fang Yuan was immediately exalted. It was Soul Search Immortal GU. This Soul Search Immortal GU was a rank 7 GU which would be helpful to Fang Yuan in searching their souls. But this GU can only be considered icing on the cake. Even without Soul Search Immortal GU, I can use other Soul Path Immortal GU to create a Soul Search Immortal Killer Move. Just that, this process will be much more convenient with this Immortal GU. It would be better if I had gotten Devour Soul Immortal GU instead of this Soul Search. Shadow Sect had once possessed Devour Soul Immortal GU. If Fang Yuan had it at this moment, it would be much easier for him to extract these southern border GU immortal souls out of their body. His current methods required him to go through a lot of trouble for this. Yong had 3 Soul Path Immortal GU altogether. There was no Devour Soul GU among the next 2 GU, regretfully. The final person was Wu Clan's Liu Hao. This person had a method to restrain my fixed immortal travel. Let me take a good look at you. Fang Yuan repeatedly activated his killer move, finally stealing an immortal GU after a while. Fang Yuan was stunned. This immortal GU directly self-destructed the moment it was taken out of the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Cold light flickered within Fang Yuan's eyes. He continued to steal, but he could only take out remnant parts of GU worms. Be it immortal GU or mortal GU, they had self-detonated following the first immortal GU. Fang Yuan carefully distinguished these GU worms' parts, and soon discovered this was a clever refinement path method. As long as one of these GU worms left the immortal aperture, every GU would self-detonate simultaneously. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is nothing ordinary, it is absolutely at the level of long-hair ancestor. Looks like this GU immortal being recruited by Wu Clan is not simple, he is very likely to be a person of heavenly court. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the truth. There were 3 great experts of refinement path in the GU immortal history, they were all supreme grandmasters. Besides long-hair ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there were old eccentric Tian Nan from remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kong Ju from olden antiquity era. And these two were humans. Most of their true inheritances were collected by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu clan, so he was extremely clear about Wu clan's foundation. Wu clan did not have such a refinement path method. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly dark. This method was beyond his expectation, catching him off guard and causing him slight losses. At the same time, he also realized, I had intended to use Ye's flow execution formation to lure and expose Heavenly Court's arrangement in the River of Time. But I had not expected Heavenly Court to infiltrate into Southern Border's team to hunt me down. Dangerous. Based on Fairy Ziwei's methods, she would not have just sent this person, she definitely arranged more backup plans. Fortunately, I left quickly back then and did not waste time on Lu Wei Yin. Wu clan is Southern Border's #1 righteous path force, but it was actually so easily infiltrated by Heavenly Court? This is not so simple. Mostly likely, Wu Yong brought in Heavenly Court to deal with me. HMPH, he is indeed a formidable character, unafraid of this matter being exposed and violating a taboo of Southern Border's GU immortal world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts turned as he once again casted his gaze at the immortal GU carcasses in his hand. GU as before. He softly mumbled. GU as before was a concept he had envisioned before. He had thought about it because of man as before and landscape as before. When a GU worm was injured or destroyed, using GU as before could restore them to their previous state. However, although this concept sounded good, the deeper one researched into it, the more they realized how impractical it was. Mortal GU had Dao marks, immortal GU were the fragments of the Great Dao. To restore them, GU as before's might and level had to far surpass the target. This alone signified that GU as before would not be as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the tremendous difficulty in using it. But now, Fang Yuan could almost see a trace of GU as before in these GU worm carcasses. These GU worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Dao marks have been added, which when activated, would destroy them. Since refinement path was specialized in refining GU, it was naturally also proficient in destroying GU worms. Maybe these GU worm carcasses have more value to me than the stolen immortal GU. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. In the ambush before, Liu Hao had used fixed space immortal GU to restrain Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. Heavenly Court adopted such a contingency measure not just because they did not want fixed space immortal GU to land in Fang Yuan's hand. In fact, there were many methods other than fixed space immortal GU to restrain fixed immortal travel. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these GU worm carcasses to refine GU as before immortal GU. Fang Yuan carefully stored these GU worm carcasses. In this case, there was a lot to learn and research upon. Naturally, the better method was to directly refer to Heavenly Court's methods and inheritance. But this possibility was practically impossible for Fang Yuan. I have absorbed the long-haired true meaning, my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme Grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two other monumental figures equal to long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Most of these two's inheritances have definitely been pocketed by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He could clearly see the opportunity to refine GU as before, but Heavenly Court was like a heavenly moat obstructing Fang Yuan's path. Chapter 1611. Ziwei's Unease. Countless halls shined with splendor. Inside a hall, as Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, a purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. She frowned slightly, her tone was free and natural as she mumbled, "Fixed space immortal GU has self-detonated." After Fairy Ziwei grasped Star Constellation chessboard, she had become one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts of the present GU immortal world. This time, she sent Liu Hao and Jun Shenguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not have prepared for Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand? becoming wiser through learning from mistakes, because Fang Yuan had stolen fixed immortal travel from Feng Juji right under Fairy Ziwei's eyes, she was not going to commit the same mistake twice. Yuan Qiongdu Fairy Ziwei contacted this newly recruited rank 8 GU immortal. Lady Ziwei. Yuan Qiongdu immediately responded. Go refine fixed space GU. Fairy Ziwei instructed lightly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression immediately changed. It was him who had added the refinement path Dao marks on fixed space GU and the others, thus he knew the approximate situation. Fairy Ziwei's words no doubt meant that Liu Hao's situation was likely to be bad. Liu Hao and Yuan Qiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiongdu hesitated a moment before asking, Lady Ziwei, Liu Hao. He is most likely taken captive by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he was killed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei's tone was indifferent, astonishingly similar to Fang Yuan's cruel extortion of southern border righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was stunned, before quickly realizing. Fairy Ziwei's words did not mean she hated Liu Hao and wanted Liu Hao to die. Instead, if Liu Hao was taken captive, it meant that other southern border immortals were also taken captive by Fang Yuan. But if Fang Yuan killed Liu Hao, the other southern border immortals would likely not be an exception. With this, there would be a deep-seated hatred between Fang Yuan and the southern border righteous path. There would be no possibility for them to compromise or cooperate. Southern border had suffered disastrous losses in the Battle of Yitian Mountain as well as the Battle of Dream Realm. If their elite team was killed by Fang Yuan, their foundation would be truly damaged. Their overall strength would fall to the bottom among the 5 regions. When the 5 regions' chaotic war starts and regional walls disappear, Central Continent would be able to attack Southern Border first. Southern Border could be devoured by Central Continent easily, and with 2 regions, Central Continent's originally high strength would immediately surpass the remaining 3 regions, gaining a huge dominance. The situation would also change. They would not be in an awkward situation of being besieged by 4 regions. Compared to this grand situation, how significant was the sacrifice of a mere rank 7 GU immortal like Liu Hao? After realizing this, Yuan Qiongdu's shock vanished as he left. I will go refine fixed space GU. Yuan Qiongdu had already made sufficient preparations. He was a rank 8 GU immortal, and with the help of Heavenly Court's grand refinement path formation, it was practically a certain matter for him to refine fixed space immortal GU and the other GU. However, there was still uneasiness in Fairy Ziwei's heart. For Wisdom Path GU immortals, such a feeling was like a premonition. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. To other GU immortals, the rise, change, and disappearance of emotions may be their own joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. But it had a different meaning for Wisdom Path GU immortals. Did I miscalculate? What is it that is making me feel this uneasy? Fairy Ziwei's mind was heavy as she began to deduce while holding star constellation chessboard. After a good while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fang Yuan could successfully ambush them because of the crucial starting step that let him lure southern border immortals into his time path formation. This is not his own accomplishment, it is a time path formation Shadow Sect had set up long ago near the tributary of the River of Time using natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He had to use immortal materials to set up immortal formations. Only when one reaches formation path Great Grandmaster level, could they set up an immortal formation using just the natural Dao marks in the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such experts, and had long ago set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, while heavily concealing this tributary of the River of Time. Although such an immortal formation created from natural Dao marks did not need to use immortal GU, it had its disadvantages. The main disadvantage was that according to the composition and arrangement of the natural Dao marks and other specific circumstances, the time path formations that could be set up were different. When GU immortals set up this kind of immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, but also think according to the local condition. Time path Dao marks of another area would not be able to set up such extremely concealed time path formation. Thus, Fang Yuan could not replicate the terrifying success of ambushing the southern border immortals. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price along with crucial clues from Jun Shenguang to make this deduction. Without the immortal formation's confinement, even if Fang Yuan detonated pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the dream realm's expansion speed is not fast. The GU immortals could easily escape. Were he to use an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, battlefields of other paths would be the first to be corroded by the dream realm and crumble apart. So Fang Yuan's dream realm battle tactic does not possess much threat. So why am I feeling uneasy? Could it be Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei left the hall and moved towards a certain area of Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul was here. Dang Hun Mountain self-detonation had given him the opportunity to use the Soul Path Dao marks to recover and resist. But Heavenly Court had never lacked methods. When Fairy Ziwei reached this place, a grand immortal formation had already been constructed and was operating while producing a buzzing noise. This enormous immortal formation was like a huge mill that constantly destroyed the Soul Path Dao marks here. Spectral Soul, you are still thinking of putting up a resistance? A pity for you, the Soul Path Dao marks beside you are going to be completely ground down in another 3 days. Your action is only a brief dying struggle. Fairy Ziwei entered the formation and sneered at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was like a stone, giving no response. Purple light erupted in Fairy Ziwei's eyes and the star constellation chessboard in her hands also let out a dense blue light that constantly scanned the whole immortal formation as well as Spectral Soul. After inspecting a few times, she was sure there was nothing odd about Spectral Soul and that he had no concealed methods to resist. There is no issue with Spectral Soul. Looks like my unease did not come from here. Then where did it come from? Wait, could it be? Fairy Ziwei's expression suddenly changed when she left the immortal formation, as she thought of a person. She immediately set off with no hesitation, personally moving out of Heavenly Court and arriving in a certain nameless valley in central continent. The valley was lush and green, and had a waterfall. Duke Long had built a cavern beside the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and guarding Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang! If someone could make Fairy Ziwei feel unease, it was probably this great dream seed. The waterfall crashed down, roaring and creating dense fog. A dense dream realm could be seen before which young Feng Jinhuang was sitting with closed eyes on a giant rock. Her skin was white as snow, her demeanor graceful and dignified. A GU immortal whose aura was extremely constrained, with a pair of spiral dragon horns on his forehead and a well-built body, was quietly standing to the side like a giant pillar, observing Feng Jinhuang. Senior Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei quietly approached and bowed in greeting. Duke Long nodded, raising his hand slightly, signaling Fairy Ziwei to maintain silence. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a soft sound like the cry of a baby phoenix. She then lightly pointed her index finger at the dream realm and activated a killer move. Whoosh! A soft sound resonated, white light shot into the dream realm. The dream realm suddenly froze, then with a shattering noise, like the breaking of a mirror, it completely crumbled apart, scattering everywhere. I have succeeded in learning Break Dream. Feng Jinhuang raised her arms, exclaiming in joy. Duke Long nodded with a satisfied expression. Fairy Ziwei's eyes involuntarily revealed her shock. Feng Jinhuang's progress in Dream Path was far beyond her expectation. Any killer moves of old paths, even if they were of rank 9 levels, or even if they were rank 9 immortal GU houses, were like stones thrown into a sea in a dream realm, unable to do anything to the dream realm. But who could have thought Feng Jinhuang's mortal killer move, Break Dream, could actually be effective against the dream realm? Huanga, you have trained for almost a day now, go take a rest. Duke Long looked at Feng Jinhuang amiably. There was no trace of his terrifying might when he had rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul. Yes, Master. Feng Jinhuang knew Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long had things to discuss, so she obediently left. After Feng Jinhuang had gone far, and when only he and Fairy Ziwei remained, Duke Long spoke, "What is the reason for you to come here?" "It is just that I have been feeling uneasy, but cannot find the reason." Fairy Zi Wei said, truthfully. Duke Long immediately frowned. With your wisdom path attainment, a feeling of unease is a huge matter, but you cannot find its cause. Fairy Zi Wei nodded. I have deduced Fang Yuan and also checked Spectral Soul, but still could not let go of this unease, so I came here to take a look. Duke Long smiled. Since you're here, what do you think of this place? Fairy Zi Wei also smiled. I was too anxious. With Senior Duke Long's teachings, Feng Jin Huang's progress is really beyond imagination. Duke Long shook his head. I don't have any foundation in Dream Path. Huang was able to have such accomplishments all because of her own aptitude and intelligence. I am only looking after her, to prevent any accidents in her cultivation. Fairy Zi Wei's eyes brightened, praising sincerely, this child is truly the hope for Heavenly Court to unite the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded his head as light flickered in his eyes. I know where your unease is coming from. Oh? Please clear up my doubts, Lord Duke Long. My wisdom path attainment is immeasurably lower than yours, but there are only a few possible sources of unease after all. Since it is not Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Jin Huang, then that only leaves Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Zi Wei's eyes immediately brightened. You are talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance. 3 Demon Venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal GU. Even outsiders could realize the unresigned nature of Red Lotus, possibly, through the true inheritance left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He wanted the inheritor to completely destroy Fate Immortal GU. How is the progress in searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. Fairy Zi Wei said, present and past Pavilion has been in the River of Time all along. As long as Fang Yuan enters, we will definitely know. Eternal Yacht is almost completed and will enter the River of Time after a few days to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance together with present and past Pavilion. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever. With these for Time Path Immortal GU houses, no matter how much Fang Yuan has grown, he will completely fail in front of this impassable barrier. Chapter 1612. Successfully constructing the Year Essence Pool. In Fang Yuan's surroundings, Ying Wuxie and the rest were already prepared and ready. Let's start. Fang Yuan said. Auras of GU worms suddenly rose from his body as his immortal essence expended rapidly. The rank 8 immortal material spiral dawnlight suddenly exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Ying Wuxie and the rest set to work, confining this spiral dawnlight and not letting it spread farther. Spiral dawnlight was extremely stretchable, it expanded over the surroundings. Although its luster was no longer as transparent as a water wave, Fang Yuan could still feel the slight wind from the spirals at the central area. Fang Yuan saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation, and took out the second portion of spiral dawnlight, using it similarly. Lumps of spiral dawnlight erupted, dyeing the surrounding 100 li with illusory shadows that constantly flickered. At this time, Fang Yuan took out 7 treasures water. This water was a plain grey color. All kinds of solid bumps that were like gold, silver, pearls, gems, jades, and agates formed naturally in the water. But the moment these solid bumps were extracted from the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and splash down. The Time Path clone lifted a portion of 7 treasures water above his head. The Time Path clone could only act as support in this next step. Fang Yuan's main body had to take the primary role. The reason being that Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was only rank 6, thus unable to bear this responsibility. The divine sense of Fang Yuan's main body had already covered this place, and could immediately sense if there was anything wrong. At this moment, Fang Yuan activated his methods, immortal essence expending rapidly. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water quickly started burbling and boiling, with countless bubbles rising up to the surface. The solid bumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering hot sun, they melted rapidly at a visible rate. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand, and soon, all those solid bumps disappeared. After purifying the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot into the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water quickly turned into an ice block. cold air spread out from it, rapidly engulfing Fang Yuan's time path clone before spreading to the surroundings, covering 100 li precisely. When Ying Wuxia and the rest saw this, they quickly threw the 8 parts jade in their hands into the dense fog. Everything progressed smoothly? Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a rumbling sound resonated within this area as an enormous 100 li long pool formed completely. This is my rank 8 year essence pool. Because of sufficient preparation and the advantage of his luck, Fang Yuan successfully constructed this year essence pool on his first try. Fang Yuan carefully examined it repeatedly and confirmed there were no flaws before he activated time path methods to draw in a tributary of the River of Time. In every Immortal Aperture world, as long as time passes inside, there would definitely be a tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was usually invisible, it could only be targeted using special time path methods. Bubble? The tributary of the River of Time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much wider and rapid than in ordinary Immortal Apertures. The tributary poured into Year Essence Pool smoothly and flowed out from the other end of the Year Essence Pool. However, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out was thin as a brook, no longer torrential as before. The water surface of the Year Essence Pool started to rise slowly. In the following period of time, the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow would continue to slow down. The tributary of the River of Time that flowed out would be restored to its previous state when the Year Essence Pool was completely filled. The flow of time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture would also be restored subsequently. The Year Essence Pool was successfully constructed, Fang Yuan's time path clone and Shadow Sect's immortals were exhausted. They had been pouring all their energy and concentration into this task, without any rest for several days. They had also expended a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was still staying to observe it while the others left to rest. Fang Yuan's time path methods gradually lost their effects, the Year Essence Pool and the tributary of the River of Time also became increasingly dimmer till they completely disappeared after a while, deeply concealed inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Year Essence Pool was rather special, it had integrated with the tributary of the River of Time, thus it was also concealed. It was not just a resource point, but also had the effect of a dam. For instance, draining the Year Essence Pool's water or accumulating water in it could cause a change in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time. Although Fang Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years and so on, these moves expended immortal essence and every time they were used, they would have no more influence on the tributary of the River of Time for a set interval of time. But with the Year Essence Pool, this became much easier. Many GU immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct this kind of essence pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's rate of time. Naturally, they mainly constructed rank 6 or rank 7 year essence pools, and not a rank 8 year essence pool like Fang Yuan. The cost of a rank 8 year essence pool was enormous, requiring huge investments, and also required formation path methods. It was essentially an immortal GU formation. It was fortunate that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, and could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up immortal formations. Year beasts began to howl in joy. The water level of the Year Essence Pool was still low, only a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and dived in. They were born in the River of Time, growing and also dying in it. The most suitable environment for them was also the River of Time. And the Year Essence Pool imitated the environment of the River of Time. It was no wonder these year beasts were joyous. Following the continuous pouring of the tributary of the River of Time, the Year Essence Pool was slowly expanding. Be it Spiral Dawnlight, 7 Treasures Water, or 8 parts Jade, they all had excellent stretchability and were also merged into one, so they would not self-disintegrate. When the Year Essence Pool gets completely filled, this rank 8 year essence pool would expand to a terrifying 10,000 li length. What was even more amazing was that it was concealed deeply and was like an illusion, not occupying any space in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Year Essence Pool was like an independent small world where Fang Yuan could build a food chain. It had no relation to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the Year Essence Pool could restrain year beasts, making them move around only in the Essence Pool and not escape outside. With this characteristic, Fang Yuan could accommodate even more year beasts, and those year beasts could be completely wild, like wild immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts currently. If any of these immemorial year beasts were killed in battles, Fang Yuan was unable to replenish them. But if the year essence pool had other wild immemorial year beasts, the moment Fang Yuan lost 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts, he could temporarily enslave the wild immemorial year beasts to replenish his troops. This would be extremely helpful in his plan in the River of Time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries were completely healed. It is time to separate these GU immortal souls and bodies, then soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan did not stop extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. However, he met with strong resistance this time. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had united to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool's cost was too high. Fang Yuan's previous extortions had already made these forces bleed. Fang Yuan kept on asking Southern Border's Righteous Path to show their sincerity, while he himself did not show any sincerity. Southern Border's Righteous Path secretly ruminated over this, deciding to unite and jointly put pressure on Fang Yuan to force him to give in. Several days later. If you don't show your sincerity, our Southern Border's Righteous Path will not give you any more resources. A Shang clan GU Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path to negotiate with Fang Yuan. His words quickly shifted. All our clans of Southern Border have already shown our sincerity, now it is your turn to show us yours. Only then can we discuss further, otherwise, even if you kill those GU Immortals, we won't compromise. Fang Yuan sneered, what sincerity do you want from me? Release a portion of the hostages. The Shang clan GU Immortal quickly responded, we won't make excessive demands of asking for the hostages immediately, we can move step by step, for instance, Immortal GU. You don't need many of the Immortal GU, you can first return these Immortal GU to us, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's Righteous Path were not idiots. If they asked Fang Yuan to release a portion of the hostages, then the Righteous Path clans who got back their immortals might not put much effort in the next negotiations. So they would rather start bargaining with Fang Yuan starting from Immortal GU, then Immortal Aperture Resources, GU Immortal Physical Bodies, finally the GU Immortal Souls. Like this, Southern Border's Righteous Path could unite, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1613. Threatening the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Immortal GU were unique. They were the only one of their kind in the world. Fang Yuan possessing them meant others could not have them, thus their value was inestimable. Even though Fang Yuan had once sold Immortal GU to purchase a huge amount of eagle beasts, he was in fatal danger at that time and had no choice but to do so. Fang Yuan possessed countless killer moves and Immortal GU recipes, he could make use of almost all Immortal GU. The problem was the feeding burden. Fang Yuan had basically solved this issue for his Immortal GU. But now, there was an addition of a large number of Immortal GU, however, the feeding resources for these Immortal GU were almost all in the bodies of their respective GU Immortals. These GU Immortal experts were trump cards of their respective clans and had deep foundation, how could they not be able to feed their own GU worms? It was because they could provide the food for their Immortal GU by themselves that their battle strength was stable, they enjoyed unlimited glory. Currently, Fang Yuan indeed could not use a lot of the Immortal GU, but what about the future? The future was uncertain. In the Battle of Yiqian Mountain, Fang Yuan could turn around the situation not only because of the guidance of star constellation Heaven's will, the crucial key was that he possessed Chained Soul Immortal GU. Without this unassuming rank 7 Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would have already died. Shadow Sect would have succeeded in defying Heaven. The difference in having the Immortal GU and not having it was as different as Heaven and Earth. Who could say if, in the future, one of these Immortal GU might be able to help Fang Yuan turn around the situation like Chained Soul Immortal GU? Not to mention that if Fang Yuan sold these Immortal GU, someone might make an unimaginable comeback like Fang Yuan back in the Battle of Yiqian Mountain. Fang Yuan refused the proposal of transacting Immortal GU without hesitation. Shang clan's GU Immortal was not angry, then how about exchanging GU? This new proposal interested Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path wanted to recover their losses as much as possible. Everyone knew Fang Yuan's viciousness and that he could very easily kill the hostages, so they were prepared for the worst. Those immortal GU on the captives had enormous value to the respective clans. This was because they knew the usage methods. A lot of the immortal GU had even been taken away from the clan storage. The clan also had respective killer moves. Many killer moves were even their trump card methods, which would be difficult to use without the corresponding immortal GU. As such, Southern Border's righteous path forces were willing to give up some immortal GU in their storage, as these immortal GU did not have too high of a value to them. It was more worthwhile for them to use these immortal GU to exchange for the immortal GU in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was profitable to both sides, and was also very beneficial to him. The immortal GU that the Southern Border clans could not use and were of less value to them could be of great importance to Fang Yuan. You have my interest. But what GU worms can your clans bring out? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's GU Immortal had already prepared for this, immediately sending a list to Fang Yuan through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Who knew that after Fang Yuan received the list, he said, I need to look at this list properly. I also have lists here that I will send to your respective clans. Fang Yuan, I have already said it, unless you display your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path won't be extorted by you anymore. The Shang clan GU Immortal's tone immediately changed. Fang Yuan smiled. Your Southern Border righteous path wants to exchange immortal GU, sure. But my condition is that you will have to first send the immortal materials in my list to me. Only then will you have the qualifications to make an exchange. Fang Yuan, don't go too overboard. If you act like this, we won't continue our discussion. He. Fang Yuan laughed. The Shang clan GU Immortal that I currently have captured is Shang Hu Zhong, right? What do you think will happen if I sell him to Fu Shengxian? Shang clan GU Immortal was immediately stumped. Fu Shengxian was a rank 7 demonic path GU Immortal of Southern Border who had a deep-seated hatred with Shang Hu Zhong. More than once, he had proclaimed that were Shang Hu Zhong to end up in his hands, he was going to flay the latter's skin and tear the tendons before crushing his bones into ash. I believe Fu Shengxian will definitely be very interested in buying Shang Hu Zhong. Fang Yuan said in a leisurely tone. Fang Yuan, you dare! Shang clan's GU Immortal erupted in anger. Ha, what would I not dare to do? Fang Yuan retorted, I even dared to offend Heavenly Court, why would I fear your mere Shang clan? You! Shang clan's GU Immortal could not restrain his anger at Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan continued, don't overestimate yourself, you are only someone who was chosen to negotiate with me. Did you really think you could represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give another example. Luo clan's Luo Fei is also among the captives. What if I tear all her clothes and throw her into a cesspit? Or what if I throw her into a group of giant apes in heat, and use Information Path GU to record every scene, then put them for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Shang clan's GU Immortal gritted his teeth, a deep disgust flashing past his eyes. Fang Yuan, you are an infamous demon, the Reverse Flow River Lord, inheritor of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and many other inheritances. Your name is renowned throughout the world. How could you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. I am not despicable, but your attitude is not correct. You have been trying to provoke me, even trying to drive a wedge between me and other clans by saying bad words about them, like how Luo clan is cursing me and wants to plot against me. I believed your words, so I took revenge against Luo clan. Shang clan's GU Immortal was unable to say a word, his whole body trembled, his face paled and cold sweat started dripping from his forehead. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now, you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a good while, the Shang clan GU Immortal said with a tired expression, all right, you win, Fang Yuan. I will bring back your list, but I can't guarantee their response. Fang Yuan laughed, I don't need your guarantee, you also don't have the qualifications to give me a guarantee. Even if you could, I would not believe you. Go back, you can twist my words and add fuel to the fire when you relay the message to them. Oh, that's right, I need a satisfying answer within 3 days. If not, I will first sell Shang Hu Zhong to Fu Shengxian. Shang Clan's GU Immortal immediately panicked. Fang Yuan, you can't do this. I can represent Shang Clan to discuss with you right now in private. I refuse. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it. Shang Clan GU Immortal lost contact with Fang Yuan. Veins popped out his forehead and pulsed like lightning. Before the 3 days limit was reached, Southern Border's Righteous Path handed over all the materials in Fang Yuan's list. With hostages in hand, Fang Yuan held too great of an initiative. He did not need to use any methods and just needed to play some despicable tricks to destroy the tens of thousands of years of reputation that Southern Border's Righteous Path had, making them the greatest laughingstocks in the eyes of every GU Immortal. For the countless years that had passed, there were naturally cases where Righteous Path GU Immortals had fallen into the hands of the Demonic Path. But some of these Demonic Path GU Immortals were not as crazy as Fang Yuan, while most of them did not have Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path methods. Wisdom Path GU Immortals were rare. Even if Southern Border's Righteous Path forces did not have a Wisdom Path GU Immortal in their own clan, they could rely on relations to get help from a Wisdom Path great expert. But when it came to Fang Yuan himself cultivated Wisdom Path, and his Emperor Yama killer move could even defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. When he hid himself, Southern Border's Righteous Path simply could not find his location. More importantly, Fang Yuan had the battle strength to fight rank 8, his nature was cruel and he was extremely cunning. What other options did Southern Border's Righteous Path have other than to accept Fang Yuan's conditions? Naturally, this was because Fang Yuan's extortions had not yet reached the bottom line of Southern Border's Righteous Path. If it truly reached their bottom line, Southern Border's Righteous Path would absolutely not be so nice. Fang Yuan, we can talk properly now, right? The previous Shang Clan GU Immortal found Fang Yuan once again. Fang Yuan smiled. Are you truly so unpopular that you are still doing this troublesome job? The Shang Clan GU Immortal's face was gloomy. Just like Fang Yuan said, this task was harming his reputation, but what could he do? He had no choice but to show up. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's cut to the chase. We have already satisfied your condition, now? Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan interrupted. It is my turn to show sincerity. Here. What is this? Fang Yuan smiled. This is an information path mortal GU for Yi Clan. I have used some blood path methods to create it, so only Yi Clan's GU Immortals can refine it. Even if others try to refine it, it will end up in failure. Even if they use some methods to refine it, they will not receive my exact message. This? No more questions, take it back and you will know. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it, he left again. Shang Clan GU Immortal was stifled. He could only hand over this GU worm like Fang Yuan said. Yi Clan refined it, obtaining an address. They were worried this was another of Fang Yuan's traps, so they gathered the other clans and moved together. In the location, they saw GU Immortal Yi Yang. Yi Yang! This is my clan's Yi Yang. Oh my goodness, this scum Fang Yuan actually released a hostage. In an instant, Southern Border's Immortals were surprised and joyous, while also being unable to believe this. Wait a moment, don't get happy so soon. There might be an issue with this Yi Yang. Without needing the reminder of other clans, Yi Clan had already begun carrying out a comprehensive inspection. The final result was this was indeed Yi Yang and not Fang Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yi Yang, but just his body. Yi Yang's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan's action made Southern Border's GU Immortals see hope of redeeming the captives. In the next meeting, Fang Yuan directly admitted, I released Yi Yang's body so I can obtain even more benefits. Who is to say that I can't imprison the rest of you in the future, so I can't damage my reputation, right? Don't worry, as long as you can pay the price, I will release all the captives. This scum Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path did not know how they should respond. The Immortals felt mixed feelings. They were happy at seeing hopes of redeeming the hostages, but felt disgust, anger, hatred, and helplessness towards Fang Yuan, including a trace of unease and fear. Fang Yuan could appear and disappear unpredictably. He had the ability to imprison lone righteous path GU Immortals. As long as he succeeded, he could escape to an enormous distance once, and Southern Border's righteous path would have no way to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fang Yuan. Even rank 8 GU Immortals were feeling vigilant. Even they did not feel safe against Fang Yuan. Sheer CHA was the best example after all. Chapter 16-14. Soul Search. Although this frankness caused Southern Border's righteous path to feel even more hatred towards Fang Yuan, they chose to believe in Fang Yuan's sincerity. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity. Because losing a GU Immortal would be an even greater loss to them. It would not matter much if it were rank 6 GU Immortals with ordinary abilities. The thing was, the captives were rank 7 experts, trump cards of their respective clans. Sheer Clan Sheer CHA was even its first Supreme Elder. Losing such experts would greatly affect the whole clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Ju GE, its resource points had immediately been coveted by the surrounding ancient sects, and they were under huge pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Their relations were much closer than Southern Border's righteous path, but this situation occurred even then. Were the Southern Border righteous path forces to end up in such a situation, their state would no doubt be worse. So be it if every Southern Border righteous path clan lost these GU Immortals. What made them secretly worried was Fang Yuan killing some and releasing some. Earth veins were stirring, all kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal GU appeared endlessly. It had already caused every Southern Border force to fight each other. They were almost at the point of killing for these resources. There were many individual forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They were already filled with enough conflicts, and the movement of these earth veins had further intensified these conflicts. If Fang Yuan killed some and released some, there was no doubt that the original balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of Southern Border's situation would once again be unstable. The Southern Border righteous path forces were allowing themselves to be extorted by Fang Yuan. Was it just because they were afraid of him or because they were worried about the captives? It was not as simple as that. They were also worried about themselves. Whoever Fang Yuan released or killed could change the whole of Southern Border's situation. They were indeed afraid of Fang Yuan despite them not admitting it. But they were even more wary of each other. Fang Yuan could clearly see this political tension, and thus was able to unscrupulously extort Southern Border's righteous path. The righteous path assumes dignified airs, but is absolutely not ambiguous when taking action. Northern Plains He Tribe was an excellent example. He Tribe weakened, and with the excuse of harboring a culprit of the destruction of 88 True Young building, it was immediately besieged by all the Huang Jin tribes. Compared to lone, wandering immortals like me, no matter how much we extort, we can't take away territories, and we also cannot quickly build a super force to occupy these territories. On the other hand, righteous path forces have a lot of manpower and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is even higher. Speaking of which, this is also because there are many Southern Border forces while lacking a powerful leader. If I were to do this in Central Continent, none of the 10 great ancient sects would give any attention to me. Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea are filled with many individual forces. It is just that the conflicts are the deepest in Southern Border because of the movement in earth veins in this period of time. As for Northern Plains, a trace of a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had already appeared to the world ahead of time, and was now actively uniting the whole of Northern Plains' GU Immortal world. Previously, this plan was obstructed by Heavenly Court, who knew which pawn of Heavenly Court disguised as Fang Yuan to kill Cloud Gentleman, thwarting Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains' lone immortals. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had a turning point. That was Lang Ya sect seeking refuge. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Lang Ya sect, moreover doing it with full publicity, letting the whole world know that they had taken in Lang Ya Blessed Land, giving Lang Ya Blessed Land an equal status according to the former agreement between Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Long-Hair Ancestor, also ensuring their safety. This action of promoting their recruitment of a powerful force was truly spectacular. All the GU Immortals of 5 regions were shaken. Lang Ya Blessed Land's GU Immortals were all variant humans, but Longevity Heaven could actually be so generous. That meant their treatment of human GU Immortals would definitely be even better. Longevity Heaven thus successfully turned around people's hearts, changing the mindset of the GU Immortals in the whole of Northern Plains. Their plan of recruiting lone Immortals progressed rapidly, completely different from before. Speaking of which, Lang Ya Land Spirit was able to get help from Longevity Heaven. They were truly fortunate. Longevity Heaven was actively taking action. Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent in the 5 regions' chaotic war. While Western Desert Xiao Clan and Southern Borders Kai Clan were secretly receiving Fang Yuan support. This was not all. In this period of time, Fang Yuan was constantly mentioning the threat possessed by Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven, repeatedly mentioning the problem of the killer move Starcast and Fate Immortal GU. Videos of the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Battle of the Dream Realm, the Battle of Lang Ya Sect, were all displayed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fang Yuan, constantly playing on loop, silently recounting Heavenly Court's ambitious and tyrannical way of meddling with the other 4 regions. Such action seemingly had no response. But Fang Yuan believed that there was no super force in the other 4 regions that did not detest Heavenly Court's actions. They were just temporarily restraining themselves. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Heavenly Court because they were subsects of Heavenly Court, founded by the members of Heavenly Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they descended from the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto-Heaven that represented the Righteous Path. While Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea were controlled by various super forces. They were used to abusing their powers, and none of them wanted a force to boss them around. Days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. Fang Yuan had already designed a killer move with the rank 7 Soul Search Immortal GU, taken from Yong as the core. Its efficiency was a dozen times higher than just activating the Soul Search Immortal GU. Under the effect of this killer move, all kinds of information was extracted out of every GU Immortal soul and sent to Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan saw the lifestyle of each GU Immortal clearly, their cultivation secrets and techniques, factional disputes in their respective forces, secret storages, and so on. Fang Yuan already had a good understanding of Southern Border. On one hand, there were records of it among Shadow Sect's true inheritances, while he had also learned a lot through Wu Clan's information when he had infiltrated them as Wu Yi Hai. With such a foundation, this first-hand information of many GU Immortals was added, further deepening Fang Yuan's understanding of Southern Border's situation. Even rank 8 GU Immortals like Wu Yong and Kai Chu Yu would not have such detailed understanding of Southern Border's situation. Looks like the Immortal GU list they gave me is correct, except they have concealed some information. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces wanted to exchange GU, and gave Fang Yuan their list of Immortal GU. Right now, Fang Yuan immediately understood each force's foundation by soul-searching these GU Immortals. Rank 6 or ordinary Rank 7 GU Immortals probably would not have such information, but these Rank 7 GU Immortals were experts of their forces. Strength meant authority, so every one of them was a core of their clan's higher-ups. Fang Yuan was not surprised at the clans hiding information, because he knew that the Immortal GU which were not mentioned were those that the clans were not willing to exchange with and that were very valuable to the respective clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for the Immortal GU on the list, it could be done more easily. In fact, he also wanted to exchange GU. I need to construct an Immortal GU house to be a base for me to rest and recuperate in River of Time. And, with an Immortal GU house, Shadow Sect's Immortals can also participate in the battle and lend me a hand. Fang Yuan could exchange the Immortal GU which he did not need. After all, if Southern Border's righteous path was strengthened, they would be able to resist Heavenly Court much more efficiently. Naturally, Fang Yuan would not exchange those Immortal GU which he had great use for. Immortal GU were unique, they were priceless, but even more important was the overall situation. Heavenly Court. Immortal formation rumbled loudly. Fairy Zi Wei looked at Spectral Soul while holding an iron dragonfish. Scenes of relevant memories were surging out of Spectral Soul and playing in front of Fairy Zi Wei's eyes. Fairy Zi Wei smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Heavenly Court can also produce iron, copper, silver, and gold dragonfish. We can change the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Spectral Soul, you are already done for. Danghan Mountain's detonation gave you some time to prolong your dying breath, but now, what can you rely on? Spectral Soul was condensed into a lump, silent like a dead object. Chapter 16-15. Continued progress. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. A vast force shot at Xia Cha Soul fiercely, but Xia Cha Soul suddenly shined with time path Dao marks that completely blocked Fang Yuan Soul Search Killer Move. But Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to instill immortal essence without stopping. A good while later, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a stuck steel board, a gap appeared in the time path Dao marks protecting Xia Cha Soul, allowing Fang Yuan Soul Search Killer Move to finally take effect. At the next moment, a huge amount of information was greedily absorbed by Fang Yuan. But the time path Dao marks had not admitted defeat, the surrounding Dao marks moved in to fill the gap. As time passed, this gap which Fang Yuan had made after so much effort was once again filled in with time path Dao marks. Furthermore, the defensive power of this area was even stronger than before. Fang Yuan Soul Search Killer Move thus stopped here. This Xia Cha is indeed worthy of being a rank 8 GU Immortal. She has such a robust foundation that even her soul is protected by a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 Soul Search Killer Move. This defensive method also has self-recovery and counter-attacking abilities. It is truly wonderful. After Fang Yuan stole all the Immortal GU from the Southern Border Immortal captives, he extracted their souls, separating them from their bodies. At this state, the threat of these Southern Border captives had already fallen to a negligible level. It was then the process of searching their souls that no longer had the protection of a physical body. The souls of Tai Chu Zhong, Shong Hu Zhong and others did not give much trouble to Fang Yuan, so all their memories and information were extracted by Fang Yuan. But he encountered some trouble with Yang Ku. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who primarily cultivated soul path, so he naturally had strong resistance towards soul search methods. Yang Ku still could not be considered troublesome. Even more troublesome was Liu Hao. Liu Hao's fixed space Immortal GU and other GU were tampered by Heavenly Court, so Fang Yuan was not able to obtain them. Heavenly Court naturally did not forget about his soul, putting in layers of strong defensive methods on it. But these two were still soul-searched by Fang Yuan in the end. If Danghan Mountain and Luo Po Valley were sacred lands of soul cultivation, Fang Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was no doubt the #1 soul path sacred scripture. Fang Yuan had thus learned of Liu Hao's true identity, a spy of Heavenly Court. However, Xia Cha's soul was still the most troublesome one. Her soul was filled with time path Dao marks which had formed into a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Fang Yuan's soul search was naturally a kind of attack and was harmful to Xia Cha. Fang Yuan tried all his methods, using immortal formations to suppress the soul, modifying the soul search killer move, finally reaching the limit of the soul search killer move's power so that he could search Xia Cha's soul. But this soul search was extremely difficult and did not progress smoothly. Fang Yuan often had to use a Herculean effort before he could open a tiny gap. But this gap would be covered again by time path Dao marks, not long later. Fang Yuan could only soul search in the limited duration of the gap. After this duration passed, the gap would be closed by even more time path Dao marks than before, its defense increasing further. Fortunately, the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul did not increase. An increase in time path Dao marks in the gap meant there were few Dao marks in other areas. This gave Fang Yuan even better chances for his next attack. The others' souls were already searched completely, only Xia Cha's soul remained. Fang Yuan continued to target Xia Cha's soul, while using the time path clone to go into each GU Immortal's immortal aperture by using fixed immortal travel. Because he had obtained first-hand information from soul searching, Fang Yuan was fully aware of the landscape inside these GU Immortal's immortal apertures. He could easily enter the immortal apertures by using fixed immortal travel. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was also aware of what resources these immortal apertures were hiding. In a GU Immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture was an extremely important factor. All of these southern border Immortals were experts with deep foundation. Their immortal aperture management was naturally at a superior level with all kinds of good stuff inside. But these GU Immortals would be released by Fang Yuan. Because the benefits from annexing their immortal apertures and absorbing their Dao marks were far inferior to the benefits from extorting those super forces. An increase in Dao marks brought in an increase in foundation as well as a brighter future. But no matter how beautiful the future was, it was nothing if he could not cross the present obstacle. The present obstacle was naturally Fate GU, more accurately, he had to stop Heavenly Court from restoring Fate GU. But Fang Yuan had made no progress in this. He was currently able to avoid Heavenly Court's pursuit, but Fate GU was protected in the depths of Heavenly Court. Stopping Heavenly Court from restoring it was far beyond Fang Yuan's capability. So Fang Yuan was thinking of every way possible to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. In the history of humans, 3 great demon venerables had successively attacked Heavenly Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to break Fate GU. Although he could not completely destroy it, he had indeed broken Fate GU. In the true inheritances left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there were likely to be plans targeted at destroying Fate GU. To smoothly inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance and not be destroyed by Heavenly Court in the process, Fang Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. Other paths' methods were greatly weakened and not useful when fighting in the River of Time. Year Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal GU House, as well as many other things required Fang Yuan to transact with the southern border Righteous Path. His chips were naturally these GU Immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Roar! In the sky of mini-southern border, a dark green rock dragon roared, its enormous and slender body twisting around. Then, under the effect of Fang Yuan's killer move, the rock dragon pierced into mini-southern border's ground. Loud rumbling noises resounded over the surroundings as this rock dragon pierced into the depths of the ground until even its tail disappeared underground. Fang Yuan let out a breath. The matter of drawing in the mineral vein is finally finished. This rock dragon was not the rock dragon of the Rockman tribe, but was the manifestation of a mineral vein. This mineral vein was constructed by using rank 7 immortal material Dark Inkstone. Fang Yuan had moved it over from an Earth Path Southern Border Captive's immortal aperture. As for the method to move such a large mineral vein, Spectral Soul's true inheritance naturally had it, but the immortal GU and the killer move Fang Yuan used came from that captive. The captive used to relocate outside world's Dark Inkstone mines into their immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was only imitating them. With this Dark Inkstone mineral vein, I can extract a batch every year and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This profit was not much, but it was a steady income. Because the Dark Inkstone mineral vein would expand itself by absorbing the surrounding earth chi. As long as Fang Yuan extracted limited amounts, he would have a continuous flow of Dark Inkstones. Although Dark Inkstone did not have a high price among rank 7 immortal materials, it was still a rank 7 immortal material. Its price could not be neglected. Maybe I can move in a batch of rockmen and breed them near the Dark Inkstone vein. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. This was extremely beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the quality of the mineral veins, the more helpful it would be for a rockman tribe's procreation, survival, and strengthening. What was even more amazing was that the rockmen could also nurture these mineral veins and increase their purity. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But this Dark Inkstone mineral vein was not suitable for mining yet, and moving in rockmen would only make it their new home. Fang Yuan thought for a moment before deciding to bring in some rockmen. The profits from mining the Dark Inkstone mineral vein was of no importance to him. what he was more interested in was the future benefits brought by the Rockmen and the mineral vein. Fang Yuan had not just obtained this one dark inkstone mineral vein from the southern border captives. There were dozens of mountains in mini-southern border now. Most of them were ordinary mountains, but were filled with dense earth path Dao marks. They were treasure troves. There were also some mountain ranges that reached the level of famous mountains. For instance, Interior Rain Mountain. This mountain's peak was always shrouded by a layer of dark clouds from where light rain continued to fall. The drizzling rain was not ordinary rainwater, but rank 6 immortal material interior rain. Another example was Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was red and had a squarish shape. It was like a large seal was standing upright in mini-southern border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper, mortal-level copper like chaotic sky copper, pragna copper, snow flower copper, and so on, and immortal copper like profound grey copper and ascending dragon copper. Naturally, the mortal-level copper were of the highest amount and occupied the most space, while immortal coppers only occupied a small portion and were mostly rank 6 immortal materials. The highest level of the copper was a unique rank 7 copper, the famous domination copper. With this copper present, it essentially could not support another rank 7 copper. Mountains, mineral veins, forests, as these GU immortal captives were from southern border, nearly half of the stolen resources were moved to mini-southern border. Because these resources were extremely suited to this environment. The other half of the resources were split into the other 4 mini-regions as well as the mini-9 heavens. For instance, in mini-central continent, there was now a phantom shadow flower garden and a large fertile land filled with an enormous amount of immortal farmer soil. In mini-northern plains, there was now a heaven pillar wind. This wind's appearance was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. In mini-eastern sea, there was a brand new sea area, Waveflower Sea Area. The sea area was filled with turbulent waves, where countless magical flowers were formed during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. Fang Yuan had been rather surprised when he obtained the method to nurture this resource from Yong. In mini-western desert, a dozen hibiscus trees were planted. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too large, in terms of specific value. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was only at 3 to 4%. Now, because of these resources, it has reached 8 to 9%. There are still many resources left in these southern border GU immortals' immortal apertures, and also Shia Cha's Grotto-Heaven. With all of them added, the development will definitely pass 10%. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. These resources were either on large or small scale, and a lot were large-scale resource points and economic pillars of each southern border GU immortal. Heavenly Court had already made a move in Treasure Yellow Heaven, selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish at heavily reduced price, causing a great impact to Fang Yuan's dragonfish business. But so what? These dozen newly added economic pillars would support his continued progress. Chapter 1616. Request a Fang Clan. Rumble. The ground shook violently for a moment, before the dense radiance of an Earth Path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a large formless hand molding soft mud, the surrounding terrain began to sink in while the land in the periphery began to protrude out, forming a circular valley. This sunken land was surrounded by mountains, forming an environment that was isolated from the outside. There was no vegetation in this sunken land, soil was also scarce, it was instead covered by a large amount of steel. This was White Steel Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan extorted the production method of the White Steel Extract resource point as well as corresponding construction materials from Shong Clan. White Steel Bowl Valley was a medium-sized resource point. After its construction, it would coagulate rank 7 immortal material White Steel Extract at the center of the valley. With this immortal material, Fang Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge GU by himself. Previously, when he had plundered Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find resources to feed Edge GU, but after soul-searching him, Fang Yuan realized he had intended to construct this resource point and had already discussed the price with Zheng. Fang Yuan directly extorted Zheng clan, constructing White Steel Bowl Valley without paying any price. After this task was done, Fang Yuan's time path clone immediately moved towards Danghun Mountain. A lofty and large crystal mountain, pink throughout, was emitting illusory radiance. Fang Yuan threw soul cores into Danghun Mountain. Not long later, a large amount of Guts GU was produced on the surface of the mountain. Danghun Mountain had finally recovered, looking close to its complete state. 99% restoration was already enough. Fang Yuan could not restore it completely, as Heavenly Court already knew Danghun Mountain's appearance in its complete state. Although fixed immortal travel was in Fang Yuan's hand, who could say Heavenly Court did not have an immortal killer move that could produce the effect of fixed immortal travel? From now on, I can produce a large amount of Guts GU and restart my Guts GU business once again. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. It had not been easy to reach this state. Fang Yuan had expended a massive amount of immortal essence. Danghun Mountain had been destroyed before as well, but it had been destroyed by Gruul Mud Immortal GU. It had turned into mud but still retained Soul Path Dao marks. And this time, Fang Yuan only had a small piece of Danghun Mountain. Most of the Soul Path Dao marks had been destroyed with the destruction of Danghun Mountain. Through this process of restoring Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan deeply experienced the power of the killer move Orderly Well. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had used this rank 9 immortal killer move himself. Its effect was magical and peerless. Fang Yuan could not have restored Danghun Mountain without its help. With my Guts GU business, Heavenly Court is unable to limit my income any further. But with so many resource points taken from the southern border immortals, I can continue to cultivate without relying on Guts GU business. It is better to use these Guts GU for my own soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation had previously broken into 100 million man soul level, but had greatly fallen now. Cultivating and raising his Soul Foundation once again meant Fang Yuan could enslave even more immemorial year beasts. Such a pity that my development plan for Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Ching Cho has escaped, Swan Bu Jin's identity was also exposed. I can no longer continue the plan of hunting soul beasts. However, I might be able to borrow Fang Clan's help. Fang Yuan considered it. He wanted to cultivate his soul, so he naturally needed more Guts GU, which also meant expending a lot of souls. The souls of the southern border GU immortals could not be used here, it would be a waste of their value. Soul cores were most suitable. Where could he get a large amount of soul cores? The price of soul cores had already gone up in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was especially high during this recent time. Fang Yuan knew this was Heavenly Court's doing. Fang Clan. Discussion hall, all the Supreme Elders had gathered. Everyone, have a look at this letter. At the main seat was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, with long white hair spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong. Fang Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Di Chang, third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, as well as Fang Ji, Fang Chen, Fang Lung, and Fang Yun were all present. Everyone glanced through the letter and had different expressions. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. I had already sensed that Swan Bu Jin was not a good person, but had not expected him to be Fang Yuan in disguise. Heavenly Court has exposed his identity, and is even blaming us Fang Clan for colluding with a demonic person. Right now, our clan is being ostracized by other righteous path forces. It is all because of this demon Fang Yuan. And he wants us to supply him with soul cores? He is truly dreaming. Fang Chen had married into Fang Clan. He once had a verbal dispute with Fang Yuan. He immediately showed his stance right now, not willing to associate with the demon Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path GU Immortal Fang Ji glanced at Fang Chen, saying coldly, "So Fang Chen, you want to reject Fang Yuan's request?" Fang Chen was stunned. Is our Fang Clan afraid of Fang Yuan? Right now, every large righteous path force is pressuring our Fang Clan, their reason being that we colluded with a demonic path member. If we now make a deal with Fang Yuan, they will have an even bigger excuse to isolate us. Fang Ji was silent. In the trip to Green Ghost Desert, Fang clan had beaten back Heavenly Court's rank 8 GU Immortal Chen Yi, succeeded in capturing Divine Bean Palace, and also forcibly subdued 2 rank 7 lone immortals, Old Ghost Bai Jun and Eagle Concubine, to be Fang clan's slaves. Their harvests were huge. But while they had made gains, Fang clan had also paid a considerable price. Their 3 immortal GU houses had suffered serious damage, and they still had no ways to refine Divine Bean Palace. Fang clan's strength had thus fallen greatly. Heavenly Court exposed this matter, causing Fang clan to be immediately met with difficulties from other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But were they truly going to reject Fang Yuan? This question had already been lingering in the minds of Fang clan GU immortals. Could Fang clan afford to reject him? Fang clan was being troubled by every clan. They were in a precarious situation from the enormous pressure. And they were going to offend Fang Yuan at such a crucial time? At present, who in the world did not know how vicious and crafty Fang Yuan was? He also had powerful battle strength to boot. Even Heavenly Court was without options against him. And such a person happened to be all alone in the world with no fetters of relatives and loved ones, no territories or organization. Fang clan simply had no way to bargain against him. Fang clan's GU immortals started recalling past information, how Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to move around and continuously wreck the resource points of southern borders Kai clan. If Fang clan truly refused Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan troubled them like he dealt with Kai clan, what should they do? Kai clan was a righteous path force of southern border. When they had been attacked by Fang Yuan, they did not receive support from any other clan. Fang clan's situation would be much worse than Kai clan's. Not only would Fang clan fail to receive reinforcements, they might even be pincer attacked by other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Fang clan would become the next He tribe from northern plains, their headquarters captured and their clan exterminated. Fanglong, Fang Yun, what are your opinions? Fang Dichang suddenly broke the silence. Fang Yun was stunned. They were only rank 6, they normally could only listen from the side and had no qualifications to speak on this kind of occasion. Now, he was suddenly being asked, and was caught off guard. I also don't know what we should do. After all, Fang Yuan saved my life. He is my benefactor. Moreover, haven't we made an agreement with him? It should be all right to give him soul cores as the compensation. Of course, I will listen to Lord Father. You can just deduce it. Fang Dichang's expression was slightly dark. He took a glance at his adopted son before looking towards Fanglong. Compared to the flippant Fang Yun, Fanglong had a steady nature and was well thought of by many GU immortals of Fang clan, believing him to be the future hope of Fang clan. Fanglong thought deeply before speaking. I wonder if everyone has noticed that Fang Yuan did not use the name of Xuan Bu Jin in this letter, but directly used his own name. Fang Chen snorted. It is because Heavenly Court already exposed it. It is useless for Fang Yuan to use Xuan Bu Jin's identity. He might also be thinking of threatening our clan. By using his name, he is trying to say, I am Fang Yuan. If your Fang clan does not follow my request, you shall face my, Fang Yuan's, anger and vengeance. Fanglong smiled. There is indeed this meaning. Fang Yuan is confident he can create trouble for our Fang clan. I also believe he can do this, so I think we should agree to Fang Yuan's request. What? Fang Chen's voice rose, his eyes widened as he tried to rebuke. But Fang Dichang waved his hand. Let him continue. Fang Chen did not dare to speak any more. Fanglong took a deep breath before continuing. Everyone, our clan has landed in a precarious situation and is being troubled from all around. Is it truly because we collaborated with the demon Fang Yuan? That is not the case. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Bean Palace. Once we absorb our gains properly, the top spot among Western Desert's righteous path forces will probably belong to our Fang clan. Strength represents power and authority, and even more importantly, benefits. Our clan's rise will naturally be through stepping on other clans. This is why the other great clans are not tolerating us and are jointly pressuring us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and makes a clean break with him, will the other righteous path forces let us go? That is impossible. On the contrary, we will have made enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demonic overlord takes revenge, it will probably cause endless headache to any super force. And by satisfying Fang Yuan's request, not only can we fulfill the previously set agreement, we can also improve our relationship, and even might be able to use his strength to deal with other super forces. Of course, we will send the soul cores secretly to him, and after discussing with him, we can act like we have completely broken off our relationship with him. What does it matter if we lose those rank 6 and rank 7 soul cores? They are only immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan can get past this difficulty, what immortal material would we lack in the future? The immortals fell into silence. Fang Dichang chuckled. Fang Gong laughed heartily. Good, we will do it like this then. Fang Yun, you get in touch with Fang Yuan. What? Who? Fang Yun was dazed. It was clearly Fang Lung who had analyzed and made the proposal. Why was he the one to execute it? But First Supreme Elder's command had to be obeyed. Fang Yun could only accept it. This Fang Lung has sound judgment. He sees the overall situation clearly. First and Second Elder are painstakingly nurturing him into the future successor of Fang clan. How could such a person have a stain of colluding with a demon? So Fang Yun was ordered to take the task. Fang Chen glanced at the ignorant Fang Yun with a pitying look. This pity also had sympathy. Why was Fang Yun made to do this task? That was because Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. The two biggest factions in Fang clan belong to First Supreme Elder Fang Gong and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. As for Fang Chen himself, he was extremely aware of the situation. Unfortunately, he was an outsider married into Fang clan. His talents were useless because of his status. He could only be a superficial stepping stone for Fang Lung. Chapter 16-17. Crucial Tribulation. The soul core contained all of the essence of a soul beast. After the soul beast died, its corpse would turn into smoke and scatter, leaving behind only its soul core. Soul cores condensed a large amount of soul path Dao marks. They were a top-tier GU material. Soul cores could be found in all sizes. An ordinary soul beast soul core was the size of a rice grain, and would only be the size of a chicken egg when they reached rank 6. Those of rank 7 were slightly larger, while a rank 8 immemorial soul beast soul core was as large as a horse carriage. After a round of discussion, Fang clan finally agreed to Fang Yuan's request, secretly sending him a large amount of soul cores. These soul cores were almost all rank 6 GU level, with few being rank 7 soul cores, and as for rank 8 soul core, there was not even one. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores, but he was storing them, not wanting to use them for producing Guts GU on Danghun Mountain. Rank 8 immortal materials were normally used to refine rank 8 immortal GU or to construct a large formation. Using them for producing Guts GU would be somewhat of a waste of their value. The radiance of Danghun Mountain shook as the soul cores scattered into powder, sprinkling their essence into Danghun Mountain. Within moments, Guts GU started condensing with rapid speed. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly at this scene. My soul path cultivation can get back on track again and progress swiftly. Soul path foundation was extremely important to Fang Yuan. Enslaving immemorial year beasts required it. Moreover, the deeper the soul foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Fang Yuan could enslave. Emperor Yama expended soul foundation. Whenever a wisdom path GU immortal made deductions about Fang Yuan, Emperor Yama would activate to conceal Fang Yuan while expending a portion of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Burning soul bursting luck also depended on soul foundation. There was also lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan had already studied this killer move completely. It had a chance of failure. But if Fang Yuan's soul foundation was higher than the target, the killer move's success rate would be much higher. Fang Yuan had directly used his name in the letter, abandoning Xuan Bu Jin's name. Fang clan's response was not beyond his expectations. To a super force, a lone force like Fang Yuan could not seize their territories. At most he could steal some resources. But other super forces were different. They could forcibly occupy territories and seize entire resource points by sending in their manpower. The greatest threat to Fang clan were the other righteous path forces that were glaring at it covetously. Moreover, Western Desert is somewhat special. Western Desert GU Immortals compromise a little more easily than those of the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert GU Immortals were soft, it was because of the environment. Different from other regions, Western Desert was filled with boundless deserts and oases. If an oasis was destroyed in a battle between GU masters, they would have no foundation for survival and could easily perish together. On the other hand, different oases produce different resources. GU masters would need each other's help to make up for what they lack in their cultivation. So GU masters often formed caravans and moved a long distance, which was usually quite dangerous and exhausting. Thus, there were many collaborative relationships between GU masters as well as different forces. So, since long ago, Western Desert's GU masters were molded to compromise and make concessions for the survival of both sides. Any GU Immortal had cultivated step by step from GU Master stage. This habit had sunk deep into their bones and was already a part of the nature of Western Desert GU Immortals. In his first life, Fang Yuan had roamed around Western Desert for some time and was well aware of the nature of Western Desert's people. Had Fang Yuan captured Western Desert GU Immortals, the Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have compromised quicker than Southern Border. Their attitude would also be more realistic and proper. Had Fang Yuan captured Northern Plains GU Immortals, it would be a different situation. Northern Plains GU Immortals were often valiant and unafraid of death. They might even think it was a disgrace for them to be saved. Fang Yuan would suffer a headache with those captives. In the following days, Fang Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while continuing to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path forces and soul-searching the captives. Fang Yuan's soul search target was Xia Cha. Although it was rather difficult to search her soul, he was not without any progress. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture's time was very fast. Under continuous effort over time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xia Cha's immortal killer moves were plundered by Fang Yuan. Xia Cha was worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She had developed 2 sets of killer moves involving spring, summer, autumn, and winter, these for immortal GU. Each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for battle: Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Perception, and Winter Coat. Among them, Fang Yuan had already seen Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. These 2 killer moves were extremely ferocious, fully displaying rank 8 might. Autumn Perception was an investigative killer move which greatly made up for Fang Yuan's shortcoming in the investigative aspect. Winter Coat was a defensive killer move with extraordinary effect. The second set of killer moves was used for managing the immortal aperture: Spring Plowing, Summer Hoeing, Autumn Harvest, and Winter Storage. Every move was ingenious and profound. The more terrifying part was when these 4 moves were used in unison, their might would be amplified and have extraordinary effect in managing the immortal aperture. Besides these, there were of course other moves as well, used for healing, movement, or evasive maneuvers. They were all exquisite but could not compare to these 2 sets of killer moves. In fact, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a difficult process. There was a high requirement for the ability and talents of GU Immortals. Central Continent's vicious Lightning Fiend spent a few years in closed cultivation before he was able to deduce the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was when he had Blood Deity's immortal GU recipe as reference. Under a normal situation, without any help of wisdom path methods, a GU Immortal would on average need 5 to 6 years of time to deduce and conceptualize a killer move. Choosing suitable GU worms out of myriads of GU worms was not easy. There were even countless choices in combining GU worms. Even if a killer move was conceptualized, it was useless if it did not have practical value, and also could not be used if the side effect was too severe. After completing a killer move, it still had to be tested and improved, which was even more difficult. Naturally, 5 to 6 years was not referring to a GU Immortal wholeheartedly concentrating on deducing the killer move without doing anything else. If the GU Immortal had reference materials like immortal GU recipes or inheritances of predecessors, they could further shorten this time. But the time taken was normally measured in years. Fang Yuan seemed to be easily deducing and modifying killer moves. The main reason was the light of wisdom. After all, rank 9 wisdom GU was nothing to scoff at. There was also another important reason, that was his deep attainment level in all kinds of paths. The Immortal GU and Immortal Killer moves obtained from sheer CHA greatly supplemented Fang Yuan's strength in terms of time path. He could be said to have made huge progress, like the eruption of a volcano. But Fang Yuan was facing a rather awkward issue. Spring and Summer are both Rank 8 Immortal GU, they can only be activated with Rank 8 Immortal Essence. I am only a Rank 7 GU Immortal, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them without using other methods. So I still need to advance my cultivation to Rank 8. Then, not only can I use Spring and Summer, there is also Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. Fang Yuan started deducing matters regarding his advancement to Rank 8. Several days later, his deduction was finished. Putting aside heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, Rank 7 needed to pass through 3 grand tribulations to advance to Rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get increasingly powerful. Fang Yuan was currently very close to the third and final Grand Tribulation. The threat of the Grand Tribulation was not high to him. Even if heavens will strengthen it to the greatest limits, Fang Yuan already held firm initiative with his exposing heavenly secret killer move. What Fang Yuan was worried about was not the Grand Tribulation, but a possible human calamity. To face the Grand Tribulation, he must place his immortal aperture and connect to the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, Fang Yuan's location would be directly exposed to heaven's will, while also sharply increasing the difficulty in defending against others' deductions. Heavenly Court absolutely would not let go of this opportunity, they should already have some estimations of Fang Yuan's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan underwent the tribulation in Southern Border, when Southern Border's GU Immortals learn of the information, they would rush to kill Fang Yuan even if the captives were with him. Because if they got rid of Fang Yuan, they would have no more future trouble, and looking at the long term, the benefits they could gain would be even larger. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business was already obstructed by Heavenly Court, his income falling massively. This showed Spectral Soul was unable to hold on and Heavenly Court was making a lot of progress in soul-searching him. As time passed, Heavenly Court would gain more information while Fang Yuan would be put into an increasingly passive situation as all kinds of methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance continued to lower in value. At present, Heavenly Court is my main enemy. The crucial key in the fight against Heavenly Court is Fate GU. If Heavenly Court completely restores Fate GU, I will have no more chance at victory. If I can destroy it, I will be able to continue to fight with them. And the crucial key to destroying Fate GU lies in Red Lotus' true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already deduced that it was very likely for Red Lotus' true inheritance to hold the method to destroy Fate GU. And to inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance, I will have to fight in the River of Time. Whether I can break through Heavenly Court's defense line will depend on this third Grand Tribulation. If I can pass it, I will become Rank 8, and will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. My battle strength will soar rapidly, I will have a chance at the battle in the River of Time. If I can't pass it, it will be my death. Even if I survive by chance, the opportunity and timing will be lost. After I fall by one step, I will continue to fall behind continuously. Unless Heavenly Court makes a serious slip-up, they won't give me another chance to make a comeback. Fang Yuan's mind was cool as ice, well aware of his situation. The important thing now was to plan on how to pass the third Grand Tribulation and become a Rank 8. In the following days, besides cultivating his soul-searching sheer CHA, and managing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing the new immortal killer moves as well as modifying the old killer moves. It was necessary to modify the old killer moves, especially his soul path killer moves which needed to be greatly improved. Otherwise, if the soul path killer moves were countered or restrained by Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in an extremely passive situation. As for practicing new killer moves, Fang Yuan was mainly practicing sheer CHA's methods. He was only Rank 7 currently, but Autumn GU and Winter GU were also only Rank 7, he could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. Normally, there were two main difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was the high chance of getting injured. But Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Dao marks and also had man as before, so this was not difficult to overcome. Second was the expenditure of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, immortal essence stones had to be refined into immortal essence. Fang Yuan was low on funds before, but he had a lot of businesses now, so he did not lack the capital. Chapter 16-18. Do you believe in fate? Fang Yuan entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as fair as snow, wearing a yellow robe, with arched eyebrows and a pair of beautiful eyes shrouded in mist, was looking sadly at the beautiful afterglow of the sun. Fang Yuan was a Rockman Gu immortal in this dream realm, but it was not under his control. The dream realm played by itself. The Rockman Gu immortal spoke in a low, muffled voice. I, 2G, cultivate rule path and naturally believe in fate. Fairy Ruo Li, ever since I saw you, I knew you were my fated partner. You are the person that I will pursue for love over my entire life. Fairy Ruo Li smiled slightly, her brows, however, furrowed a little. She looked at the Rockman Gu immortal standing beside her. You are right, we are fated to be an immortal couple. What? I? The Rockman Gu immortal was astonished before becoming exalted, as he shouted in disbelief, Fairy Ruo Li, have you accepted me? Fairy Ruo Li nodded her head gently. Oh heavens, oh heavens! Ha ha ha! I am not dreaming, right? Oh my heavens! 2G waved around his arms towards the sky and shouted, I finally succeeded after failing over 3,000 times. Ha ha ha! Fairy Ruo Li, from today onwards, you are my wife. Yes, you are my husband. 2G's body trembled with excitement. The trembling was so intense that rock fragments began to fall from his body. Second scene. Ruo Li was gently lying in 2G's arms, soft like a white feather. She looked at the sky where the clouds were moving across quickly. Her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes, however, were dazed. He had not shifted his gaze at all from Ruo Li's face. He mumbled, it has already been 12 years, but I still feel like everything is a dream. Oh Ruo Li, my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, tell me, I will do everything to satisfy you. Is that so? Ruo Li asked softly. Of course. 2G replied without any hesitation. Ruo Li's face showed a rare look of hesitation. After a long while, she said with some difficulty, then kill someone for me. Kill who? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, trust me, I will stake my life to kill them. 2G agreed readily and seriously. An infant who was just born. Ruo Li smiled, her smile containing bitterness. 2G was stunned, an infant. Ruo Li took a deep breath. Do you believe in fate? I cultivate rule path. I have to believe in the rules of this world. All things have their own ordained path, of which is fate. 2G replied. Ruo Li continued, then I will tell you, this baby will become a future Gu venerable, called Reckless Savage. And in the future, I will definitely die at his hands. What? 2G was shocked. Ruo Li, how many times have you checked this prophecy? Ruo Li gave a bitter smile. Only once is enough, but I checked it many times indeed. Every result was the same. Do you know why a wisdom path Gu Immortal's prophecy is so accurate? That is because fate is always fixed. I will die at Reckless Savage hands. That is my fate. 2G's mouth became dry as waves surged and ebbed in his heart. But shortly, soaring killing intent suddenly surged out of his body as he stood up. Then I shall kill him. Although this is fate. I don't believe that I, the Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, can't kill an infant. Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to fall as the third scene started. 2G was heavily injured when he appeared in front of Fairy Ruo Li. His lips shook and his expression was ashamed as well as shocked. Fairy Ruo Li smiled. I know, you encountered your fated enemy on the way there, and he just happened to have made a breakthrough. 2G was surprised. You deduced it. Fairy Ruo Li nodded. The moment you got attacked, I deduced it. 2G was dazed. He hesitated for a moment but still asked, Then, Ruo Li, since you already deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we, husband and wife, joined hands, we could have definitely killed that scumbag. Ruo Li shook her head. You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I didn't tell you my deductions, you would not have gone to kill that infant. If you didn't go to kill that infant, you would not have encountered your old enemy. Anyone who tries to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. Your injuries are the punishment now. If I had gone to help you, another obstruction would have appeared. 2G blinked his eyes several times before saying in joy, so it was like that. That's good, your decision was correct. I won't let you get injured. I would rather be torn apart than see even a hair of yours get damaged. Ruo Li gave a bitter smile as she looked at 2G. You understand the power of fate now? You don't need to try anymore. Stay with me and quietly accompany me in my final moments. I believe I will be blessed with you by my side. No. 2G's body shook as he said resolutely, absolutely not. I won't stand by and watch this happen. I won't let you die. I promise to love you and protect you with my life. But my death is fate's arrangement. Oh 2G, my husband, you said it yourself, that you believe in fate. Ruo Li said meaningfully. Then I will stop believing in it. At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but when he finally said it, he could not restrain his roar. His anger soared to the skies. Fourth scene. 2G went to look for that infant once again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared. There was a landslide, villagers ran everywhere, the infant also disappeared. 2G could only kill some mortals, but he ran into several righteous path immortals. After a huge battle, 2G killed a few of them, but he ended up becoming a major wanted criminal by the human GU immortals. Fifth scene. Several years later, the Tribulation was strange and of unsurpassed strength. 2G almost died undergoing the Tribulation. When he was lying in the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruo Li had finally deduced the specific location of that infant. I will go kill him. 2G struggled to stand up, but when he had just walked a few steps, he fell unconscious. When he woke up, he saw Fairy Ruo Li had lost lifespan, her hair had turned completely white. He sobbed, "It is all my fault, Ruo Li, you went through such painstaking efforts and finally deduced it after several years of closed cultivation, if not for my inability." Fairy Ruo Li smiled warmly, consoling, "No problem, I can deduce it again." Sixth scene. They encountered a beast tide. Seventh scene. Fairy Ruo Li's deduction failed, suffering backlash, her youth was spent and she became an old lady. She rested in 2G's embrace, smiling bitterly, "Look at what I have become, I must look pathetic, right?" 2G gently stroked her hair, his gaze still containing deep love. No matter what you look like, you will still be my beloved Fairy Ruo Li." This special dream realm continued. Fang Yuan could only observe from the start. Regardless of how 2G and Ruo Li chased, all their attempts were met with failure. One time, he captured the infant, but the baby escaped by some unexpected mishap. 3 times, he caught up to the infant, but whenever he tried to make the fatal attack, by some strange factors and coincidences, the baby was able to escape. That infant was gradually growing up, becoming a GU immortal. The situation moved firmly along the path decided by fate, finally nearing the day of Fairy Ruo Li's death. 2G became increasingly tense. He knew the most crucial time had arrived. He planned every day and cultivated bitterly, using anything that could increase his strength no matter what the risks were. On the contrary, Fairy Ruo Li had loosened up. She no longer deduced ceaselessly. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen, getting more anxious. Sometimes, she would accompany 2G, lying in his arms, then look at him warmly for a long time as if she could not savor it enough. Finally, the 8th scene. The fatal attack was blocked by 2G with his body. He even counterattacked, forcing back that great enemy. 2G was on the verge of death. He fell in Fairy Ruo Li's arms, saying joyfully, we finally won against fate. Ruo Li, my wife. I did it, I really did it, cough cough cough. He wanted to shout and cheer in joy, but he was too weak and coughed incessantly. He knew he was no doubt going to die and did not have much time. Using this final period of time, he grabbed Fairy Ruo Li's hand with difficulty, looking at her with incomparably deep love as he said in a solemn tone, "After I die, you must continue to live on, live well." Clear crystal-like tears flowed down Fairy Ruo Li's eyes, sliding down her face. She tightly embraced 2G, whispering in his ear, "Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I don't believe in fate. I had deduced fate's arrangement for me, but who would want to die? So I looked for you. Actually, our marriage was not even part of the arrangements of fate. I did not love you and only wanted to use you." 2G smiled, responding in an extremely faint voice, "I knew that, but so what? I love you. I am happy and fully willing to be used by you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be used by you. I had once believed in fate, but I don't anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already been changed. This is wonderful." 2G was no longer able to lift his heavy eyelids as they closed slowly. He no longer responded. Fairy Ruo Li wept loudly. She had never lost her composure like this before in her life. She repeatedly shook her head and sobbed, "I did not used to believe in fate, but now I do." Her whole body started to let out a pure white light that slowly entered the Rockman GU Immortal 2G's body. 2G's aura gradually began to recover from its weak state, while Fairy Ruo Li's body became increasingly frail and illusory. The Rockman GU Immortal opened his eyes once again. When he saw what was happening, he shouted in shock and panic, "No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die." Unfortunately, he did not have any strength left and was unable to stop it. Fairy Ruo Li's figure had already become illusory. She revealed a smile, saying with incomparable warmth and a trace of craftiness, "You are aware of it, my killer move cannot be stopped once it is activated. I want to say one final thing to you, the thing you wanted to hear the most. You silly rock. I love you." Once she said that, Fairy Ruo Li faded like an illusion, vanishing from the world. "No. No." 2G roared like an injured beast filled with anger and sorrow. He was powerlessness and in pain. Chapter 16-19. I do not believe. A cocoon-like lump of light, the size of a millstone, was quietly floating in front of her. The final step. Feng Jinhuang took another deep breath, suddenly pinching all her fingers. Her 10 fingers then opened like blossoming flowers, endless bright lights flickering from them, shining upon the whole stone room. Feng Jinhuang's movement was so skilled even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression. Feng Jinhuang was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such exquisite GU techniques. What Feng Jinhuang was using was a dual metal and fire path refinement technique. She had found this method to be the most suitable for her. Boom! After a while, a loud sound erupted. The cocoon, however, did not explode and was instead rapidly shrinking. The pure white cocoon's surface gradually turned into dark blue color, while the cocoon gradually turned firmer with some metallic luster. I finally succeeded after failing many times. Feng Jinhuang's eyes flashed with joy. Her mind was calm the whole time. She was already starting to display the demeanor of a refinement path great expert. The rank 5 GU worm was refined, but it still needed to be processed with proper technique. Feng Jinhuang opened her mouth, carefully breathing out wisps of cold air. As the cold air blew on it, the blue cocoon slightly trembled and let out a buzzing noise. Large amounts of hot air rose up from the cocoon, filling the whole stone room with hot fog. Using dual metal and fire path refinement techniques created such a residual effect, the temperature of the GU worm would become too high, and if it was not cooled down in time, it might not die, but it would be severely injured and difficult to use. GU refinement was an extremely deep and broad subject with countless techniques. Any GU refinement technique had its advantages and disadvantages. If an ice refinement method was used to refine this GU worm, the residual effect could not be treated with cold air. The GU had to be nourished in warm water for some time. Feng Jinhuang stopped her techniques and slowly stood up from the cushion. The rank 5 GU floated to her hand. She tested it carefully. her solemn expression bloomed like flowers as she let out a dazzling smile. She left the secret room and walked out of the cavern. The moment she opened the door, the huge rumbling noise of a waterfall, the sounds of birds, and the rustling of tree leaves entered her ears. Outside of the extremely quiet secret room, the world had once again sprouted to life. The verdant green mountains, birds singing, fragrance of the flowers, the bright sunlight, everything was tranquil and beautiful. Feng Jinhuang looked around and saw Duke Long sitting quietly on a giant rock beside a pool. The lights from the mountain delighted the birds, the shadows on the pool set the heart at ease. Master, Master, take a look! I refined this dream pillow GU. Feng Jinhuang ran over to Duke Long while holding the newly refined rank 5 GU and spoke with a dazzling smile. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes and took a glance at Dream Pillow GU. He nodded his head slightly and said in a mild voice, "Not bad, not bad." Feng Jinhuang slightly pouted, "How can it only be not bad?" "Master, you don't know how many times I failed in refining this GU worm before succeeding this once. With this Dream Pillow GU, mortal GU masters can enter dream realms if they sleep while laying their heads on it. It will be an enormous help to my spirit affinity house and the whole of Central Continent." Ever since Feng Jinhuang took Duke Long as her master, she had devoted herself to cultivating. Duke Long did not instruct her in cultivation, but taught her of the situation of the whole world and his experiences, expanding her vision and knowledge. With Duke Long's meticulous teaching, Feng Jinhuang was no longer the same as before. She now had a strategic vision and considered issues in terms of the overall view. Feng Jinhuang's Dream Pillow GU seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal GU, it could be used by most GU masters. As long as this GU was mass-produced, Central Continent's GU masters could easily enter their own dream realms and extract Dream Path GU materials from them, gaining an early advantage in the Great Era. This GU was able to raise a whole region's strategic dominance. Its significance was beyond ordinary. Duke Long, however, showed no surprise. It is only natural for you to have such accomplishments. Huanga, you are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Before Duke Long finished speaking, Feng Jinhuang interrupted with a trace of discontent. All right, you are saying this again. Are you saying that I obtained all these accomplishments only because I am the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Duke Long chuckled as he looked at Feng Jinhuang, suddenly changing the topic. Huanga, do you believe in fate? Feng Jinhuang's brows furrowed. Master, are you talking about fate GU? Duke Long nodded. Right, it is the fate GU recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, and also the fate GU that Heavenly Court is about to restore completely. The legends of Ren Zhu stated that Ren Zhu had spent enormous energy and effort to gather GU materials, even sacrificing his own 2 hands to finally refine wealth GU. He brought his son, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and daughter, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, to the Featherman's residence. But strangely, all the Feathermen had disappeared with no traces left. What's going on? Ren Zhu was puzzled. That is because I arrived here. Those Feathermen are afraid of me. All of them ran away. A black and white spider walked towards Ren Zhu leisurely. Who are you? Ren Zhu asked. The spider smiled. Human, you have walked through the road I created in the door of life and death. You still don't know who I am? I am Fate GU. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence added. Fate GU, you are not even the size of my palm. Why would those Feathermen fear you? Fate GU chuckled. Because they pursue freedom, but I, Fate, bind and restrict them. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance grumbled. So your intention was the same as us. You are really a failure, not capturing even one Featherman, while hindering us as well. Fate GU laughed loudly. Who said I failed? The Feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their escape is only on the superficial level. I have already bound them. The road towards their freedom was all arranged by me, but they think they succeeded, not knowing anything. You are also the same. Look at yourselves. Ren Zhu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence looked at their bodies. They discovered that white spider silk had stuck to their limbs and body for some unknown time. They also discovered that not just themselves, even the surrounding flowers, grass, trees, rocks, water, everything was bound by the spider silk. These spider silk gathered together to form into a spider web which spread out endlessly in the sight of Renzu and his children. This is the web that I weaved, it is called all-encompassing web. Everything in the world is bound by this web, to be arranged and controlled by me, fate. Everyone you encountered and all the things that have happened are all controlled by me. Fate Gu said. Renzu and his children felt a chill in their hearts and began to struggle fiercely. Fate Gu smiled, it is useless, you cannot escape. Fate cannot be altered. Renzu glared at Fate Gu furiously, oh Fate, why do you have to manipulate and toy with us? From what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes I encountered were all your doings. The loss of my children was also due to you. Fate Gu said calmly, human, I know you want to save your eldest son Verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a necessary fate of humans, you simply cannot save him. Moreover, you want to rely on wealth Gu to save your daughter boundless forest samsara, that is also impossible. As fate willed, a thread of spider silk bound Renzu's wealth Gu and dragged it in front of Fate Gu. Release it, that is our Gu worm. Blazing glory lightning brilliant shouted. Myriad gold wondrous essence's eyes reddened, sobbing, father sacrificed his own hands to painstakingly refine this wealth Gu. How dare you take it away? Renzu struggled fiercely, but the spider silk continued to become tighter, firmly binding them. Fate Gu laughed loudly, life and death is decreed by fate, prosperity is up to heaven. Human, you are fated to be poor and menial, tormented and humiliated till you become insane, and in the end, you will also die. Although you refined wealth Gu, you don't have the fate to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, even if you dug out gold, it will turn to copper. If you are fated to be rich, even if you pick up paper, it will turn to silk. All these things are under my control. Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence started cursing Fate Gu furiously. Fate Gu was not the least bit angry, still carefree and at leisure. Many have cursed me, but so what? Humans, no matter how you curse me, it won't change anything. Fate Gu suddenly moved the spider silk, throwing blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, completely out of Renzu's sight. My children! Renzu howled. Fate Gu said darkly, human, don't blame me, this is your fate. Not just you, loneliness is the fate of every person. Even if they are your own children, they will not accompany you for life and will eventually leave you. Every encounter is temporary, separation is normality. Renzu, however, kept on struggling, but the more he struggled, the tighter the spider silk bound him. Renzu felt an increasingly enormous pressure pushing him down to the point of suffocation. He panted heavily, he gradually lost the strength to struggle. Renzu started crying, tears rolling down his cheeks. Why does my fate have to be so pitiful? Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice emerged from the depths of Renzu's heart. The voice belonged to Self Gu, human, believe in your own strength rather than blaming your fate. Renzu stopped crying as he suddenly realized, right, although I don't have strength Gu, Self Gu has taken a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu then erupted with a dazzling light as it attempted to break the spider silk. Some spider silk was torn, but even more came to bind Renzu. My own strength is not enough. Renzu was anxious, right, Self Gu, you have also taken a bite of love Gu. If strength does not work, let us rely on love instead. Thereupon, Self Gu let out a gentle light as it attempted to break the spider silk, but this also failed. Fate Gu said, oh human, why can't you understand? Love is a type of fate. I arranged it to make Verdant great sun fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged it to make the rockman fall in love with desolate ancient moon. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so they eventually ended up dead. No. No. Renzu screamed and bawled. Fate Gu listened quietly. Renzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He mumbled powerlessly, I understand now, I know why the Feathermen pursue freedom. Fate Gu smiled. Human, you also want to pursue freedom. Renzu nodded. Yes, if I have freedom, I will no longer be bound by you. Fate Gu, but look at those feather men, even though they pursue freedom, aren't they still under my control? Renzu shook his head. My freedom is different from them. I will pursue absolute freedom. Fate Gu laughed loudly. A person's absolute freedom is insanity. Oh human, see for yourself, you are seeking freedom but you are actually moving towards insanity. I already said this earlier, you will lose your mind. That is the road I arranged for you, you cannot escape my control. No. I don't believe you. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. I don't believe your words, I will escape your control. Renzu retorted. Fei Gu's laughter became louder. Oh human, you are truly going crazy, you are already deranged. Did you forget? Your self Gu has only taken a bite of strength Gu and love Gu, so you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh human, when you think you are intelligent, it will be the sign that you are going crazy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It was Renzu's turn to laugh. I don't believe you. Oh Fate Gu, I don't believe you. I don't believe that this world has fate. Fate Gu was silent for a moment before saying, even if you don't believe it, I will still exist. Renzu rebuked, no, that is not true. When I stop believing in you, you will stop existing. I refuse to believe in fate, fate does not exist. Ha ha ha. Fate Gu shook its head, sighing, truly pitiful, oh human, you have already fallen into insanity. Renzu scratched his hair and skin, his tears and mucus mixed together, he struggled, he knelt on the ground as he rolled around. It was like how fate declared, he had become insane. Time flew by rapidly as a scene of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. Do you believe in fate? Duke Long was standing and looking at his disciple warmly. His disciple was only a youngster with a glossy forehead, handsome appearance and bright eyes. He had long black hair that reached his waist, there was a lifelike red lotus birthmark on his forehead. Duke Long continued, Red Lotus, you are the future immortal venerable, you will definitely lead us humans towards the greatest prosperity and glory. You will certainly succeed, creating your own Gu worms and techniques, you will become the pride of your parents, become invincible in the world, and your name shall be marked in history. You will join Heavenly Court, become the leader of humanity, and bring blessings to all beings, your glory will shine throughout time and space. Young Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, exposing his dazzling teeth, there does not seem to be anything bad with this. I believe in fate. Duke Long returned to reality after the slight trance. He looked at Feng Jin Huang and said solemnly, Huang, you need to understand that you are the future great dream immortal venerable who will surpass all the past venerables. You will create Dream Path and be invincible in the whole world. Your glory will shine and spread for ages, becoming the eternal symbol and support of humanity. Don't fear, don't hesitate, take each success to press forward indomitably until you reach the supreme peak of this world. Feng Jin Huang's eyes got brighter and brighter as she listened. She smiled with unparalleled beauty. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Jin Huang said, if all this is predestined by fate, then I do not believe in fate. What? Duke Long's smile froze on his face. Chapter 1620. Southern Alliance. The large formation let out buzzing noises as glaring light pierced deep into Spectral Soul's body like sharp needles. Despite him curling up and defending with all his strength, he was still hard-pressed to resist the formation's power. Fairy Z-Wei was concentrating fully on controlling the large formation while also absorbing all kinds of information extracted from Spectral Soul. Only when the formation let out breaking noises did Fairy Z-Wei stop while feeling unsatisfied. She gave a deep glance at Spectral Soul. Even if they were enemies, Fairy Z-Wei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacity. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no trace of hope, but he was still resisting to the end. He was indeed worthy of being an invincible Gu venerable. Fairy Z-Wei left without saying anything. Returning to her hall, she immediately began to concentrate on deducing. The use of star constellation chessboard pushed her deduction ability to the peak of the world. Countless thoughts emerged and faded in her mind like the flickering of countless stars. Her thoughts constantly collided with each other, even flying out of the body, turning into countless purple light specks that covered Fairy Ziwei's body before spreading to fill the whole vast hall. A long while later, the purple thoughts gradually drew in, dissipated and finally calmed. Fairy Ziwei took a deep breath, stopping her methods as she slowly opened her eyes. A layer of thin sweat had formed on her forehead, her brows were furrowed into a tight knot and she looked mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, where in the world are you going to undergo tribulation? Fairy Ziwei muttered. She had been working hard, repeatedly extracting various internal details of Shadow Sect from Spectral Soul. She was especially interested in Shadow Sect's arrangements left in the 5 regions. Because Fang Yuan had used Shadow Sect's arrangement to capture the pursuing team of Southern Border Righteous Path in one go. If Fang Yuan was to undergo tribulation, he was very likely to once again rely on these arrangements. It would make no sense for him to not borrow this help. Fairy Ziwei had been closely paying attention to Fang Yuan's cultivation progress. After the battle in Lang Wei Blessed Land, she clearly deduced Fang Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were 2 completely different levels. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the peak of the world. Once Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, he would truly become difficult to suppress, and would become an enormous obstacle for Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's final grand tribulation is the crucial point. If we can kill him here, it would be greatly beneficial to Heavenly Court and people all over the world. Fairy Ziwei was not going to let go of any chance to kill Fang Yuan, but she found this matter was extremely troubling. Because she could not tell the specific time and location of Fang Yuan's tribulation for sure. Fang Yuan possessed Emperor Yama, which had strong defensive properties, not giving her any chance to make deductions against him. Fang Yuan also had plentiful time path methods to alter the rate of time in the Immortal aperture, so it could not be estimated when he was going to undergo the final grand tribulation. Fang Yuan also had fixed immortal travel and could undergo his tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Ziwei make arrangements like this? The most she could do was rule out Black Heaven and White Heaven. Because a blessed land would absorb a slightly higher amount of earth chi when undergoing tribulation, so it was usually done in the 5 regions. Naturally, the possibility of undergoing tribulation in Black or White Heaven was small but not zero. There were several areas which were special and had abundant earth chi. But what about the 5 regions? The River of Time was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Ziwei could arrange immortal GU houses in it and guard it heavily. But when it came to the huge area of the 5 regions, even thousands of immortal GU houses would not be enough. Let alone when Heavenly Court did not have enough manpower to assign to every area of 5 regions to interfere with Fang Yuan's tribulation. Fairy Ziwei heaved a sigh. She did not have any good solutions. The plan now was to use all her strength to extract valuable clues from Spectral Soul and use them to deduce the possible locations where Fang Yuan could undergo tribulation. Meanwhile, she would actively contact the Righteous Path forces of 5 regions and release the news of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation. Heavenly Court did not have control over the other 4 regions and was only able to borrow their strength. The news that Fang Yuan was about to undergo tribulation quickly spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the Righteous Path clans and sects, even demonic and lone immortals heard about it. Currently, Fang Yuan was already renowned throughout the 5 regions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his battle accomplishments were so amazing that he was already recognized as the #1 person below rank 8. The GU Immortal world acknowledged that even Feng Juji was inferior to him. He was the strongest new star of the demonic path in the last 100 years. His growth was so shockingly fast that when the GU Immortal world reacted, he had already become a demonic path overlord. So the news of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly created a heated discussion in the GU Immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon passes the final grand tribulation, he will become a rank 8 GU Immortal. How can we ignore this? Demons are rising while the righteous path is weakening. What else can we do? This person is extraordinary, he possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada, is someone who has been reborn, and also has obtained the inheritances of multiple venerables. A grand tribulation cannot stop him. I have a different opinion. As the saying goes, one who commits many injustices is doomed to failure. This demon is too arrogant. He wants to undergo tribulation, but he has to first see if Heavenly Court or the entire world's righteous path are allowing it or not. Some were optimistic about Fang Yuan while some were pessimistic. But one point was clear, the absolute majority of the GU Immortals did not want to see Fang Yuan succeed in his tribulation. This demon brought chaos to the world when he was just rank 6 and even more disaster when he is rank 7. Would he topple the world if he advances to rank 8? I don't care if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, my Tai clan will not allow it. While the GU Immortal world was in fervent discussions, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were also actively holding meetings or frequently contacting each other to discuss about how to deal with Fang Yuan. Despite there still being hostages in Fang Yuan's hands, if they were able to take this chance to eradicate this disaster, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces would be more than happy. The reason was simple: benefits. Ignoring Fang Yuan and letting him grow stronger meant he would increasingly become a bigger threat and shroud over Southern Border's Righteous Path, like a dark cloud. There might even be a day where one of them might face a calamity under his hands. More importantly, Fang Yuan had an extremely huge amount of Immortal GU recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was simply a moving treasure trove. They might be able to obtain enormous benefits by killing him. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a fragment of his soul remains, these Righteous Path forces could soul search and might obtain some venerables incomplete inheritance. Just this alone was enough for these Righteous Path forces to go after him like a flock of cranes. Yong said in a heavy voice, "The headquarters of Shadow Sect are in Southern Border. There are bound to be many arrangements put in place here." Previously, Fang Yuan used one of the arrangements to capture many immortals. There is a high probability of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation in Southern Border. Prior to saying this, Yong had secretly received information from Fairy Ziwei and knew of several arrangements Shadow Sect had put in Southern Border. Yong was fully aware Fairy Ziwei was making use of him to deal with Fang Yuan. But Yong was willing to be used. Because Fang Yuan had heavily toyed with him by disguising as Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan being alive was the greatest disgrace to the whole of Wu clan and him, Yong. Lord Yong's analysis is sound. Qiao Clan GU Immortal immediately added, Fang Yuan captured GU Immortals from every clan. He is also an inheritor of Shadow Sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has powerful soul path methods. After soul searching the captives, he will be clear of the situation of our Southern Border Righteous Path. Moreover, our Southern Border has been through all kinds of large changes in these recent years, be they lone or demonic immortals. They have all suffered severe losses, especially our Righteous Path. If that demon undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least obstruction. Even if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, how can we keep a lookout? Southern Border is so large, he could very well undergo tribulation in some corner. How would we know? A GU Immortal asked. We can know it by investigating. Xia Clan GU Immortal replied, once he places his immortal aperture and connects to the world, he has to maintain this state till he finishes the tribulation. He will no longer be hidden in this period of time, and we will be able to trace him. Even without others' help, our Xia Clan's Wisdom Path GU Immortals will be able to deduce his specific location with the help of our formation. Of course, if there are many Wisdom Path GU Immortals helping us, we will have even more certainty in deducing Fang Yuan's location, and also much more quickly. Another Xia Clan GU Immortal continued, the true difficulty is not in deducing his location but how we can reach there in time. There is also a premise here that we must have gathered a considerable number of GU Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan. Southern Border's GU Immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, the Southern Border Righteous Path forces were numerous and divided, no one submitting to others. And to eliminate Fang Yuan, these Southern Border forces had to work with full cooperation and unity. This could be considered an unprecedented event. Fang Yuan was currently able to fight rank 8, but he was one person in the end. Any single super clan of the Righteous Path could make sure Fang Yuan had more trouble than he could handle during the Tribulation, causing him to fail his Tribulation and even die. Because these Righteous Path forces either possessed rank 8 GU Immortal or had Immortal GU houses that could fight rank 8. Most of them had managed their territories and resources for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, so they had incomparably robust foundation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had developed for a considerably shorter time. But was it possible for one super clan to use all their strength against Fang Yuan? Impossible. This was a jungle. Every Righteous Path clan was a fierce beast who ruled over a territory. If this fierce beast left its territory to attack another fierce beast, even if the latter was not fully developed, it would still have claws and fangs. This risk was too large. Even if it killed the other, the fierce beast could very likely be injured, and if its injuries were too severe, other fierce beasts would be attracted to invade. Of course, the invasion would be under the cover of justice. They would find all sorts of excuses. With so many conflicts between southern border Righteous Path forces over the years, would they be worried about not finding an excuse? Even if they really had no excuse, they could offer to help. For instance, take the initiative to help for the prosperity of southern border. Look at how passionate I am to help you. Do you dare to refuse? Do you have the strength to refuse? So, the true difficulty in dealing with Fang Yuan did not lie in Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan strong? Indeed, being able to fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation was extremely rare even in history. But what if he was compared to a super force? Fang Yuan was not strong, he could not compare to a group's strength. After continuous conflicts, Fang Yuan would start bleeding. Some southern border GU Immortals could only smile bitterly because they knew the current situation was ironic. The ones binding them were themselves. They were wary of each other and kept each other in check. They divided their forces to guard their large territories to defend against each other. The silence lasted a long while, until a Thai clan GU Immortal suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way to resolve a portion of this issue. Everyone knows of the Immortal GU House Beacon Tower of my Thai clan. Southern border GU Immortals maintained their silence, but it did not last long when another voice spoke. I agree with Thai clan in building beacon towers. Everyone was shocked, because this person was none other than Wu clan's first supreme elder Wu Yong. Even that rank 6 Thai clan GU Immortal who had spoken just now was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Thai clan in building beacon tower? While everyone was still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and deep, his every word landing in the Immortals' minds like a giant rock. He said, "It is time to make a change. Have you still not realized? The wave of the Great Era is already upon us. The 5 regions' regional walls have also started to thin. If we don't start changing now, we will be submerged by this wave of the new era." The Immortals fell into silence. Another person stood up. He was BA clan's first supreme elder who had always wanted to seize the #1 position from Wu clan. He rarely spoke and thus startled everyone. My BA clan supports Wu Yong. We need to look ahead. Central continent has heavenly court, northern plains has longevity heaven. What does our southern border have? He paused for a moment before making a logical point. We have many forces, but every force is independent. We will be taken down by the other regions eventually. So I support Wu Yong and also agree to Thai clan building beacon towers. Not long after him, Kai clan's first supreme elder Kai Chu Yu expressed his support. Then, Luo clan, Hu clan, Chai clan, and so on also expressed their strong intent to unite. Southern Border's Immortals suddenly realized that this event was of an extreme importance and would be recorded in the history of Southern Border. Never had such a situation appeared where Southern Border's Righteous Path forces joined hands. This was not just a superficial proclamation, but a true close cooperation. The atmosphere was heated like never before. Waves rose in Southern Border GU Immortals' minds as they felt an excitement at participating in a historical moment. Let Fang Yuan be the first sacrificial offering to our Southern Alliance, then the other for regions. Wu Yong did not conceal his ambitions. Chapter 1621. Fang Yuan's Tribulation. In a nameless ordinary valley. Rank 6 female immortal Ba Dao gave a loud shout as auras surged out from her body. She lifted her hands like she was bearing thousands of kilograms of weight, her face quickly reddened and her body started trembling in exhaustion. Quick! Ba Dao urged. A GU immortal who was standing at the side activated a killer move. This person was a young-looking rank 6 GU immortal from Tai clan. He was Tai Yi, son of Tai Chu Zheng. Red light spheres started rising up. Suddenly with a loud sound, the spheres turned into a soaring red light pillar that shot towards the skies. But at this time, an old-looking GU immortal revealed himself. He was standing on clouds. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed this red light pillar. The red light pillar dissipated, revealing a 7-floored pagoda that looked like it was forged from bronze. A fire was quietly burning on top of the pagoda. Done! Tai Yi let out a breath of air, revealing a satisfied expression. Another beacon tower is built. So exhausting. Ba Dao breathed a sigh of relief as she sat on the ground, panting. The old-looking GU immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless GU worms gathered and went inside his sleeves. This was a small group tasked to build beacon towers. There were 3 people. Tai clan GU immortal Tai Yi was in charge of building the beacon towers. Ba Dao was supporting him, while the old GU immortal was in charge of setting up a formation to disguise the process. After all, the commotion of the beacon tower's construction was huge and could easily be known by others. There were still more than a dozen of such groups. After Southern Border's Righteous Path forces agreed to collaborate, these small groups rushed everywhere to build beacon towers. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai clan's signature immortal GU house. It is truly unbelievable for a GU house formed from mortal GU to be able to transport GU immortals. The old GU immortal sighed while gazing at the beacon tower. Tai Yi helped Ba Dao stand and replied to the old GU immortal, the true terror of beacon tower is that the higher the number of beacon towers built, the greater their overall power. To reach an immortal GU house's power, there needs to be at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, the number of beacon towers in Southern Border is already over 1,000 and can transport rank 7 GU immortals. But to transport rank 8s, we need at least 10,000 beacon towers. Many thanks for clearing my doubts. The old GU immortal expressed his thanks. Tai Yi and the old GU immortal glanced at each other and smiled. If it were before, this secret of beacon tower absolutely could not be mentioned. But because Southern Border's Righteous Path was uniting, the GU immortals' attitude towards each other was gradually changing. If we had a beacon tower near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Border Righteous Path could have mobilized our troops and saved my grandfather in time. Ba Dao mumbled in a daze while looking at the beacon tower. Ba Dao, we still have hope. Wasn't Yi clan's GU immortal released by Fang Yuan? This demon Fang Yuan just wants more cultivation resources. The old GU immortal consoled. Tai Yi did not speak. His mind was, however, in a disorder. His situation was similar to Ba Dao. His father Tai Chu Zheng had also been captured by Fang Yuan. He was of course furious and hated Fang Yuan, but he had to admit that if Fang Yuan had not captured so many Southern Border GU immortals and made Southern Border Righteous Path feel pain, would Southern Border Righteous Path forces have united so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter was able to move people's hearts much more easily. Sometimes, Tai Yi felt this situation was ironic. Beacon Tower's plan had been Tai clan's dream since long ago, but it had come to fruition because of a demonic path overlord. Naturally, there was also another important reason, the impending Great Era. But regardless, Fang Yuan's actions had played a key role. Whoosh whoosh. The beacon tower suddenly let out a strange sound, even slightly shaking for a moment. What's going on? This sight immediately attracted the old GU immortal's attention. He frowned and looked at Tai Yi. Ba Dao also casted her gaze at Tai Yi. She had participated in building many beacon towers, but had never seen this scene before. Were there some flaws in the construction of this beacon tower? Tai Yi's frown was even deeper. You don't need to worry, this scene is not because of an issue with this beacon tower, it is because one of the beacon towers spread throughout the southern border has been completely destroyed. Oh? So it was like that. The old GU Immortal slightly relaxed. Ba Dao snorted coldly. This scene was within the expectations of southern border's righteous path. Although the construction of beacon towers had obtained the approval of southern border's righteous path, southern border's GU Immortal world had demonic cultivators and lone cultivators as well. Beacon towers were under the control of Tai clan. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other southern border super forces, which had no relation to these demonic and lone cultivators. It was extremely likely for a beacon tower to be destroyed by these GU Immortals if they discovered it. Investigate who attacked, we will kill them as a warning to the others. The old GU Immortals killing intent soared. This was one of the methods, discussed by the southern border righteous path forces, to deal with such matters. However, at the next moment, beacon tower's anomaly shocked the three Immortals. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of strange sounds resounded for a while. The newly constructed beacon tower trembled non-stop like an epileptic patient. What happened? Does this mean many beacon towers are being destroyed successively? Ba Dao and the old GU Immortal once again looked at Tai Yi. This time, even Tai Yi was puzzled as he mumbled, strange, does this beacon tower really have an issue? But at the next moment, their doubt was removed. The three Immortals' expressions changed because they had received astonishing news at almost the same time. The mad destruction of beacon towers was caused by only one person. It was none other than the nefarious and unpardonable demonic path overlord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the location of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel and can move anywhere freely. It is not strange for him to be able to do this. Tai Yi's expression was gloomy. Damn it! That incompetent heavenly court, they actually let Fang Yuan steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Dao said furiously with clenched fists. The old GU Immortal was steady and cautious. We should return to our clans. Since Fang Yuan is moving about, it is not safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Dao tensed up as they thought of Fang Yuan's methods, having no intention to stay behind. At the same time, Wu Yong, Kai Chu Yu and other clan leaders were in an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan probably noticed the threat of beacon towers, so he is taking an early action to destroy them. Look, my clan's beacon tower has already made him feel unease. Tai clan's first supreme elder said. HMPH, just let him destroy. The construction of beacon towers is quite difficult and requires GU Immortals to personally do it. But they are only constructed with mortal GU, so their cost is low. We can just let him destroy them. Shang clan's first supreme elder laughed coldly, showing the aura of a wealthy force. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had slightly more understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty, we cannot look down on him. I feel like his action has another deep meaning. It is not as simple as it looks. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted other GU Immortals' attention. One of them spoke, would this be possible? Fang Yuan is going to undergo tribulation in southern border, and one of these beacon towers is extremely near to the location where he will undergo tribulation. So he took action and destroyed a large amount of them. It is reasonable. Quick, gather wisdom path GU Immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all kinds of clues. Right now, he is making a big commotion. We will definitely have more gains in our deductions. After a round of deductions, there were indeed great results. Southern Border Righteous Path obtained 3 locations which had the greatest possibility of being the areas where Fang Yuan would undergo tribulation. Quickly investigate. These 3 areas should be emphasized and guarded heavily. Similar commands were passed down. Southern Border's GU Immortal world moved with an unprecedented and united pace, all to kill their common enemy. A moment later, shocking news reached every Southern Border force. There was an unusual disturbance of heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional mountain range, and its range was extremely large. Chapter 1622. Besieging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's unbridled destruction of beacon towers caused a huge commotion. Even Heavenly Court, which had very weak influence in Southern Border, was able to detect it. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had gathered many Wisdom Path GU Immortals and deduced 3 locations, which also included the 5 regional mountain range. While in Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei deduced alone but had found out about 5 regional mountain range a step earlier. Zheng Guang immediately moved towards the 5 regional mountain range. At the same time, all kinds of relevant information about the 5 regional mountain range appeared in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was not a naturally formed mountain range, but was man-made. The person who could create such a mountain range was naturally not ordinary. He was rank 8 Restriction Path GU Immortal Dao Zhu. This person had extraordinary attainment level and was called Restriction Expert. He had done deep research regarding the 5 regional walls. He attempted to find a way to allow GU Immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. Unfortunately, even until his death, there had been no progress. But this 5 regions mountain range was left behind and became a special area in Southern Border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was beaten by Fang Yuan when she chased him into the regional wall. This battle revealed the secret of Fang Yuan receiving almost no suppression in regional walls. The regional walls can even be said to be his natural territory. Unfortunately for him, it is almost impossible to draw in heaven and earth chi in regional walls. He definitely can't undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But 5 regional mountain range is different. This area is man-made and has ample earth chi since it is in Southern Border. Heaven chi is also not scarce in it. It is also able to provide some territorial advantages for Fang Yuan. Zheng Guang was extremely fast. He had already crossed tens of thousands of li while all kinds of thoughts moved rapidly in his mind. He could already see the 5 regional mountain range on the horizon. Zheng Guang was able to so quickly rush to the scene because he had been lurking near this area. Everyone knew of the 5 regional mountain range. It was not a secret. Months ago, Fairy Ziwei had deduced some locations where Fang Yuan might undergo tribulation. 5 regional mountain range was among the top possible locations. As such, the 5 regional mountain range was one of the heavily observed locations by Heavenly Court. This time, to deal with Fang Yuan, Fairy Ziwei did not hesitate to transfer many rank 8 GU Immortals into the other 4 regions. Southern Border had 2, Zheng Guang was one of them. The other was a rank 8 GU Immortal, Wei Feng, who was rather far away but was currently rushing towards the location with all haste. Zheng Guang reached close to 5 regional mountain range and activated a killer move to hide himself before carefully moving forward. Swoosh swoosh! Endless amounts of heaven and earth chi, like giant river waves, were drawn in and gathered in the central area of the 5 regional mountain range. That area was covered in shadows and bright light. Nothing could be seen. That area was like a bottomless hole that endlessly devoured the enormous amount of heaven and earth chi. This scale, it is truly terrifying. Zheng Guang felt a chill from the sight. He quickly activated his unique investigative methods. After Fang Yuan successfully trapped and captured the group of Southern Border GU Immortals, Zheng Guang had appeared to inspect the battlefield. Right now, Zheng Guang was vigilant and did not dare to rashly move ahead even though he was a rank 8 GU Immortal, a rank higher than Fang Yuan. If by any chance, he rashly entered the 5 regional mountain range and discovered it was Fang Yuan's trap, it would be truly miserable. After Zheng Guang inspected properly, he confirmed someone was indeed undergoing tribulation. But whether it was Fang Yuan or not was unknown. Zheng Guang was extremely patient and used other methods. After a while of investigation, he confirmed an otherworldly demon was undergoing tribulation. As such, Zheng Guang was almost 100% sure this was where Fang Yuan was. He is truly undergoing tribulation here. Zheng Guang mumbled, his gaze holding some disbelief. But he quickly reacted, smiling at himself. The truth sounds fake while the lies sound real. Fang Yuan is clearly here, but I actually don't dare to believe it. Northern Plains He tribe had unique methods that could detect otherworldly demons. Heavenly Court naturally also had similar killer moves. Back when Fairy Ziwei had tried to persuade Fang Yuan to surrender, she had revealed, Heavenly Court is the heavenly court of humanity, even otherworldly demons would be accepted in it. Heavenly Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons before, but there were no clear records in history, so others were unaware. It was not strange for Heavenly Court to possess such methods. Zheng Guang was currently using this method. The probability of Fang Yuan taking such methods into consideration and deceiving us is too low. After all, even if he has reborn, this method was specially modified by Lady Zi Wei recently. I've heard that after Yuan Qiongdu joined Heavenly Court, besides being in charge of restoring Fate GU, he has also been refining Immortal GU targeted towards dealing with Fang Yuan. There were cases in history where rank 8 demonic path GU Immortals caused havoc in the world. When Heavenly Court became unable to restrain them easily, they would refine Immortal GU to deal with such demons. This kind of Immortal GU were specially meant to subdue specific demons, and as such had extraordinary effect. Fang Yuan was only rank 7 but was already thought so highly by Heavenly Court. A case like this was unprecedented even in history. There could be another reason: he is no longer able to delay the Grand Tribulation and must undergo the Tribulation. Zheng Guang's eyes flashed with sharp light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and that person was an otherworldly demon. It was clear that person was Fang Yuan. If it were someone else, who would come to this place to undergo tribulation? Adding on the scale of the heaven and earth qi, and the otherworldly demon identity, who else could it be other than Fang Yuan? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan, my Heavenly Court has finally caught you. Zheng Guang's face shined with increasing excitement. Fang Yuan had already started his tribulation and could not move casually during this time. He had become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, how could he use it? This could be said to be Fang Yuan's weakest moment. Zheng Guang's expression slowly calmed down, turning serious as a deadly and murderous aura moved around his body. If I kill Fang Yuan, I will make a world-shaking contribution. Zheng Guang's heart was set on fire. It was truly lucky that he could encounter such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Zi Wei once told me that I had abundant luck. Although it is not a match for Fang Yuan's, I won't be suppressed by his luck as long as I don't make the first move. If I stalk from behind like an oriole, waiting for Fang Yuan's luck to weaken, I have a chance to win. Zheng Guang's eyes were already burning with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only an imitation of the regional walls. Even if Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the regional wall, I, Zheng Guang, would forcibly enter and kill him. Rumble! A sonic wave suddenly erupted as an Immortal GU house charged into the 5 regional mountain range like lightning. Zheng Guang's heart immediately chilled. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. These southern border Immortals arrived really fast. Sure enough, the beacon towers helped them a lot. Even my Heavenly Court does not have such methods to gather troops so quickly. When we invade southern border in the future, we must first get rid of these beacon towers. Zheng Guang was actually somewhat happy to see these southern border righteous path forces. He wanted these people to spearhead the attack, wearing down Fang Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building rose to the sky. Yong and the southern border righteous path Immortals were looking at the whole 5 regional mountain range from within the bamboo building. Many GU Immortals felt puzzled and stunned at such a scale of heaven and earth qi. Some wisdom path GU Immortals deduced together, and soon, one of them excitedly said, "It is almost certain that Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great! Wonderful, wonderful! Fang Yuan is a heinous demon with deep sins. We will avenge our southern border righteous path's brethren by taking his head today. We are saving the world by killing this demon. We will bring blessings to the people of the world. HMPH, this Fang Yuan really thinks my southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is really undergoing tribulation in southern border. He probably thought we will be afraid because he has our members in captivity. Little could he imagine how firm our southern border righteous path is in defending our values. The southern border Immortals were full of battle intent. Xia Clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and 3rd Supreme Elder Xia Chen Yuan looked at each other with helplessness. They really wanted to save their first Supreme Elder Xia Cha, but they had no choice but to go with the flow in this atmosphere. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were already suppressing deep anger from being extorted by Fang Yuan. It was just that they were not able to find Fang Yuan's location. After calculating the benefits, they chose to be extorted to protect the hostages. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was in front of them. As long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain inheritances of multiple venerables, countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The soaring hatred and the enormous benefits made these Southern Border GU Immortals' eyes turn red. Our Southern Border Righteous Path Alliance is newly established. We need to establish a name for ourselves using an infamous demon. Fang Yuan is perfect for this. Everyone, this damned demon is undergoing tribulation. We have limited time. We will attack from all sides and make his death anniversary exactly a year from now. Under Wu Yong's command, Southern Border Righteous Path Immortals rushed out. They had a powerful group of Immortals, Kai Chu Yu, Shong Wu Jie, and other rank 8 GU Immortals, seniors with high authority like Xia Zhao and others, rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Hu Ting, Ba De, and so on. Even Junshan Guang, who was hiding inwardly, clicked his tongue. This was almost the full force of Southern Border's Righteous Path. There were probably only some minor rank 6 Immortals left to guard their headquarters. At this moment, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Heaven Chi was surging rapidly. Boundless lumps of lights condensed into dozens of giant beams of light and shot towards Fang Yuan. Earth Chi solidified, restraining Fang Yuan's movement. Fang Yuan was austere. His attention was not on the tribulation, but outside his immortal aperture. Oh wow, quite a number of people have showed up. Southern Border's Righteous Path really hates me. Of course, the wealth I possess is also extremely attractive. Besides them, there definitely have to be Heavenly Court's GU Immortals lying in ambush, but I am not able to find them for now. He had captured many Southern Border GU Immortals and soul-searched them, gaining deep understanding of Southern Border's Righteous Path, but he did not dare to have any hint of carelessness right now. Southern Border's Righteous Path had robust foundations and hidden trump cards. Especially some deeply hidden trump cards. Even the clan's first Supreme Elder might not be aware of them, let alone the captives in Fang Yuan's hands. The beacon towers are troublesome indeed. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. I destroyed so many, but it is extremely easy for them to construct more again. In my first life of 500 years, Southern Border was defeated repeatedly before they finally began constructing beacon towers on a large scale. In this life, because of me, the construction of the beacon towers has been brought forward. Those holding high positions are indeed not simple. They cannot be underestimated. Chapter 1623. 8 Ears Monkey. They activated their killer moves to move forward while maintaining defensive methods. Their immortal apertures shook constantly as they suffered backlash from their immortal killer moves. This demon chose quite a good place. Some Southern Border GU Immortals said with hatred. Even if my immortal aperture is destroyed, I will get rid of this demon. Many GU Immortals instead became filled with battle intent as their thoughts of killing Fang Yuan became even more firm. Fang Yuan was so crafty and vicious. He was audacious and arrogant, having no fear of even Heavenly Court, let alone of the other region's righteous paths. This person was only rank 7 but had ambushed Southern Border's Righteous Path Immortals and taken them captive for ransom. If he was allowed to advance to rank 8, how disastrous would that be? If Fang Yuan was a Righteous Path member, it would be fine. Righteous Path had to abide by rules. But he was of the demonic path, a lone individual. He killed or robbed others for the cultivation resources he needed. This was an irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, Fang Yuan not only had terrifying battle strength to kill and loot, he could even defend against deductions. This was too frightening. This calamity must be eradicated as early as possible. Kill. Charge in. Avenge our clansmen. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will be heavily rewarded by me, Shong Wu Jie. I, Kai Chu Yu, will personally set up an immortal formation for them. My Wu clan will open the treasury and let the person who kills Fang Yuan choose 3 immortal GU. The morale of Southern Border's GU Immortals soared crazily in front of the great rewards. They split into various groups and moved to every area of the 5 regional mountain range, creating a perimeter around the central area before charging in. Caw. A series of chicken cries was heard. A giant immemorial year chicken suddenly appeared and blocked Shang Wujie's group. Fang Yuan had naturally made arrangements, spreading immemorial year beasts in all directions to block the enemy. This immemorial year chicken charged ferociously towards the southern border GU Immortals. The accompanying rank 7 GU Immortals felt a chill in their hearts and were about to defend with all their strength when they suddenly heard Shang Wujie snort. "A little chick trying to block me!" Shang Wujie shouted, directly activating a rank 8 killer move. Boom! The immemorial year chicken was sent flying. It crashed into a mountain and fell unconscious immediately. The rank 7 GU Immortals gasped at this sight. Their gaze toward Shang Wujie had already changed. Shang Wujie might be a rank 8 GU Immortal, but he was never famous for his battle strength. I didn't imagine his offensive move to be so fierce. An immemorial year chicken is still an immemorial year beast, but was knocked unconscious by Shang Wujie without even a chance to retaliate. Ferocious, too ferocious. Shang clan is ranked among the top 5 super forces of southern border, but the strength Shang Wujie showed is too powerful. Shang Wujie's performance was extremely shocking. No matter how weak the immemorial year chicken was, it was still at rank 8 level. Who could have thought it would be get done in by just one move? Oh? He brought weak chicken GU with him. Fang Yuan was observing the situation outside while undergoing the tribulation. The immemorial year chicken's poor performance made Fang Yuan recall a famous transaction in his previous life. BA clan rank 7 GU Immortal BAG paid an enormous price to obtain rank 8 weak chicken GU from Shang clan. Because of some special method, he was actually able to use this immortal GU and increase his strength greatly, successively raising a huge storm in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Currently, GU Immortal BAG is still in closed cultivation. He is not famous and is hardly regarded by anyone. Weak chicken GU is still with Shang clan and was brought by Shang Wujie to deal with me. Shang Wujie's battle strength was not outstanding among southern borders rank 8s, but he created a great sensation with weak chicken GU. Fortunately, that immemorial year rooster was only unconscious and not killed. It could still be saved. Fang Yuan immediately sent an immemorial year snake to attack Shang Wujie's group. The two sides confronted. Shang Wujie was immediately obstructed, his previous momentum coming to an abrupt stop. Several other groups were also facing Shang Wujie's situation, and they all had rank 8 GU Immortals. Fang Yuan was clearly prioritizing defending against these rank 8 existences. These immemorial year beasts were not the match of the rank 8 GU Immortals in one-on-one combat, but they could block them for some time. Moreover, it was different in the 5 regional mountain range. The difficulty of using any immortal killer move increased greatly, and the GU Immortal would even suffer the backlash. There were also attraction and repulsion forces that constantly disturbed the GU Immortals. They not only had to concentrate on the fight, but also had to constantly pay attention to these constant attraction and repulsion forces. These attraction and repulsion forces became greater on those with higher cultivation. Rank 8 GU Immortals would face great difficulty to make any move. This was also why, under normal situations, rank 8 GU Immortals traveled through Black Heaven or White Heaven, detoring around this path. But in the end, the 5 regional mountain range was only an imitation of 5 regions' regional walls, so its obstruction towards rank 8 GU Immortals was not as powerful as the true regional walls. Even so, it still greatly restricted the actions of rank 8 GU Immortals. For a moment, even Wu Yong had to use all his strength to fight the immemorial year beast, unable to move any further. These immemorial year beasts came from the River of Time and were not born in the 5 regions, so they suffered no restrictions. As for Immortal GU House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, it was a consolidated immortal killer move and would be severely restrained in the 5 regional mountain range. Wu Yong had already stored it inside his immortal aperture and did not dare to rashly take it out. This demon scheme is truly sly. No wonder he chose this place to undergo tribulation. A GU Immortal coughed out blood and shouted. Forget us, charge in and disturb Fang Yuan's tribulation. We can't let him pass this tribulation. Kai Chuyu shouted. Fang Yuan had arranged all the immemorial year beasts, but their numbers were not as high as the southern border GU Immortals. While the immemorial year beasts were restraining the southern border Immortals, they were also being restrained at the same time. Many southern border GU Immortals passed around the immemorial year beasts and charged towards Fang Yuan. Formation, rise. Fang Yuan was not panicked. Under his command, a large immortal formation suddenly activated in the surroundings. Instantly, the southern border GU Immortals lost their 5 senses. Dense fog appeared before them, making them lose their direction. This demon had a backup plan indeed. Don't be afraid, immortal GU houses can't be used easily in the 5 regional mountain range. The same applies to immortal formations. Once enough time passes, it will collapse by itself. At that time, Fang Yuan will have to bear the backlash of the collapse. No, this is exactly that demon's plan. As long as he can hold out for this time and pass the tribulation, even if the formation collapses and he suffers backlash, he can use fixed immortal travel to escape. The southern border GU Immortals rapidly conversed with each other, immediately realizing Fang Yuan's delaying tactic. We need to break this formation as soon as possible. Do you have such methods? Not good. Kai Clan's GU Immortals are all obstructed, none of them came. Damn it, this demon did it deliberately. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a GU Immortal's laughter could be heard. Everyone's gaze was attracted towards the source. They saw a person with a large head, small body, and crafty eyes. Someone immediately asked, "Friend from Hu Clan, why are you laughing?" Hu Clan GU Immortal Xunzi Shua stopped laughing and said, "No need to be worried, everyone. I found that this formation has no space path ability. It is only confusing our senses and causing us to fail to detect the correct direction. I have a beast that can be used for this. Come out." Just as he finished speaking, a strange light shot out of Xunzi Shua's immortal aperture and landed on his shoulder, turning into a monkey. This monkey was small, covered with dense amount of silver fur. It had 8 ears, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. A GU Immortal gasped in shock. Could this be an immemorial desolate beast 8 ears monkey? Xunzi Shua laughed loudly. You are exactly right. Ear monkey was a strange and precious beast. It was an information path beast. Even ordinary mortal ear monkeys were scarce. An immortal ear monkey was even rarer. When the ear monkey has 6 ears, it is a desolate beast. 7 ears meant ancient desolate beast. And 8 ears meant an immemorial desolate beast. Instantly, the southern border Immortals' gazes towards Xunzi Shua changed. Xunzi Shua only had rank 7 cultivation. He neither had great battle strength nor was famous. Who could have thought he was actually hiding an immemorial desolate beast? He had really hidden it deeply. He might not have showed this trump card if not for this expedition to kill Fang Yuan. Monkey, monkey, where is the enemy? Xunzi Shua stroked the 8 ears monkey's small head and softly commanded. The 8 ears monkey, an immemorial desolate beast, was actually so tame that it obediently listened to Xunzi Shua's words. It immediately tilted to the side and listened for a moment, before screeching and pointing towards a direction. Everyone followed its direction, immediately making continuous breakthroughs. Suddenly, the immortal formation changed. The 8 ears monkey immediately screamed loudly. It listened once again before pointing to another direction. Fang Yuan frowned. If this went on, he would not be able to block these southern border GU Immortals even if he repeatedly changed the formation. It is actually an 8 ears monkey. Although Hu Clan has always focused on raising and enslaving monkeys, I didn't think they had such a rare divine beast. Zheng Guang's killing intent rose. Killing Fang Yuan was of great importance. Zheng Guang hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. When the southern border GU Immortals had entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had already quietly activated a killer move to conceal himself and enter. The other heavenly court GU Immortal, Wei Feng, was rapidly approaching as well. Beasts like 8 ears monkey can perceive everything in the surroundings. When central continent invades southern border, most of our concealment methods will be useless. Killing it will be greatly helpful to my heavenly court's plan. A trace of killing intent appeared in Zheng Guang's eyes when he looked at the 8 Ears monkey. The 8 Ears monkey immediately reacted, giving a sharp panicked screech. This beast is quite sensitive. Zheng Guang quickly retracted his gaze and looked ahead. Forget it, I will spare it for now. The urgent task is still Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Xunzi Shua comforted the 8 Ears monkey. Right at this time, their vision suddenly cleared up. Some GU immortals shouted, "We have broken out." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was wide open as it endlessly devoured the surging heaven and earth chi. This is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. We are close now. Their enemy was in front of them, but the southern border immortals were dazed, looking at each other. None dared to move forward. Fang Yuan's terrifying might made these rank 7 GU immortals feel uneasy. HMPH, the Southern Alliance might have been established, but can the overall situation be changed instantly? These people are still a disorderly band. Zheng Guang sneered. He continued to move ahead while concealing himself. He was trying to enter Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Once I enter Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, he will be in a passive state and will have to hold back for fear of destroying his own resources. I don't even have to fight Fang Yuan, I just need to move around while destroying his resources. Fang Yuan definitely would not be able to bear it. Even more perfect is that Fang Yuan's Grand Tribulation has yet to form. If I disturb him from the side, he will make a mistake trying to deal with everything and I might really be able to kill him. But for more assurance, I should continue to hide inside his immortal aperture, and after Fang Yuan has fought the Tribulation and Southern Border Immortals for a while, I can make a fatal move. Ha ha! I can't wait to see his expression when he realizes a powerful enemy has entered his immortal aperture. Zheng Guang possessed extremely powerful concealment methods. This was one of his specialties. Naturally, he knew there was also a possibility of him being seen through and discovered by Fang Yuan. But if he did not grasp such a great opportunity, he would miss a chance at victory. Moreover, the probability of Fang Yuan seeing through his concealment was low. What did not carry risk? Let alone when it would be a fierce battle. Zheng Guang was a high and mighty rank 8 GU immortal, but he had never lost the courage to stake his life. It was just that he had a clear understanding of when he should take the risk and when he should not. Now is the time to stake my life. Zheng Guang's eyes shined with bright light as he activated his immortal killer move. He endured the backlash and entered the sovereign immortal aperture along with heaven and earth chi. The southern border immortals had all been maintaining investigative killer moves, but none of them detected Zheng Guang. Chapter 1624. This is a trap. What is this? The enemy is in front of you and you are all hesitating. A Thai clan GU immortal shouted at the southern border immortals. Many became red with shame. They immediately came to their senses and someone yelled, "Let's charge in together. Fang Yuan is still undergoing tribulation. We will win this battle. Whoever runs away will be the biggest disgrace of southern border's righteous path." That's right, let's charge into his immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make sure this demon has huge losses. Why so pessimistic? This demon has extorted so many things. His immortal aperture definitely has wondrous and rare resources, not to mention he also has a few secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's GU immortal is still in his captivity. I wonder where he is putting the captives. I have already checked, there are no immortal formations around us. Xunzi Shua assured while stroking the 8 Ears monkey's small head. The southern border immortals immediately put their hearts at ease. Fang Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer huge losses. After this problem was removed, their morale soared, charging into the entrance of the immortal aperture one after the other. Buzz buzz buzz. But right at this moment, there was a change. Ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded throughout the battlefield, almost bursting the immortals' eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border GU immortals were caught off guard. Their vision was covered in white as they temporarily lost sight. The southern border immortals were shocked. They defended in panic while sending out countless killer moves towards the center of the light. The person inside the light was not Fang Yuan, but Zheng Guang. He was furious and shaken. This killer move of mine is Fright Light. It will activate automatically when I face fatal danger and I don't need to control it. Fright Light was activated when I tried to sneak into Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture. What's going on? Could there still be a trap? He was a rank 8 GU Immortal. He retreated rapidly while blocking the bombardment of the southern border Immortals. You have great methods, but since you have arrived, why be in a hurry to leave? Fang Yuan's leisurely laughter reached Zheng Guang's ears. Zheng Guang's mind jolted, crying out, "Oh no!" He immediately sensed a formless attraction force pulling him, trying to drag him into Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture. Immediately, Zheng Guang's doubt completely disappeared. He was certain that this was Fang Yuan's trap. Zheng Guang roared, and without regard for the backlash from the 5 regional mountain range, he crazily activated his Immortal killer moves to resist the formless attraction force. Zheng Guang used his main method to turn into a ray of strange light once again and tried to shoot out of the battlefield. But although the killer move succeeded, the strange light speed was so slow, to the point of being like a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method. Zheng Guang immediately identified it because this time path method had slowed down his time by close to 100 times. Zheng Guang was extremely shocked. I am a rank 8 GU Immortal with rank 8 Dao marks. Why am I being slowed down so much? Fang Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level. This is completely beyond the previous information. How did he achieve this? What happened? I have been struck. Time is extremely slow. It is like I am trapped in a swamp. Quickly think of some way. Like Zheng Guang, the nearby southern border Immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited. I should naturally pay such enthusiasm 100-fold in return. Fang Yuan descended on the battlefield. They saw a GU Immortal wearing a loose white robe, with black hair fluttering in the wind. His face was handsome to the point of being beautiful. A pair of deep abyss-like eyes with a gaze filled with coldness and terrifying killing intent. The GU Immortals here were all too familiar with this appearance, such that their bodies started shaking and their faces paled in fright. Someone among the GU Immortals said with a trembling voice, "Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan ignored these rank 7 GU Immortals and looked at Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang's face was red as he used all his strength to get rid of the time path restraints. He had plenty of methods and they were showing good effects under his efforts. The time path restraints on him were decreasing and his speed was subsequently increasing. Fang Yuan smiled, slowly extending his left arm. His pristine jade-like hand spread open elegantly, like the blossoming of a white lotus. Soul Path aura surged out and instantly shrunk fiercely, condensing into an illusory figure in Fang Yuan's left palm. This illusory figure looked like the real Luo Po Valley, but shrunk by countless times. Luo Po Valley's illusory figure leisurely rotated while Fang Yuan's left hand began to slowly close. Zheng Guang's mind rang madly with warning signals. An unprecedented sense of danger had shrouded his whole body and mind. His eyes opened wide, almost about to rip open from the nervousness. What is this killer move? Terrifying, too terrifying. My feeling is not wrong. I will not survive if I get hit by this move. Escape, I must escape. Zheng Guang's face turned completely red, his thin brows trembled madly as his previous grace completely disappeared. Immortal killer move, Sun Deity's Radiance. With a shout, he directly used his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light, endless light erupted. It was like a small sun had appeared in the battlefield. The scalding white light had inexhaustible might. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's time path methods crumbled apart. The southern border Immortals had just freed themselves when they were engulfed by the endless glaring sunlight. The imitation regional wall that spread over every mountain dissipated completely under the illumination of the powerful sunlight. The whole 5 regional mountain range began to shake, especially the center of the battlefield where large amounts of mountain rocks began to crumble and fall. The after effects of Sun Deity's Radiance even affected other battlefields. Southern borders groups with rank 8s, who were fighting with immemorial year beasts, were heavily disturbed by this. This is a rank 8 GU Immortal of Central Continent. HMPH, this is probably a person of Heavenly Court. The light dissipated, the scene at the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a GU Immortal cried out in shock. Wait, that Immortal aperture, that is my clansman's Immortal aperture. What? It is not Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture. Everyone was terrified. This is a trap. Zheng Guang shouted as he forcibly concentrated and retreated madly. Escaping. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared above Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang's heart shook fiercely as he stared at Fang Yuan rigidly with narrowed eyes. In that instant, he suddenly realized that rather than saying Fang Yuan was ambushing southern border GU Immortals, it was more accurate to say he was specially ambushing Heavenly Court's members like himself. So your true target was me. HMPH, you have already exposed that move, I am now already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed, can you still restrain me? A mere rank 7. I am a rank 8 GU Immortal. I also have Wei Feng rushing here now. Unless this group of southern border GU Immortals teamed up with you, do you think you can kill me? Zheng Guang breathed heavily, countless rays of light flowed around him like liquid, protecting him heavily. Sure enough, the southern border Immortals attacked at the next moment. Their target was Fang Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Kai Chuyu and Shang Wu Jie followed closely behind. They attacked Fang Yuan, disregarding the attacks of the immemorial year beasts. Following them, large numbers of southern border GU Immortal experts used their main techniques. Zheng Guang laughed heartily. Fang Yuan, you demon, you have brought your own doom by committing so many sins. You still want to kill me? Your death is certain today. Is that so? In the brink of danger, Fang Yuan was still calm, the corners of his lips even rose slightly to reveal a mocking smile. Boom! At the next moment, his rank 7 aura suddenly changed. An incomparable aura soared to the skies and shot in all directions. Everyone at the scene was greatly shocked. What? Rank 8 aura. Impossible! Fang Yuan's body paused slightly before he lightly pointed his finger. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Next, he folded his hands, his sleeves fluttered and formed a fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is? Kai Chuyu and Shang Wu Jie were dumbstruck at this scene. This is Lady Xia Cha's. Several of Xia clan's rank 7 GU Immortals cried out, an extremely bad feeling shrouded everyone's hearts. Rumble! Spring Scissors attacked Zheng Guang, immediately suppressing him, while Summer Fan, which was in Fang Yuan's hand, waved rapidly, blocking all killer moves of the southern border Immortals. At this moment, Fang Yuan's demonic aura surged as he fought the whole group alone. It was a grand spectacle. Chapter 1625. Luo Po Seal. All the GU Immortals present at the scene felt shocked at seeing Fang Yuan fight against everyone. They had come to obstruct and disturb Fang Yuan from passing his tribulation, to prevent him from becoming rank 8. But none of them had thought that when they saw him, he was already rank 8. This unexpected result caught all of them off guard. When did he advance to rank 8? Kai Chuyu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange for him to be able to use Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. The important thing is that these killer moves have been amplified by Time Path Dao marks and are able to obstruct all the attacks. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 8, how could he have gained so many Time Path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think he has likely possessed Xia Cha's body and used familiar face to deceive us and make us think he has already passed the tribulation. Shang Wu Jie forced himself to calm down and analyzed. No. First Supreme Elders Spring and Summer are both rank 8 Immortal GU and can only be activated by rank 8 Immortal Essence. Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Jiao shouted. Then. Shang Wu Jie immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contained the GU Immortals' will and had to belong to themselves. If they died, their heavenly spirit or land spirit could use their Immortal Essence. The only exception was Immortal GU houses, as Immortal Essence from any source could be used in them. But the killer moves Fang Yuan used were clearly not Immortal GU houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 with Red Date Immortal Essence, he would not be able to activate rank 8 Immortal GU Spring and Summer, even if he possessed Xia Cha's body and obtained her Immortal Essence. No use in thinking much, we will know after killing Fang Yuan. Wu Yong called out. He flew forward, the immemorial year beast behind him collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed powerful battle strength. He first killed Fang Yuan's immemorial year beast and then used all his strength to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! Wu Yong's gaze was cold as his battle intent surged wildly. Even if you have truly advanced to rank 8, you won't escape your doom today. This 5 regional mountain range, which you carefully chose, will be your graveyard. Just as he finished speaking, the whole mountain range began to tremor violently. The ground quaked, the mountains shook, and debris flew everywhere. What's happening? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong's voice traveled to everyone's ears. Don't panic, this is a backup plan I arranged. It can change the alignment of the earth vein under the 5 regional mountain range and destroy the mountain range. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if the earth vein's alignment changed? But soon, they had a pleasant surprise. As the mountain range gradually crumbled, the 5 colored lights unique to the 5 regional mountain range were also rapidly dissipating. This? Even Zheng Guang was astonished. Amazing! Without these shackles, our battle strength will recover and we will no longer be restrained. Southern Border's GU Immortals were rejoicing. Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Duxiu, he still had another card up his sleeve. Shang Wu Jie's eyes flickered with sharp lights. How can Wu clan be so familiar with 5 regional mountain range? There cannot be this level of effect just by changing the alignment of the earth vein. They also would have to know the arrangements made by Dao Zhu back then. Kai Chuyu's thoughts were fluctuating rapidly. The large formation, set up by Wu clans and Qiao clans GU Immortals in the periphery of the 5 regional mountain range, was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 regional mountain range. Qiao Sai Liu, Wu Yu Bo and some others were in charge of this formation. Wu Yu Bo chuckled coldly while looking towards the battlefield. This demon Fang Yuan wants to rely on the 5 regional mountain range. Now that we have destroyed his territorial advantage, how will he defend against our southern border righteous path's attacks? Qiao Sai Liu was silent, her expression was slightly complicated. She had once been quite close with Wu Yihai and had even believed she and he would get married. But the outcome was shocking beyond her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. She felt a chill every time she thought of how close she had been with a great demon like Fang Yuan. She did not have any feelings left for Fang Yuan, her complicated emotions were because of the 5 regional mountain range. Everyone thought Dao Yu's research of the regional walls did not succeed. But that was not quite true. Qiao clan had by chance obtained clues to Dao Yu's inheritance and had been secretly exploring the clues to excavating the inheritance. But they had not expected Wu Yong to know of this information, and under his pressure, Qiao clan had to offer their findings which were then used now. It was because of such clues that Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 regional mountain range and could make the lights of the 5 regions disappear by changing the earth vein. If it were any other who tried to change the earth vein without knowledge, unless they were extremely lucky, the lights would still exist for the most part. Oh. This is a rank 8 GU Immortal's inheritance, but it is all used up here, and with the destruction of the 5 regional mountain range, there is no hope in exploring the inheritance anymore. Qiao Sai Liu sighed. She seemed to have had many thoughts, but a very short time had passed. Zheng Guang's fright light activated as he was chased by Fang Yuan. The southern border immortals attacked Fang Yuan, but their attacks were blocked by Fang Yuan, who revealed rank 8 cultivation. Southern border immortals conversed rapidly. While Wu Yong made the first move, the 5 regional mountain range crumbled, removing Fang Yuan's terrain advantage. All these changes happened in an instant. Fang Yuan endured the southern border immortals' attacks while still chasing after Zheng Guang even when Wu Yong was nearing him. Zheng Guang had used his trump card, his aura had already fallen to an extreme point. His Sun Deity's Radiant Killer move was extremely powerful, but it not only expended a huge amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently decreased his light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt damage to the enemy as well as to himself. Moreover, he had activated it inside the 5 regional mountain range and had already suffered a powerful backlash. Although he managed to escape for the moment, he was seriously injured. But now, the lights of the 5 regions were rapidly weakening. Zheng Guang felt like a huge load was removed from his back. He felt more at ease in his movements as his greatest concern was removed. Looking at Wu Yong rushing towards Fang Yuan, a thought appeared in Zheng Guang's mind: should I cooperate with the southern border GU Immortals to kill Fang Yuan? This thought had just emerged when it was immediately rejected by Zheng Guang. Continue to escape. The current situation was extremely complex. He was not a southern border GU Immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan was chasing him. If he managed to escape, it would mean Fang Yuan's failure. Zheng Guang prioritizing his escape was a very wise move. Fang Yuan was still chasing him closely, disregarding Wu Yong. At this time, there was another change. A powerful aura suddenly emerged. Enormous pillars in 5 colors soared to the skies. A loud voice reverberated throughout the 5 regional mountain range: Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test of destroying the 5 regional mountain range. Now, my 5 regions inheritance is yours. Cultivate properly and you can move unrestrained and unhindered over the world in the future. Don't let down my name. In the middle of the 5 colored light pillars, a smoke like will condensed into the vivid appearance of a GU Immortal. Many gazes were inevitably attracted towards this. Someone recognized this appearance. This looks like old man Dao Zhu. This can't be right. At the periphery of the mountain range, Qiao Sai Liu heard the voice from within the pillars and felt strange. Dao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 regional mountain range. This accidental action actually activated Dao Yu's inheritance. Dao Zhu's heard someone calling him old man and immediately felt unhappy, speaking arrogantly. What old man? Since you are inheriting my inheritance, how could you be so disrespectful? Rumble. Wind blew rapidly, heaven and earth roared. Replying to him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, but it was targeted towards Fang Yuan and not him. Fang Yuan's immortal robe shook and ripples appeared on it. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected the attack. Wu Yong continued to close in while enduring the reflected attack. Fang Yuan's speed was immediately restrained. The move Wu Yong used had an extremely wide range, so Reverse Flow Protection Seal only reflected back a portion that had struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to fly while reflecting the attacks back. Although he was completely safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan had already used Reverse Flow Protection Seal many times. How could Wu Yong not have prepared specific restricting methods? What? Dao Zhu's will was stunned. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 GU Immortals fighting. There were also many rank 7 experts present on the scene. He almost broke down from the shock. What's going on? This was completely different from his original expectation. There was no respectful junior in front of him. There were only vicious and fierce GU Immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here, we can take it after the battle. The urgent thing now is to kill Fang Yuan. Not to mention Dao Yu's inheritance, I would even give up a GU Venerable's true inheritance to kill Fang Yuan. The Immortals shouted in fury, their attention once again focusing on Fang Yuan's body. Dao Zhu's will. He was stupefied. This was completely out of his expectations. Shortly afterwards, he shook as he reacted. Who in the world is that person being chased by so many GU Immortals? To kill him, they can even give up a GU Venerable's true inheritance. Dao Zhu's will looked towards Fang Yuan but did not recognize him. Who is this person? Someone who became a GU Immortal after my main body's death. Right at this time, Fang Yuan had finally caught up to Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang's whole body was soaked in sweat from the nervousness. Intense warning signals caused his heart to beat like a drum. He escaped with all his strength while cursing internally. Wu Yong, you bastard! What killer move did you use, even trapping me? Wu Yong's killer move had an extremely wide range, even Zheng Guang received its care. Wu Yong's exquisite method was not so easily broken. Zheng Guang's strength fell sharply, his speed fell even more than Fang Yuan's. "It's over." Fang Yuan mumbled lightly as he attacked with no change in his expression, calm like an ancient well. The illusory figure of Luo Po Valley in his palm was slowly rotating. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's fingers clenched it tightly. A grey light shot out from the gap between the fingers. Fang Yuan then opened his palm and slapped towards the distant Zheng Guang. The light shot out with extreme speed. Zheng Guang dodged it frantically like a headless housefly. Wu Yong, who was chasing from behind, had a sinister look in his eyes. A wild wind suddenly blew around Zheng Guang, obstructing him heavily. "Wu Yong, I curse your grandmother!" Zheng Guang did not even have time to complete his curse when Fang Yuan's grey light struck him. In an instant, his flight came to an abrupt stop. His physical body had no injuries, but his soul was heavily injured to the point it was almost extinguished. Immortal killer move, Luo Po Seal. While Zheng Guang was in a daze, an Immortal Gu house suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Ying Wuxie attacked Zheng Guang with a killer move he had prepared for a while. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Zheng Guang could not react, instantly falling into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The Immortal Gu house was shadowy and faint. It immediately absorbed Zheng Guang and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Wu Yong paled from fright. He had disturbed Zheng Guang because he wanted to test the power of Fang Yuan's move. After all, Zheng Guang was not a southern border Gu immortal. Why not make use of him once? But Wu Yong had never expected Fang Yuan to capture Zheng Guang in one move. Previously, Fang Yuan had captured the southern border immortals by trapping them in a meticulously laid-out time path formation. But now, he captured Zheng Guang with just a few methods. Such an increase in battle strength was simply horrifying. What killer move is that? It feels like it only targets the Gu immortal soul. It has such terrifying might, I must defend against it. There is also the Immortal Gu house. What is that Immortal Gu house? It almost cannot be detected when it is concealed. Southern Borders rank 8s rushed over with surging momentum. But when they witnessed Fang Yuan capturing Zheng Guang, they were shocked and bewildered as their battle intent fell sharply. Chapter 1626. Wu Yong's loss. Where did this soul path Gu immortal come from? He severely injured a rank 8 Gu immortal with just one attack. Such imposing demonic might, even Spectral Soul was merely at this level when he was young. I didn't expect this young man, who looks so delicate, to be so vicious and have such peerless methods. He must have committed many sins, or else why would Southern Border's righteous path attack him on such a scale? Noticing this, Dao Zhu's became frightened. For the first time, he felt that the pillars of light around him were so glaring. My main body had made this arrangement for the convenience of the inheritor. Oh, who could have expected this situation to happen at the moment the inheritance activated? What did I do to deserve this? Was it easy for my main body to make such a painstaking arrangement? Dao Yu's immediately felt lonely and helpless. In this situation, let alone him, a mere will, even his main body would have to stay away from this conflict. The implications were too deep and troublesome, he could not rashly get involved. Dao Yu's was frightened, dejectedly curling inside the pillars while mumbling, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Why would the Gu immortals have the time or mood to look at him? Fang Yuan had captured the rank 8 Gu immortal Zheng Guang in front of everyone. Such terrifying battle strength made the rank 7 Gu immortals have parched mouths, and even the rank 8s were dazed. How can we defeat such a powerful enemy? If I stake my life and something unexpected happens, what will happen to the clan? Other rank 8s will keep their lives while I will be wasting mine for them. When Fang Yuan was rank 7 and could fight rank 8 with reverse flow protection seal, Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortals could accept this level of battle strength. But it was completely different now. Fang Yuan was not only a rank 8 Gu immortal, he also possessed a mysterious and powerful method that seemed to be a soul path method. And it made a great combination with Lead Soul into Dream. Junshan Guang's example was right in front of them. The southern border rank 8 GU Immortals could also very well fall to Fang Yuan's vicious methods. At the crucial moment, the deep-seated problem for southern border's righteous path emerged again. They were forces who had prioritized themselves for too long. A heavy wariness against each other was already ingrained deep in their bones. Even if they realized the necessity of an alliance, faced with a choice at this time, these rank 8 GU Immortals all felt hesitation. These southern border rank 8 GU Immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan had no hesitation. He laughed loudly as he turned around and charged towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong! What did you say earlier? This is my graveyard? Ha ha ha! I think it is the opposite. This is your graveyard. Come, let's settle the score once and for all. Fang Yuan gave a loud shout, his voice resounding throughout the 5 regional mountain range like thunder. His white robe and hair fluttered in the wind, his demonic aura and surging killing intent shocked the Immortals. Kai Chu-yu, Shang Wu-jie and other rank 8 GU Immortals looked at Fang Yuan targeting Wu Yong, feeling complicated. They were tense but also could not help feeling a slight relief as all kinds of thoughts lingered in their minds. Fang Yuan might be powerful but he was only one man in the end. Moreover, Kai Chu-yu had transacted with Fang Yuan before. In the current Southern Alliance, the Alliance leader's position was empty and Wu Yong was undoubtedly the number one choice for it. If he became the Alliance leader, who knew how he would treat the other clans? Southern border had always been divided. The biggest problem in working together were the mental hurdles and self-interest of the respective GU Immortals. When 2 tigers fought, one was definitely going to be injured. Whether the injured one was Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to other clans. Moreover, it could not be said we had not come to aid. Aren't we being hindered by immemorial year beasts? Useless bunch! Wu Yong inwardly cursed when he saw no one coming to his aid. But he did not fear Fang Yuan, instead his courage and battle intent was stirred. Let me see what method you use to capture a rank 8 GU Immortal. Wu Yong took out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and controlled this Immortal GU house to charge straight at Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan had a mysterious Immortal GU house, it absolutely would not be able to survive a collision with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. His eyes flashed with a sinister light as he suddenly changed his direction and flew down. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's momentum was too fierce and fast as it missed its target. Wu Yong, you are safe with the Immortal GU house to protect you. In that case, how about I kill these rank 7 Immortals? Can you save them? Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed madly. Damn it! Wu Yong quickly changed the direction of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, Wu Yong, you have such a huge ambition. You established the Southern Border Alliance to become its leader, right? Let's see if you will still have the face left to become the Alliance leader after I kill these people. Fang Yuan had not actually made any real attacks at Wu Yong, but his words were like blades that stabbed deeply in Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong had led the Southern Border Immortals to besiege and kill Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. On the other hand, it was to accumulate reputation to pave the road to the position of Alliance leader. But if he let Fang Yuan kill these rank 7 GU Immortals while he remained safe inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building without being able to do anything to Fang Yuan, his reputation was sure to take a huge hit and he would be even further from the position of Alliance leader. Wu Yong was anxious and furious, almost pacing around in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was extremely fast and was rapidly catching up to Fang Yuan had already reached those rank 7 GU Immortals. Persevere! Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are many GU Immortals here, we still have hope of survival. Fang Yuan had yet to attack, but these rank 7 GU Immortals' morale had already dissipated. They did not have any thought of counter-attacking and were only thinking of how to preserve their lives. The scene of Fang Yuan capturing a Central Continent rank 8 GU Immortal was truly horrifying. Go die! Fang Yuan's shout suddenly stopped. At the moment of danger, a dense yellowish-brown radiance suddenly appeared under the southern border immortals and firmly protected them. This was a rank 8 defensive killer move. Fang Yuan, why commit more murders? You kill me, I kill you, this cycle is too pitiful and miserable. You are an outstanding person of this era, why can't you see through this? Lu Weiyin's figure appeared not far away. HMPH. You again. Fang Yuan gazed fiercely at Lu Weiyin. Boom! At the next moment, clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building flew over like a meteor and carried with it Wu Yong's intense hatred and anger, heavily collided with Fang Yuan's back. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan was completely safe, the attack was reflected back to clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building. But the enormous collision force sent Fang Yuan flying like a cannonball. Wu Yong was suddenly at ease, he had sent Fang Yuan away from these rank 7 GU immortals and it would be even more difficult for him to attack these people. But soon, Lu Weiyin's voice reached him, not good. This is Fang Yuan's plan, he is escaping. Wu Yong's expression immediately turned ashen as he helplessly looked at Fang Yuan smoothly charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance loudly closed. Fang Yuan is too crafty, since he put an ambush here, how could he not have arranged an escape route? He entered the immortal aperture because he must have a way to escape, like fixed immortal travel. Veins popped up on Wu Yong's forehead, he felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures had always been easy to defend and hard to attack, especially an immortal aperture that had its entrance closed. Naturally, Southern Border's Righteous Path group could break into this blessed land. But Fang Yuan already had enough time to escape. Wu Yong had gathered such a large team but still failed. Not only was he unable to harm a single hair of Fang Yuan, a Central Continent rank 8 GU immortal was captured right in front of everyone. This was simply a kick to Wu Yong's face. What is more insufferable is this guy. Wu Yong's dark gaze stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke, Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him? Lu Weiyin quickly greeted as he said slowly, I am ashamed. I already used all my strength to protect these southern border friends, I truly did not have strength left to obstruct him. Lu Weiyin was instantly swarmed with countless expressions of gratitude from the southern border GU immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily in anger, his fists were tightly clenched but he could do nothing to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin had a terrifying background of being Paradise Earth's inheritor and was the competitor who possessed the greatest threat to Wu Yong's dream of taking the Alliance leader position. Wu Yong had led the immortals to besiege Fang Yuan but had left Lu Weiyin behind so he could more easily accumulate prestige. But the result was, Fang Yuan escaped while Wu Yong gained nothing, his reputation suffered while Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite. Wu Yong's gaze shined sharply as if lightning sparks were flashing inside. After a while, he sighed and let his body relax, the anger on his face completely disappeared while his battle intent soared inwardly. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he clapped, thinking, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, you two are truly something. I lost this round entirely because of you two. Chapter 1627. Zi Wei's Lingering Fear. The vast and bright hall was now filled with doubts. Fang Yuan had not only passed the Tribulation, becoming rank 8, he had even laid a trap in the 5 regional mountain range and captured Heavenly Court GU Immortal Junshan Guang. Fairy Zi Wei already knew of the southern border GU Immortals being captured by Fang Yuan, but she had never imagined the same fate would befall her Heavenly Court so quickly. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal was actually captured alive. How long has it been since this happened? The instant she learned of this news, Fairy Zi Wei had subconsciously thought of the impressive battle achievements of multiple demon venerables. Her brows showed her worry and there was even nervousness. Despite her estimating Fang Yuan highly, his growth had still greatly surpassed her expectations. Ever since Fang Yuan gained reverse flow protection seal, he has been huge trouble. Now that he has become rank 8, along with Xia Cha's methods, regardless of using the terrain advantage in the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies, he indeed possesses a threat to Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Fairy Ziwei heaved a deep sigh. She had already expected such a day. So she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger beforehand, but who could have expected Fang Yuan's progress to be so fast? Fang Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster. It seems like the quantitative change is becoming a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become a rank 8 without any commotion? Fairy Ziwei did not understand. She had always thought Fang Yuan's extremely fast cultivation progress was because he had used time path methods to quicken his immortal aperture's rate of time. But looking back over it, Fairy Ziwei suddenly realized Fang Yuan also had a peerless method that could raise his cultivation level. Then, what is this method? Fairy Ziwei did not continue deducing, instead she left the hall and arrived at Spectral Soul's confinement area. The large formation rumbled into motion. After a long while, Fairy Ziwei returned to her hall with a shaken expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so it was like this. Fairy Ziwei muttered to herself. She was dazed and her soul was shaken. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more fearful was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU had been refined and obtained by Fang Yuan. An intense bitterness emerged in her heart. Spectral Soul had really hidden it too deeply. If not for Fang Yuan revealing clues this time which made Fairy Ziwei doubtful and use a specialized soul search, she would still have been in the dark. No wonder Fang Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast. This time, he should have annexed many southern border GU Immortals' immortal apertures to skip Tribulations and become a rank 8. He could activate Xia Cha's killer moves and confront other rank 8s head-on. This means he has annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture. Only then would he have enough time path Dao marks to amplify Xia Cha's killer moves. Immortal apertures can only swallow smaller immortal apertures, but the sovereign immortal aperture is special. But devouring Xia Cha's rank 8 Grotto-Heaven would require time path Great Grandmaster attainment. How could Fang Yuan have it? Wait! Suddenly, Fairy Ziwei's expression became extremely unsightly. All kinds of clues merged in her mind and removed her previous bewilderment. Fang Yuan has dream path methods and can raise his attainment level through dream realms. No wonder he entered southern border and plundered dream realms. His time path Great Grandmaster attainment was definitely gained from dream realms. Gasp! Thinking of this, even Fairy Ziwei, who held a high status and was very experienced, could not help taking in a cold breath. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture and could devour apertures to skip calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in devouring apertures was the attainment level of the respective paths. It was extremely difficult to raise attainment level and often required hundreds of years. But Fang Yuan could quickly raise his attainment level through dream realms. Like this, he could create a beneficial cycle. His cultivation speed could rise to a level where it could raise a terrifying wave even in the entire history of human cultivation. No, more accurately, what is terrifying is Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was only a chess piece of Heaven's will to destroy Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan. It was just that he escaped Heaven's will's control in the end. Fairy Ziwei felt a chill. Heavenly Court had already confined Spectral Soul, and Fairy Ziwei would also frequently torture and soul search to extract important information from Spectral Soul. But despite this, Fairy Ziwei was feeling deep lingering fear. If Spectral Soul had truly succeeded, he would have Great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. With his extreme killing nature, he could continue devouring apertures, and along with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's resources, he could totally go straight to rank 8. At this level, Spectral Soul would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. More importantly, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts and dream realms appear everywhere, Spectral Soul might even be able to progress further. His huge ambition could be felt just by looking at Lead Soul into Dream. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he truly reached this step, his dominance would be too large. Even the great Dream Seed Feng Jinhuang might have no chance to mature. Fortunately, he was not able to make the breakthrough during the most important juncture. Currently, Fang Yuan is taking his place in this plan, so it is more accurate to say that he did not succeed, but he did not completely fail either. Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply when she thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave up on those southern border GU immortals and instead prioritized capturing Zheng Guang. His action is similar to me soul-searching spectral soul. He wants to get the location of Heavenly Court from Zheng Guang's soul. Oh no, the river of time. The tumultuous river was always flowing. It was so vast that its ends could not be seen. From inside an immortal GU house, Fang Yuan quietly looked at the ebb and flow of the river and its countless dazzling ripples. The river of time. After entering the immortal aperture and gaining some free time, Fang Yuan used an immortal killer move made with fixed immortal travel to escape the battleground. Not long later, he entered the river of time. Right now, Zheng Guang's soul was facing constant soul-searching inside his sovereign immortal aperture. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements Heavenly Court had made in the river of time. I laid an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a large battle. Although I captured Zheng Guang, I revealed too much information. Fang Yuan wanted to catch Heavenly Court off guard and not give them enough time to respond, so he directly entered the river of time in this short time period. This Lu Yin is not simple. His action was too timely, saving those southern border rank 7s at the most critical time. He was probably hiding nearby all along. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a merciful and compassionate nature. He restored peace to the chaotic world and repaired the damage done by Spectral Soul in all 5 regions. In the 5 regions, and especially southern border, among the 10 Venerables, his reputation is the highest. As his current inheritor, Lu Yin has inherited this reputation as well. This person is going against me, but his true goal does not look to be so simple and is hidden in a layer of fog. Unfortunately, there is no such person in the memories of my previous life. The more he thought, the more Fang Yuan felt his 500 years of memories were not reliable. Naturally, there was also the possibility that the butterfly effect of his rebirth had spread until it involved Lu Yin. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head, forgetting about Lu Yin for the moment, and thought of Dao Yu's inheritance. He felt a huge regret. Dao Yu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regions' regional walls. The 5 regions' regional walls would disappear without a trace in the future and the 5 regions would merge into one. Dao Yu's research in crossing the regional walls would look like a joke. But think about it carefully. Dao Yu could construct the 5 regional mountain range. Couldn't this method of imitating the regional walls be used to defend oneself? Especially for Fang Yuan, fighting in regional walls was extremely advantageous. It is a pity, a true pity. The situation did not allow me to take this inheritance. I had missed this true inheritance of Dao Yu by a hair's breadth. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He had a strong premonition that missing this chance to obtain Dao Yu's inheritance was a severe loss to him. Chapter 1628. Present and Past Pavilion, for Xunzi. If this was months ago, Fang Yuan might be able to use the southern border GU immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, the southern border captives that he had were already annexed. He had already killed the hostages. These southern border GU immortals were all rank 7 GU immortal experts, while Shia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture annexed them as well as the immortal aperture blessed lands in City Well. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose rapidly. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, skipping the final rank 7 Grand Tribulation. Fang Yuan originally planned to continue capturing southern border GU immortals in the 5 regional mountain range before extorting them. But because of Lu Yin, Fang Yuan's plan was disrupted. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture could annex his enemies perfectly, Fang Yuan's Dao marks also rose in huge numbers. Using perceivable Dao Immortal GU to check them, Fang Yuan's current Dao mark accumulation was extremely deep. He originally had very little time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but it had emerged to become his number 1 path, having 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of it was Shia Cha's contribution. He had truly become wealthy from one single robbery. With so many time path Dao marks, Fang Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 74 times. Along with the rank 8 GU Spring and Summer, his battle strength was extremely high now. Within the 5 regional mountain range, he managed to block the attacks of many GU Immortals at once. Of course, he had made use of the territorial advantage of the 5 regional walls trait. The southern border GU Immortals could not work together well and conflicted with each other. The second was Waterpath Dao marks, reaching 60,000. He had a lot of Waterpath accumulations. Fang Yuan had killed lone Immortals Zhu Li, Wu Yihai, Yu Chan, and others, while many of the Eastern Sea lone Immortals in Citywell were also Waterpath cultivators. Third was Transformation Path, having 50,000. It was originally first place, but had fallen to third place now. Fourth was Soul Path at 30,000. The Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue Earthly Calamity and Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue Heavenly Tribulation, along with other accumulations, added up to 29,000. The remaining hundreds were obtained from Fang Yuan Soul Cultivation. According to Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, after Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, and Desolate Soul, after reaching Desolate Soul, there would be 1,000 Dao marks on the soul. Next were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. They had about 20,000. After that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Bloodlight, and others, being around 10,000. And finally, Food Path, Phantom Path, and others were in the thousands and hundreds category. Next, the Dream Realms. Fang Yuan had already explored all of his dream realms in these few months. All of his different paths had grown to certain extents. The highest was still Refinement Path at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Second were Theft Path and Time Path at Great Grandmaster level. Third were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, and others. They were all at Grandmaster level. Rule Path and Soul Path also entered this category. The paths below that will not be explained in detail. Unlike Dao marks, attainment level was harder to raise as it got higher. The ones with the most evident growth were Time Path, Soul Path, and Rule Path. Other than Dao marks and Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's development of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had also risen greatly due to his annexing of Immortal Apertures. It had reached 15% development. And worth noting was that in Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan found a Year Essence pool. This way, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had 2 Year Essence pools. Other than these, Fang Yuan's greatest gains were 2 things. One was Luo Po Seal. Fang Yuan had always been trying to create this immortal killer move, he only succeeded recently. The other was an incomplete Immortal GU house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build his own Immortal GU house long ago, so that He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest could fight in battle with him. To create this Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan took reference from Secluded Residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Bai He Palace, and other Immortal GU houses, while the skeleton of the design was based on Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Several months ago, while extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path to exchange GU for GU, Fang Yuan obtained many crucial Immortal GU that allowed him to create the skeleton. This Immortal GU house was created by Fang Yuan himself. It was unprecedented. Because he needed to enter the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path Immortal GU. It had a comprehensive range of abilities and most excelled in concealment. Even though it was only a skeleton now, it had great battle strength in the 5 regional mountain range. Ying Wuxia and the rest relied on this to cooperate with Fang Yuan, successfully capturing Junshan Guang. In the River of Time, waves rose and fell, water splattered everywhere, creating beautiful rainbow light. Fang Yuan rode in the incomplete Immortal GU house as he traveled slowly in the river. The rank 6 Time Path clone had already emerged from the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, standing beside him as he shut his eyes, sensing internally. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the key to finding them. But the River of Time was extremely huge. In order to find the several Stone Lotus Islands, other than luck, he also needed lots of time and energy to explore. It would be best if we could find a Red Lotus true inheritance in this exploration of the River of Time. But most importantly, we need to test Heavenly Court's arrangements and catch them off guard. If possible, we need to destroy their arrangements. Fang Yuan thought as he searched Zheng Guang's soul in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Zheng Guang's soul originally had light path Dao marks to protect it, but after Fang Yuan's Luo Po Seal struck, the defense was destroyed. At the same time, Zheng Guang's soul was injured. He was on the verge of death. Precisely so. After Ying Wuxie used lead soul into dream, Zheng Guang was directly hit and fell asleep. The condition to use lead soul into dream killer move was to sense the soul and compare the strength between the enemy soul and the user to determine the success. Being able to deal such damage to a rank 8 GU Immortal, it showed how powerful Luo Po Seal was. However, compared to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and seeing how Fang Yuan used Luo Po Valley as the core of this move, it was not very surprising that it had such power. Right now, Zheng Guang's soul was extremely weak. He could not defend against Fang Yuan's method. Information was obtained by Fang Yuan continuously. What arrangements did Heavenly Court make? Zheng Guang must know about them. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows eased as he found something. Oh? Time Path Immortal GU House Present and Past Pavilion. He had just thought of this when the water in front of him rose up. A huge pavilion was riding the waves and approaching. This pavilion was not covered on all four sides. It was very simplistic. The cover was made of yellow grass. The pillars were grey-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen one in the pavilion. It was the most elegant decoration in there. For GU Immortals stood in the pavilion, they all had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal GU house, their eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This present and past pavilion is a pure Time Path Immortal GU house. It can inspect the past and present. It is best at investigation. Heavenly Court placed it here. The moment I entered, they noticed. Amazing, amazing! Fang Yuan's heart sank a little, but he praised on the surface, explaining to Ying Wuxie and the rest. Ying Wuxie, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest frowned lightly or had dark gazes. They understood something. Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal GU house was best at concealing traces. To think that present and past pavilion would be able to find them. This was like their advantage getting countered. Even before fighting, they had gotten into a passive situation. Present and past pavilion got to Fang Yuan and the rest before stopping, staying 1,000 steps away from the incomplete Immortal GU house. Someone spoke coldly from within the pavilion. Central continents for Xunzi are here to guard the river. Demon, don't think of advancing. A person behind him said, that's right, you'll have to step over our corpses if you want to pass. For Xunzi. Fang Yuan directly soul-searched Zheng Guang and quickly got the information of these four people. It turned out that these four were Time Path GU Immortals. They were quadruplets, found by Spirit Butterfly Valley when they were young and specially nurtured. They comprised 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister. They were Shong Xunzi, Zhong Xunzi, Xie Xunzi, and Zheng Guozi respectively. Chapter 1629. Great Power of Time Path. Of course, they were only able to fight with that one move. After a few rounds, they would definitely lose to the rank 8 GU Immortal. They were not like the past Fang Yuan or Feng Ju Ji with battle strength that could rival rank 8s. Even so, they were quite impressive. After nurturing the 4 Xunzi, they had been kept hidden by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They were not easily deployed. Heavenly Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley had to comply. For Xunzi, for Time Path experts with great cooperation, they are indeed the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The 4 Xunzi and present and past pavilion were not out of his expectations. Rank 8 GU Immortals that were also Time Path were very rare. Heavenly Court originally had Lord Huangshe, but he had died in the River of Time last time after Fang Yuan made use of the Stone Lotus Island. In order to deal with Fang Yuan and obstruct him in the River of Time, they had to choose people who were rank 7 Time Path GU Immortals, unless more antiques woke up from Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. What made Fang Yuan more concerned was that other than present and past Pavilion, Heavenly Court also had another time path Immortal GU house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past Pavilion excels at investigation, it is nearby so it was the first to obstruct me. I cannot stay here, once the Xunzi delay long enough, Eternal Yacht would arrive to help it, it will be disadvantageous for me to face two enemies at once. Heavenly Court had a huge advantage in this, even though they did not have time path rank 8s, they had members of other paths, along with two Immortal GU houses, present and past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had one incomplete Immortal GU house, even though he became rank 8, He Lu Lan, by Ningbing, and the rest were very weak. Fang Yuan immediately opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out a second batch of Immemorial Year beasts. He had used the first batch of Immemorial Year beasts in the 5 regional mountain range, they were injured or killed by Southern Border's Righteous Path, Fang Yuan did not manage to retrieve them. But it did not matter, Fang Yuan had a second batch. After annexing Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan obtained a second year essence pool, there were 2 Immemorial Year beasts inside. Furthermore, throughout the months, Fang Yuan had been using Immemorial Year Beast fishing formation to lure Immemorial Year Beasts to him, before capturing them inside the Year Essence pool. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained 2 batches of Immemorial Year Beasts, the second batch had a total of 9 Immemorial Year Beasts. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not manage to collect all 12 types of Immemorial Year Beasts to form the ancient battle formation. He had tried to collect them during this period, but when he actually tried, he realized that getting a full set was very hard to achieve. He got the most number of Immemorial Year chickens, because recently, the River of Time was producing this type of Year Beasts 1. In Fang Yuan's second batch of Immemorial Year Beasts, he had 5 chickens, more than half of the entire group. 9 Immemorial Year Beasts roared as they charged towards present and past Pavilion. Inside present and past Pavilion, the Xunzi had grim expressions, they activated present and past Pavilion's power together. Pew! A huge wave that was 10 meters tall crashed towards the 9 Immemorial Year Beasts. Immemorial Year Beasts were beasts that belonged in the River of Time, present and past Pavilion's waves could not obstruct their movement. Instantly, they charged through the obstacle, creating countless splashes as they approached present and past Pavilion. The surface of present and past Pavilion shined with brilliant light, the light shot up like a huge pillar. Swish swish swish. Waves came after waves, they were like moving walls that could attack or defend, constantly crashing into the Immemorial Year Beasts. At Fang Yuan's will, the Immemorial Year Beast were instructed by him to cooperate, they shot out like an arrow, going past many walls of waves and reaching present and past Pavilion. But all of a sudden, the Xunzi shouted as the folding screen in present and past Pavilion turned into misty green fog. The green fog flew into the battlefield as the Immemorial Year Beasts got affected, their speed fell as if they had landed in a marsh. The green fog settled and fused into the water of the River of Time, turning the surface of the water in this area jade green. Present and past Pavilion shook intensely, the huge pillar of light faded and turned into green sparkles that enveloped the surroundings. The sound of crashing waves became even louder and more imposing, they were many times larger than before, 30 meters tall now. Not just that, tens of spirals formed on the surface of the River of Time, they became excellent traps to restrain the Immemorial Year Beasts. The 9 Immemorial Year Beasts were originally gathered together, but after the obstruction of the waves, their formation broke apart as they fell into their own respective battles. At once, present and past Pavilion stood at the center and controlled the situation. Fang Yuan's Immemorial Year Beasts were all at a disadvantage. The Xunzi's expressions relaxed. Xunzi let out a breath of air, we finally got past the initial period, this demon did not break through. Zheng smiled, present and past Pavilion has control of the situation now, even though Fang Yuan has many Immemorial Year Beasts, he cannot gather them, he is not a threat. That's right. Xunzi stroked his beard, even though present and past Pavilion is not his match anyway, as long as we can stall until Eternal Yacht arrives, by then our strength will surpass him, we will be able to win. Xunzi had a deep gaze, the demon is crafty, we cannot be careless, let's play safe. He had just spoken when the immemorial year monkey closest to present and past Pavilion suddenly jumped up and used an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hands as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Instantly, intense winds whipped, sweeping away everything. The entire battlefield became dark and gloomy. The huge waves resembling thick walls that were in front of the immemorial year monkey completely broke apart and collapsed due to Summer Fan. The immemorial year monkey snickered as it dived down. In present and past Pavilion, the four Xunzi were shocked. They noticed that Fang Yuan was disguised as the immemorial year monkey. That demon has joined the battle. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move from Lady Zi Wei. We can expose familiar face. How did he manage to deceive us? Fang Yuan sneered internally. He had spent the last few months to its fullest, using all of his time and energy without any waste. He had naturally modified familiar face. Fang Yuan finally got to the Xunzi. Present and past Pavilion burst out with brilliant light once again, while Fang Yuan relied on the immemorial year monkey's tough physique to punch with its strong fists, but present and past Pavilion remained unmoving despite a loud sound. It is useless, right now. Present and past Pavilion is anchored here in the river of time. How can you move it? Xunzi said with a nervous tone. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliant light. He used immortal killer move Spring Scissors at the next moment. Clip, clip. Spring Scissors cut continuously. Present and past Pavilion was able to defend itself initially, but soon, the brilliant light on it was unable to last as Spring Scissors cut away a corner of the roof after 5 to 6 snips. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it be so powerful? Even present and past Pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The four Xunzi were frantic. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with cold flickering lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. It was at rank 8 level. Now that he became an immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks also turned into time path Dao marks, adding another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks now. Ordinary rank 7 GU immortals would only have less than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not common for rank 8 GU immortals. They normally would have to pass 1 myriad tribulation to get such an accumulation. He could amplify any time path killer move by 120 times its power. And Fang Yuan was already using 2 rank 8 immortal killer moves. Even though present and past Pavilion had the territorial advantage, Fang Yuan's killer move was also boosted by the environment of the River of Time. Thus, his time path battle strength soared to the extent that even present and past Pavilion could not endure his attacks. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves forced present and past Pavilion back time and time again. The four Xunzi tried to keep their stability in present and past Pavilion, while attacking sometimes, but Fang Yuan did not even need defensive killer moves like Winter Coat. With just the immemorial year monkey's body, he could endure them. Hold on! A huge yacht was riding the waves, approaching them from afar. Several GU immortals were shouting and having nervous expressions. Eternal Yacht was nearby. Too late. Fang Yuan snickered. He waved the summer fan and whipped up some tornadoes. Present and past Pavilion was shaking from the impact. It was about to collapse. Spring Scissors flew towards it and snipped again. A pillar in present and past Pavilion broke as it collapsed entirely. Fang Yuan laughed loudly as he jumped above present and past Pavilion, stomping with his huge immemorial year monkey feet. Boom! The whole of present and past Pavilion broke apart into pieces. The four Xunzi were either dead or injured. They were all kicked into the River of Time. Fang Yuan and the incomplete immortal GU house left with ease. When Eternal Yacht arrived, it was already too late. The GU immortals in the yacht hesitated. Should they save the four Xunzi or chase after Fang Yuan? Chapter 1630. Stone Island Trap. Beside him, Xie Xunzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe. His situation was not looking good. Rank 8 GU immortal Qingyi walked over and looked at Shang Xunzi calmly. The other two have been swept away by the River of Time. We cannot find them. Shang Xunzi breathed roughly for a while. He forcibly stood up, taking a glance at Xunzi before speaking with a pale expression. They have already died. That demon Fang Yuan is very powerful. How is the salvaging of present and past Pavilion going? The Xunzi were siblings with deep kinship, but right now, Xunzi was more concerned about present and past Pavilion. He did not pay attention to the dying Xunzi, nor did he display anger or sadness. Qingyi smiled. The core Immortal GU have not been destroyed, we have recovered all of them. That's good. Xunzi let out a breath of air, his expression easing. Qingyi nodded. I have already prepared the room for you. Xunzi, thank you, I will go and revive my siblings now. It turned out that these quadruplets, with their very close bloodline, managed to create a unique killer move. Even if 3 of them died, as long as 1 remained, they could use the killer move to rapidly revive the other 3. Precisely so, Xunzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the Xunzi returned to the deck with no injuries, entering battle once again. Fang Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all sides, desperately drawing their attention. The river water was turbulent, sounds of waves crashing could be heard by Fang Yuan. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance. He entered the incomplete Immortal GU house to rest. With this incomplete Immortal GU house, Fang Yuan had a base. It was very useful. Eternal Yacht did not chase us. After leaving the battlefield for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed his mind slightly. The speed of the incomplete Immortal GU house could not match Eternal Yacht. Its specialty was in concealing its traces when moving. With present and past Pavilion around, the incomplete Immortal GU house could not move stealthily. But Eternal Yacht could not detect the incomplete Immortal GU house, otherwise, why would it not pursue him with such an advantage in speed? We are temporarily safe. Ling Wuxie breathed out deeply, feeling some lingering fear. It was quite dangerous earlier. Indeed, if sect leader did not destroy present and past Pavilion, we might have fallen into a tough battle and would not be able to escape. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. Bai Ning Bing was silent at the side. Hei Lulan looked outside the Immortal GU house, at the Grand River of Time. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was frowning with his eyes shut. He was trying to track the islands, but his vital GU Spring-Autumn Cicada had no reactions. In fact, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher Spring-Autumn Cicada's rank was, the larger the range of its detection to find Red Lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, even though he had many Immortal GU recipes. Fang Yuan's multiple attempts at refining it ended in failure. It was regrettable, but Fang Yuan had done his best already. For the last few months, he had put in all his effort to cultivate Soul Path, explore Dream Realms, modify killer moves, extort Southern Border's Righteous Path, plot for the overall situation, defend against deductions, annex Immortal Apertures, and so on. He had expended his time and energy. It was already a miracle that he could squeeze out some time to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. But the real miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's refinement attempts failed. Even though Spring-Autumn Cicada is rank 6, I have already made up for the flaws in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with deep confidence. He had planned deeply before entering the River of Time. Fang Yuan had already used luck path methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck. He had only stopped after reaching the limit. In this vast River of Time, finding 1 or 2 Stone Lotus Islands was purely dependent on luck. Roar! The river water suddenly became turbulent as sounds of beast growls entered their ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting it, Ying Wuxie alerted. Looking at it closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had already fought for some time. They were near their limit. Fang Yuan laughed. Wasn't this the work of Luck Path? He flew out of the incomplete Immortal GU house and activated Familiar Face, becoming a part of the river water as he blended into the River of Time. Next, he opened a trace of his Immortal Aperture's entrance and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. The 2 immemorial year beasts detected the delicacy. Their movement stopped. They charged towards Fang Yuan like they were competing in a race. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the River of Time under the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not think much, they charged into this tributary of the River of Time. This was naturally Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan would not dare to lure these immemorial year beasts, they would cause huge destruction to the sovereign immortal aperture if they went in. But now, times were different. Fang Yuan had year essence pools, 2 in fact. The year essence pools were connected to the tributary of the River of Time like huge dams. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation, following the tributary of the River of Time until they rushed into the dam, becoming trapped. Fang Yuan smiled heartily as he stopped the transformation killer move. He flew back into the incomplete immortal GU house. Those 2 immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pools. They could not find any food and sensed something amiss, but how could they return to the River of Time now? Fang Yuan used his enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these 2 immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal GU house moved stealthily as it searched for a stone lotus island. Fang Yuan met many year beasts along the way. He took in all of them, luring them into the year essence pools and subduing them. Soon, Fang Yuan's number of immemorial year beasts rose to 6. And even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms like day beasts, month beasts, or dark web spiders in the River of Time. Fang Yuan had chosen to ignore them all. The use of the year essence pools was amply displayed here. With Fang Yuan could lure immemorial year beasts while keeping sovereign immortal aperture very safe. Without their restriction, the immemorial year beasts would be able to move along the tributary of the River of Time and go to anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary was present all over the whole sovereign immortal aperture. Wait! After moving for a while, Fang Yuan's time path clone opened his eyes, bursting with bright light. He seemed to have found something. The time path clone quickly shut his eyes as he frowned deeply, trying to sense it. Next, he pointed in one direction. There seems to be something there. Spring-autumn Cicada shuddered a little. The time path clone spoke with uncertainty. But this was the only clue. Fang Yuan manipulated the incomplete immortal GU house and changed directions, going towards that place. As the distance shortened, Fang Yuan's clone felt increasingly happy. The feeling is getting stronger. Our luck is really not bad. We found it so quickly. A while later, in the vision of Fang Yuan and the rest, a thin layer of fog appeared. The incomplete immortal GU house halted for a moment before rushing into the fog with no hesitation. The fog was extraordinary. It could obscure one's sense of direction and confuse them, but using the key spring-autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan's clone could move in the proper direction. The fog got thicker. The river water also moved slower due to its effect. It was not as turbulent as the water outside. Vaguely, the silhouette of an island appeared before Fang Yuan and the rest. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Ying Wuxie stared wide and shouted loudly. Bai Ningbing and the rest also started to breathe roughly. When the incomplete immortal GU house got to the periphery of the Stone Lotus Island, the island shot out a white light that hit the incomplete immortal GU house directly. What is going on? Fairy Miao Yin screamed. Oh no! This is a trap. Fang Yuan's eye shined with a sharp light. It was too late to escape now. The entire incomplete immortal GU house shook intensely. It could not resist the strong attacks outside. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 GU immortal with a tall muscular body appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, his killer move that had been prepared for a while hit the incomplete immortal GU house. Boom! The incomplete immortal GU house broke apart at once. Chapter 1631. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal GU house. A huge amount of flames moved like poisonous snakes and burned all of the GU worms in their way, before they gathered towards Fang Yuan in an encircling movement. Fang Yuan shouted as he used Immortal Killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered by a layer of snow-white frost. The frost not only protected him, at this crucial moment, it spread out and protected the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Ying Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. In this regard, Winter Coat was better than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal only defended himself, it could not help others, but Winter Coat was able to affect other people. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the Fire Snake's attacks, but at the next moment, the old man on the Stone Lotus Island shouted, "By the power of flames, snakes turn into dragons." Whoosh! The flames burst out with incredible heat, the snakes coiled around each other, turning into a huge flame dragon that was 100 feet long, possessing huge claws and fangs. The bright red flame dragon slashed through Wintercoat before charging at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance to store the Immortals back in his aperture, but this Fire Snake Killer move actually had a variation. With the old man's deep experience, Fang Yuan had no time for that. The flame dragon opened its mouth as it soared down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up as their faces were red from the light of the flames. The intense heat felt like it was going to grill them alive. Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, and the rest all revealed looks of despair on their faces. This flame dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move, it had extraordinary power. Even Bai Ning Bing's Besieging killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's ears, nose, and eyes were bleeding. Wintercoat killer move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered a rank 8 killer move backlash. A large number of mortal GU were killed. Thankfully his core immortal GU were still alive, they were damaged but still usable. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. The Time Path clone, Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, and the rest were behind him. Their cultivation level was too low, they could not block the flame dragon. If they had the incomplete immortal GU house, they could still participate in the fight, but the old man was too perceptive. He destroyed the incomplete immortal GU house from the start. If Fang Yuan stayed and protected them, not only did he have no good methods now that Wintercoat was broken, even if he did, it would be too dangerous. Because the other party wanted to force Fang Yuan to fight them, once he protects them and fights, the old man's plan would succeed. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the other party still had killer moves prepared. Once Fang Yuan fights with the flame dragon, the old man would grasp the tempo of the battle, he would control the battle's flow from now on. Instantly, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved out like lightning, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed frenziedly, a true demon indeed. Then burn to death. The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan, it charged down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he turned around and attacked the old man. The old man diverted his gaze at Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was approaching, the old man smiled and revealed a sinister expression. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He attacked so that the old man would divert attention to defend himself, but the old man was similarly courageous and did not fear a frontal assault. Most possibly, he still had arrangements on this Stone Lotus Island. He was extremely confident. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger. His hard work over the last few months had not been in vain. Spring Scissors was unleashed and shot towards the old man. The scissors was very sharp, but when it landed on the old man, his hair started to burn as it turned into a flame cloak, protecting him all around and blocking Spring Scissors. Ha ha ha, I named this move Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. I made it from the inspiration I gained from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair from the Legends of Ren Zhu. It is my proudest creation. To speak the truth, even though I am a Fire Path GU Immortal, I am more skilled in defense than offense. Not just Spring Scissors, even Summer Fan is useless against me. The old man laughed loudly. But at the next moment, the old man's smile faded. It turned out that the flame dragon had returned empty-handed, be it Fang Yuan's Time Path clone, Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, or others, they were still alive. The old man's eyelids twitched, he licked his dry lips as he said darkly, "This is a dream realm." It turned out that while Fang Yuan dodged the flame dragon, he did not abandon his clone or the other GU Immortals. He had ordered Ying Wuxia to self-detonate at the crucial moment. After the 5 regional mountain range, Ying Wuxia had changed bodies, using a body with the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique again. Precisely because of the Dream Path Dao marks on the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, he was able to use Lead Soul into Dream and successfully affect rank 8 GU Immortal Junshan Guang. Now that the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body self-detonated, Ying Wuxia's soul was trapped in the Dream Realm. The other Immortals were very close to him, they were covered by the Dream Realm. With the manifestation of the dream realm, all other paths could not affect it. The old man's flame dragon had great power, but against the illusory dream realm, it was useless. HMPH, you are truly a scheming demon, but you will die today. The old man stomped his feet, flying up into the sky as the stone lotus island below him scattered into dust and sand. The old man wore a flame cloak as he approached Fang Yuan like a blazing meteor. Spring scissors followed after him as it attacked, but the flames defended against them and the old man was completely unharmed. Fang Yuan flew backwards as he used summer fan. Intense winds blew, the old man's flame cloak was flickering, but it seemed like the fire was growing with the wind, becoming even larger. The old man smiled as he exposed his sharp teeth. How about that? My Verdant Sun flame cloak is unparalleled. Have you felt despair yet? Ha ha ha. Like what the old man has said, summer fan and spring scissors were useless against Verdant Sun flame cloak. Not only that, as they got closer, an intense feeling of drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan used his Wisdom Path Killer move and regained clarity in his mind. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of Fire Path, it also mimicked the effects of Human Path and Food Path. As the old man got closer to him, the greater the feeling of drunkenness would be. Fang Yuan tried his best to retreat, wanting to pull some distance from the old man, but against his wishes, the enemy's speed surpassed him by quite a bit. Demon, you are trapped in the formation, where can you run to? Obediently accept your death. The old man shouted. Earlier, the Stone Lotus Island was merely an illusion, its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the River of Time. This formation was very powerful, even Fang Yuan could not notice it. As it activated now, a formation space was created. Fang Yuan was trapped inside, restricting him from using omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fang Yuan had used a time path formation earlier to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. Now, Heavenly Court did the same against Fang Yuan. But Heavenly Court put in much more effort than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not create such a time path formation in the River of Time. With his current strength, he could only create a time path immortal formation near a tributary of the River of Time in the outside world. Even for time path great experts in history, few could create immortal formations inside the River of Time. The person who could achieve this to the limit was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This person had already surpassed the realms of time path immortal formations. He could directly create artificial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Islands, to influence segments of the River of Time and take control of it. Heavenly Court had been looking for the Stone Lotus Islands and had yet to find one, but they were not without gains. This time path immortal formation was one of their achievements. The formation restricted Fang Yuan, making him unable to evade or dodge. The old man got closer. Fang Yuan snorted. Instead of retreating, he charged at the old man. The old man was slightly surprised, but he quickly reacted as he waved his hands, sending waves of flames towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no fear, he rammed forward. The huge flames reversed and went back to attack the old man. It was the Immortal Killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was a little flustered. He defended against his own killer move, but at this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fang Yuan was ruthless, he slammed his body into the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the old man both flew backwards. They were nearly evenly matched in this contest. The old man had lost by a slight bit, but soon his flame cloak burned again as he returned to his peak condition. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was extremely effective against attacks. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was a defensive killer move, the reflected damage was quite little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Heh, he found out so quickly. The old man's gaze flickered eerily. It turned out that this time path immortal formation created an isolated inner formation space. There was a core effect, it was that this environment weakened time path. Heavenly Court's original intention was to use this formation to deal with the Stone Lotus Islands of Red Lotus True Inheritance. These islands were artificially created time path secluded domains of heaven and earth. Once the formation encapsulates them, they would be weakened. Precisely so, Fang Yuan Spring Scissors and Summer Fan Killer moves were so ineffective against Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Verdant Sunflame Cloak was very powerful indeed, it was the peak creation of Fire Path, and even extended to contain the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of intricacy, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very roughly made and straightforward. In contrast, Myriad self-comprised both Enslavement Path and Strength Path. It was on par with Verdant Sunflame Cloak in this aspect. Summer Fan and Spring Scissors were ordinary, they only contained rank 8 Immortal GU and were amplified by Time Path Dao marks to gain such great power. They could not break Verdant Sunflame Cloak but could have caused great damage. Yet in this environment, they had a mild effect. Fang Yuan realized this and daringly dispelled Winter Coat, instead using Reverse Flow Protection Seal to regain his footing in the battle. Chapter 1632. You lied. Howl. At once, myriad dragons flew in a sea of silvery scales, attacking the old man like a tidal wave. After understanding the effect of the Time Path formation, Fang Yuan gave up on his strongest Time Path methods. He started to use other methods. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had many useful methods comparatively. The old man snorted, showing no surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample preparation. He knew about Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move. Slippery eels, what can they do to me? The old man stood arrogantly in the sky. Instead of dodging, he watched as the myriad dragons approached him. His Verdant Sunflame Cloak was blazing, his entire body was covered, resembling a huge fireball. The myriad dragons appeared before the old man, but they started to screech weirdly. The sword dragons were all drowsy as they randomly flew around, their ferocious attacks had been stopped. When each sword dragon's drunkenness got to a certain level, they would start to blaze up with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into a pile of flames before rapidly vanishing. Looking at the field, the old man was unmoving while the myriad dragons burned to death. Even though there were countless dragons, the moment they got close to the old man, they died. They were of no threat to him. Immortal Killer move Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He finally saw the power of this move. It was both offensive and defensive. It was a counter to Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move. Then let's try Luo Po Seal. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had already used Familiar Face to disguise as a sword dragon. He blended into the army of dragons, getting closer to the old man. Next, he pretended to be drunk as he got closer and unleashed Luo Po Seal. Fang Yuan got exposed when the killer move had just activated. Luo Po Seal's aura was too great, it could not be hidden. The old man's gaze shot like lightning as he charged at Fang Yuan without fearing Luo Po Seal. Boom boom boom. The old man attacked Fang Yuan in a frenzy, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal kept him safe. Fang Yuan did not speak. He endured the old man's attacks until Luo Po Seal was finally ready to strike. The old man was on guard now. The situation was not good for Fang Yuan. Eventually, he barely managed to use Luo Po Seal, but it scraped past the old man's shoulder, only half landing. The old man immediately felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the blazing cloak on his back weakened by 40%. This move is amazing, but it cannot break my Verdant Sunflame Cloak. The old man laughed loudly as he retreated, using methods to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fang Yuan. It was hard to land consecutive hits on him. The old man found time to catch a breather despite having the disadvantage. A moment later, his injuries healed mostly and his aura regained its peak state. The Verdant Sunflame Cloak also started to blaze up again. Luo Po Seal had terrifying might, but the old man was very alert. He did not give Fang Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sunflame Cloak's defenses were superb. Fang Yuan could sense that in battle. It was like how his enemies felt when facing Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though he only grazed past him, Fang Yuan obtained valuable intel. Luo Po Seal was targeted at the enemy's soul, but this old man was an experienced rank 8 GU immortal with deep foundations. He did not have any evident weaknesses. His soul's defense was quite tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Po Seal hit directly, it could not kill the old man in one move. Luo Po Seal had to be paired with Lead Soul into Dream to deal with Heavenly Court's rank 8 GU Immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal GU house, causing Ying Wuxie and the rest to slumber in the Dream Realm. If the incomplete Immortal GU house was still around, Fang Yuan would have Ying Wuxie's lead soul into Dream to help him. He would have the advantage against this old man. But the old man had ambushed and destroyed the incomplete Immortal GU house. Not only were Fang Yuan's losses severe, he lost his initiative and was kept on the back foot for a long time. This situation was naturally very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to escape quickly. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon as more sword dragons filled this formation space. The old man had the advantage, but he did not relax his mind or become careless. He squinted a little as Fang Yuan hid among the sword dragons again. At this time, should he use an investigative method to find Fang Yuan or eliminate these sword dragons first? If he did not kill Fang Yuan, there would be an endless stream of sword dragons, but the old man had clear awareness. He thought, I'm afraid my investigative method cannot expose familiar face. Fang Yuan is so crafty, he must have other plans. The old man had the initiative now. He spoke arrogantly and wildly, but his mind was extremely calm and composed. He knew that when opponents of his and Fang Yuan's level fight, with such rich battle experience on both sides, even though he had the initiative now and could hold the advantage, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan would turn the situation around. The old man roared as flames started to burn around, spreading out like a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted in candles within the flame. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan quite troubled. He hesitated for a while before persisting with his tactic. He controlled the myriad dragons to charge at the formation space. This formation was clearly controlled by Central Continent GU Immortals. Seeing that the myriad dragons were attacking, they wanted to retaliate, but the old man quickly transmitted to them, "Don't move." Fang Yuan has very high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation activates, the more flaws he will notice. I will handle these eels, don't be anxious. The old man did not want to give Fang Yuan any chances. The sea of fire killed the sword dragons at a rapid rate. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He suddenly appeared in front of the Dream Realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He quickly gathered the Dream Realm and turned the lump of Dream Realm into a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so scheming. The old man's expression changed. Fang Yuan used many feints and tactics. It was hard to see through his plans after all. Fang Yuan opened a sliver of his Immortal Aperture's entrance, wanting to send the Time Path clone, Ying Wuxie's soul, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man screamed angrily behind him, "Demon, forget about it." Boom! A killer move was used, bursting out with immense strength and sound. Fang Yuan felt a chill. He did not need to turn around to know that this move was the old man's strongest offensive method. I won't make it. Fang Yuan did not have enough time to react. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he went all out. His Time Path killer move was used as the time around suddenly became faster. He placed the immortals into the Immortal Aperture, and at the same time, he felt like a giant had landed a punch on his back. The huge force sent him flying like a cannonball. He lost 15% of reverse flow river's water. The impact made Fang Yuan's head dizzy. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was only able to save a portion of them. Fairy Miao could not be reached. She was still unconscious earlier. After being engulfed in the huge flames, she was burned to ashes. Not a bit of her body remained. Fang Yuan shouted loudly as he used Myriad Dragon, charging around the place, while he started to act and destroy the formation. The old man was a bit nervous now. He started to attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to defend him. He ignored the old man and only targeted the formation. Fang Yuan, don't think of getting out. That is merely a delusion. The old man roared as his flames engulfed Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha, you are simply struggling at death's door. The old man got behind Fang Yuan and slammed them on his back like two huge tablets. Fang Yuan was sent flying. Fang Yuan was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was quite a pathetic sight, yet his eyes were still cold as ice. He continued to attack the time path formation. It is useless. How can you break such an amazing formation? Look at your reverse flow river, it is about to be fully expended. The old man mocked. He attacked with greater intensity, killing intent surged as he behaved in a frenzied manner. Even though reverse flow river could reflect attacks, the old man also had his Verdant Sunflame Cloak. He endured the reflected attacks as he continued to expend the reverse flow river water. He was not wrong. Fang Yuan's reverse flow river had gone through many battles, a lot of it was used up already. As he continued to attack, the river water level fell. Fang Yuan's robe also started to become thin and flimsy. Suddenly, Fang Yuan roared as he stopped attacking, preparing Luo Po Seal again. The old man's pupils shrunk, his attacks changed, he started to prepare his defenses against Luo Po Seal. Fang Yuan completed the preparation as he flicked his palm. Instead of attacking the old man, he shot it towards a corner of the formation. Goo! With a shocked voice, a rank 7 GU Immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Po Seal. He died on the spot. How? The other Central Continent GU Immortals were also shocked and lost for words. Fang Yuan was able to find a formation core in such a short time and kill the person inside. Luo Po Seal was very powerful even against rank 8 GU Immortals, not to mention these rank 7s. Quick, that formation core has been destroyed, quickly move and fix the hole. A GU Immortal shouted. On the other end, the old man grunted as he attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the extremely depleted reverse flow protection seal to defend himself while attacking the formation himself. With many of his methods used, Heavenly Court's meticulously created time path immortal formation collapsed area by area. It could not hold up against Fang Yuan's unraveling. How can this be? Fang Yuan's speed of deduction was extremely shocking to everyone. Quick, over there! Someone shouted. A loophole formed in the formation, connecting with the outside world. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Bye. You cannot leave. Flames swept over, turning into the old man. He hid the loophole behind himself desperately. The other Central Continent GU Immortals also let out a sigh of relief. But Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man, saying coldly with deep killing intent, "Get lost." The old man snickered. It is useless, you cannot deal with my Verdant Sunflame Cloak. The distance between them shrunk. Central Continent's GU Immortals quickly changed their formation. Someone shouted, "Block Fang Yuan, we only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation." This is a complete change, it would be 10 times as difficult as before to deduce it afterwards. The old man scoffed, not just 5 breaths, even if, His eyes suddenly widened, his face turned stiff, he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move preparation with deep disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely concealed, not a bit leaked out. He clapped both hands together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand which was in contact with his left hand moved. It was like he was trying to pull out something precious, as his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Afterwards, his left hand was still at the original position, but his tightly clenched right fist was lifted, above his chest and shoulder, above his head, until it was fixed right above his head. This move is... The old man no longer smiled, there was nervousness in his eyes and even some fear. Indeed, this was the immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed, at the first breath. First finger. Fang Yuan had a cold expression as he raised the thumb of his right hand. From the right fist that he held high in the air, a sword light shot out. Fast! 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 The speed of the sword light was beyond belief. The moment it was shot out, it pierced the old man's forehead. The old man shuddered, the flames on the Verdant Sunflame Cloak on his body weakened by half. Second breath. Second finger. The old man reacted, he roared as the Verdant Sunflame Cloak started blazing again. But the sword light landed again, weakening the Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Third breath. Third finger. The old man's expression turned pale. He wanted to grit his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak on his back had expanded like a fireball. Earlier it was the size of a horse carriage, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared, "This is the peak condition of my verdant sun flame cloak. Come, your attacks cannot break through." The moment he said that, the sword light landed as the verdant sun flame cloak burst like a balloon. It returned to its former condition. Five-finger fist heart sword got stronger as it progressed. Fourth breath, fourth finger. The old man desperately blocked the fourth sword. His expression was pale. He took a huge step back. Verdant sun flame cloak was like a flickering candle. It was extremely thin now. Fifth breath. Fang Yuan snickered. "What cloak? It is laughable. Li Huang, you can start preparing your funeral. It is over." The fifth sword. The old man's heart jumped. His eyes were filled with terror. "No, Bo Qing, don't even dream of killing me." The flame blazed. He turned into dozens of figures as he flew in all directions. Fang Yuan ignored him. He flew outside the loophole, escaping into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The earlier loopholes were fixed. It had become whole again, securely locking the formation space inside. But Fang Yuan had already escaped. The time path formation was completely silent inside. The central continent GU immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The flame clones dissipated slowly, until only the old man's main body remained. At this moment, his face was flushing red and white. Anger, fear, humiliation, hatred, and killing intent, they filled his heart entirely, turning his expression distorted and filled with terrifying hatred. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There was no fifth sword. Fang Yuan, you lied." Chapter 1633. Cutting Edge slays enemies. Once he left the formation, Fang Yuan felt the difficulty of using reverse flow protection seal rays by several times. He quickly stopped it and changed to the time path killer move Winter Coat. Immortal killer move, familiar face. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he had transformed in the river of time, transformation path was also greatly suppressed. Even though he managed to use the move, his immortal essence expenditure was tens of times as much as usual. Thankfully, familiar face's core was attitude GU, it only expended mental energy. Thus, on the whole, familiar face used very little immortal essence. Fang Yuan could sustain it. Plop. Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake as he went into the river of time, slithering away. We are finally out of the encirclement, escaping the time path formation. Fang Yuan felt a little glad. The earlier situation was quite dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the more tight Heavenly Court's defenses would be, and the lower chances Fang Yuan would have of survival. This time, there were two reasons why he could escape. Firstly, Fang Yuan had made the time path clone use the Light of Wisdom to break the formation. Because of the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities far exceeded Heavenly Court's imagination. He could catch them off guard. Secondly, he used five-finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use wisdom sword immortal GU. This immortal GU was one of the core of five-finger fist heart sword to begin with. Thus, Fang Yuan could use the fourth sword of five-finger fist heart sword. This was his current limit. To use the fifth sword, he would need other core sword path immortal GU. I expended a lot of rank 8 immortal essence. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal essence storage had fallen to a dangerous level. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow and could accumulate white lychee immortal essence rapidly, he had gone through fierce battles consecutively, especially earlier against the old man Li Huang. He had expended a lot when breaking out of the time path formation. I should escape first. In this situation, Fang Yuan only had one thought. This was the wisest decision. A frontal face-off was the most stupid idea. Fang Yuan, where are you going? An angry growl could be heard behind him. Fang Yuan turned around and his heart jumped. 3 immortal GU houses were chasing after him with threatening auras. The left one was Eternal Yacht. It was tall and rode with the wind. On the deck, rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yi, the rank 7 GU Immortals for Xunzi and others were standing with a righteous aura. The middle one was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. It was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The Immortal GU house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. The right one was shark flow lever. The huge lever was white like jade. A rank 8 GU Immortal was standing on it. He wore a suit of blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. 3 rank 7 Immortal GU houses, at least 3 rank 8 GU Immortals, with many rank 7 GU Immortals. Fang Yuan's heart continued to sink. At this moment, he could see Heavenly Court's huge determination to get rid of him. Even though Fang Yuan became an immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast. With the destruction of the incomplete Immortal GU house, he could not conceal himself. Both sides continued to shrink in distance. The 3 Immortal GU houses attacked from afar. Fang Yuan used Autumn Perception killer move. As I seemed to grow on his back, he managed to evade agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat to endure the attacks forcefully. Winter Coat was amplified in the River of Time. Together with Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks, it displayed incredible defensive power. Even though it was not as amazing as Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was on par with it here. This cannot go on. The situation was getting worse. Fang Yuan tried to find a solution. Luo Po Seal took a long time to activate. In the River of Time, the duration would be even longer, and the overall strength would be weaker. Heavenly Court would be fully on guard against him. He could not rely on Luo Po Seal to turn the situation around. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Emperor Yama, and others, they were the same. Fang Yuan could only rely on Summer Fan, Spring Scissors, and other time path methods. But the 3 Immortal GU houses after Fang Yuan were strong as fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan were unable to do anything to them. As they continued to fight, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence storage fell continuously. The situation was getting worse. Heavenly Court chased after Fang Yuan with rising morale. Their expressions were very optimistic. Suddenly, at the river ahead, a change occurred. Huge fountains were starting to burst out. Oh no, this is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon excels in luck path. He has incredible luck. He is very hard to kill. As expected, something occurred here. Follow him, don't let him escape. Heavenly Court side shouted, showing nervous expressions on their faces. Fang Yuan dived into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They carried the might of time path. If the scale was large enough, they would definitely be able to take the lives of rank 8 GU Immortals. In most situations, Fang Yuan would avoid them. But now, this Sudden Spring River segment was his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. Sudden springs erupted around Fang Yuan time and time again, but they were not much of an obstacle for him. Fang Yuan had Luck Inspection Immortal GU, while the Sovereign Immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. He could evidently sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck path usually could not be sensed, but at this moment, it displayed its incredible power. Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal GU houses had a hard time chasing him. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit by Sudden Springs immediately, pushed up forcefully. They spent a lot of effort to dive down. Even Shark Flow Lever was hit. Fang Yuan often encountered rank 6 or 7 level small to mid-sized Sudden Springs, while Heavenly Court faced rank 8 level big Sudden Springs. Even though Fang Yuan met many obstacles and was often obstructed by the Sudden Springs, Heavenly Court's group was more like a bunch of sick people climbing a mountain. Their encounters were clearly contrasted. Heavenly Court's members had dark expressions. They felt deeply vexed, wanting to spit blood in anger. It seems that Feng Ju is not part of the group. Fang Yuan had a realization. In the Battle of Lang Ya, Fang Yuan saw how strong Feng Ju's luck was. He could not suppress the latter. If he was here, Heavenly Court would not face such troubles now. Without much danger, Fang Yuan managed to get out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely catch up with him. It had left the Sudden Spring River segment as well. Without obstacles now, Eternal Yacht's speed rose. It reduced the distance between Fang Yuan and itself. I cannot escape like this. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with lightning. He made up his mind and stopped to face the enemy. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not escaping, Eternal Yacht's GU Immortals were overjoyed, but soon, they exposed wary expressions full of alertness. Xunzi shouted, "Everyone, be careful, the demon is fighting instead of running, he must have some vicious plans." She had just spoken when Fang Yuan's killer move activated. Immortal Killer Move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was still rank 7 level, but Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks amplified it to 100 times of its power. At the same time, it was inside the River of Time. Its power rose to nearly rank 8. At once, the leader, rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yi, sensed a fatal threat. His hair was standing on ends, his heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge was too fast, even faster than Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. The moment Fang Yuan used it, it had already reached Qing Yi. Eternal Yacht had its defenses of course, but Time Cutting Edge was thin as paper. It easily penetrated it. Isn't this move lost in history? How can he use it? Am I going to die here? Instantly, Qing Yi was filled with shock as he fell into deep despair. Let me. At the dangerous moment, Xunzi jumped out, standing in front of Qing Yi. Crack! Xunzi's body shook intensely. She was hit by Time Cutting Edge. Her eyes stared widely as she fell down on the deck. Huff huff. Qing Yi breathed roughly. He was covered in sweat, having barely kept his life. Xunzi. Qing Yi's expression was pale as he showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xunzi looked at each other with calm expressions. They thought, Xunzi blocked the blade for Qing Yi and died for him. It was definitely worth it to gain the favor of this rank 8 GU Immortal. Lord Qing Yi, don't worry about it. We have a unique method to revive our sister. Xunzi smiled and expressed his sincerity. But Qing Yi shook his head, showing a grim expression. I can somewhat understand the profundities behind your method. I am afraid it will not work this time. The 3 Xunzi were shocked. They asked, Lord, what do you mean? Please explain it to us. This is Bo Clan's killer move. It had once threatened the whole of Central Continent. It is called Time Cutting Edge. Qing Yi said with a complex expression, unable to conceal his fear. What? There is such a move. The 3 Xunzi's expressions changed. They all started to tremble as they became fearful and panicky, no longer as calm as before. No, impossible. Isn't this move gone already? Xunzi shook his head, refusing to believe Qing Yi. But the truth is so. Stop chasing him. Qing Yi breathed in deeply with a pale expression. Lord! The remaining rank 7 GU Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan was right in front of them. It was a great chance to kill this demon. They would gain an incredible amount of contribution credits. If they let him go, they would definitely be reprimanded and punished. But Qing Yi made up his mind. Among the 3 Immortal GU houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest but has the weakest defense. You've all seen how Time Cutting Edge could not be blocked. If we pursue him, as long as Fang Yuan kills us one by one, he will gain this Eternal Yacht instead. Plus, even though I have a phantom aperture, you all have a lifetime of accumulation. We cannot give them all to this demon. If at this moment, other than Eternal Yacht, the other Immortal GU houses were around, Qing Yi might pursue him. But right now, if they chased after him, there would not be any chance of victory. Chapter 1634. Attack and Defend. This was an underground cave. There were dim flames lighting the walls, creating a natural formation. Even though it was not strong, it could alert him. Fang Yuan was ambushed by Heavenly Court in the River of Time. He had fought desperately for a way out after an intense struggle. After getting away from Qing Yi and the rest, Fang Yuan followed the tributary of the River of Time and got to the outside world of Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Purple Mountain True Monarch had set up many eerie fire caves at many locations. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to randomly go into one and rest, recovering from the fight. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, he was not using it the entire time. He had to rely on winter coat. Let alone the battle with Li Huang. Just during his escape, Fang Yuan was hit by the 3 immortal GU houses multiple times. His injuries were not light. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body before standing up slowly. After a few days of recovery, he had already healed. Most importantly, because the sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks, his healing effects were very effective. His rank 8 white lychee immortal essence had also increased, but it was still in the red zone. Fang Yuan paced around in the cave with his arms behind his back. While considering the situation, his frown got deeper. This time, he had suffered greatly in the River of Time. It was no exaggeration to say that he had barely survived. Fang Yuan did not feel much fear or joy. Such a case was within his expectations. Heavenly Court's foundation was simply too deep. Fang Yuan's growth was simply nothing compared to the long history of Heavenly Court. With such immense foundation, they only had to put in some effort to give Fang Yuan huge problems. The battle in the River of Time was a good affirmation to this. Earlier, Fang Yuan had an advantage against Heavenly Court. It was because he sneak attacked and caught them unprepared. Because he was able to stay hidden, Heavenly Court could not do anything. Fang Yuan had always been exerting all his effort and using all his time to grow stronger and make Heavenly Court's plans fail each time. But as Heavenly Court learned more about Fang Yuan, they placed more emphasis on him. When it finally came to a frontal assault, Fang Yuan's strength was just too little. Heavenly Court was not just strong in foundation, the biggest advantage was their unified mindset. Southern Border's righteous path also had immense strength, but all of the clans were focused on their individual benefits. They could not effectively deal with Fang Yuan. But Heavenly Court had always been pressuring Fang Yuan. If not for his schemes and plots, any other demonic path GU immortal would have been captured or killed already. As time passes, Heavenly Court's arrangements in the River of Time would get more elaborate. The chances of getting Red Lotus true inheritance would become slimmer. Against such a strong enemy, what could Fang Yuan do? I have expended almost all of my white lychee immortal essence. Reverse Flow River also has barely any water. Li Huang expended too much of it. I can't use it anymore. Unlike Danghun Mountain and Luo Po Valley, which had rank 9 killer move orderly well and could be repaired using landscape as before rapidly, Reverse Flow River was very different. Fang Yuan did not lack the methods to restore it, but any method would incur huge costs. For the foreseeable future, Fang Yuan would not be able to use his Reverse Flow Protection Seal anymore. Even without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fang Yuan had gotten to rank 8 and obtained sheer CHA's methods. On the whole, his strength had still risen by quite a lot. But this time, I exposed too many methods. Immemorial Year Beasts, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were exposed. They were part of Fang Yuan's plan. But the reveal of Time Cutting Edge was truly a shame. There was no choice. In that battle, if Fang Yuan did not use this method, he might have died already. But I am not without gains. Fang Yuan also managed to probe Heavenly Court's foundation. They had a mysterious method to cause the resonance of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan had not expected this. But now, thinking about it, Fang Yuan could understand that the time path formation in ambush was not targeted at him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance instead. And spring-autumn cicada was the key to opening Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could Heavenly Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance using Spring-Autumn Cicada as the starting point? Even though they could not refine Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could mimic it to a great extent. Li Huang, Qing Yi. New rank 8 GU immortals showed up. Heavenly Court ruled Central Continent and could take in rank 8 GU immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, a few experienced experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. Having been created since the remote antiquity era, all the way until now, nobody knew how deep Heavenly Court's foundation truly was. Precisely with such foundations, during the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Heavenly Court ruled Central Continent and fought against for other regions. For a long time, they held the advantage and even many super clans were destroyed. Perhaps because of this, even though Spectral Soul managed to defy heaven, he did not dare to attack Heavenly Court directly. He continued to lurk and infiltrate it slowly. And those 3 Immortal GU houses, no, the one I destroyed earlier did not lose many Immortal GU. Even if they were destroyed, Heavenly Court could still refine it. I am afraid that next time, I will have to face 4 or more Immortal GU houses. Rank 8 Time Path GU Immortals were not easily found, even for Heavenly Court. But Time Path Immortal GU houses could be assembled using parts of other Immortal GU houses, or using Immortal GU that various GU Immortals had in their possession or inventory. After assembling these Time Path Immortal GU houses, Heavenly Court could place a large number of GU Immortals from different paths inside, allowing them to seal off the entire River of Time. Any plan of luring the enemy away would not work. Heavenly Court was the #1 Grotto-Heaven in the 5 regions. There was no concerns over its safety. Even if Fang Yuan attacked Heavenly Court directly, not only would he be unable to find the entrance, even if he got in, he would incur Heavenly Court's wrath. A few rank 8 great experts from the Immortal Graveyard could wake up and take his life. And if Fang Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to topple Heavenly Court's rule either, and it was extremely risky to do so. After all, they had the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He knew clearly that to find Red Lotus true inheritance, he would need to face off against Heavenly Court. The more defenses Heavenly Court placed in the River of Time, the more important Red Lotus true inheritance was, and the greater Fang Yuan's hope to destroy Fate GU rested in it. I need to be fast. Heavenly Court had all sorts of methods. They might find Red Lotus true inheritance before him. Thus, he needed to get past their layers of defense into the Stone Lotus Island before Heavenly Court succeeds, and obtain the most crucial things left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what they were, Fang Yuan had no idea, even Heavenly Court might not know. Guarding the River of Time was an open scheme by Heavenly Court, because they had the tactical advantage. They were not afraid that Fang Yuan would not come. Fate GU was about to recover. Fang Yuan needed to get past Heavenly Court and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he had to take huge risks, even if he had to risk his life, even though there was an ambush, he had to go. There are no special tactics or shortcuts. I need to raise my strength and continue to grow, surpassing Heavenly Court's defenses to break through these obstacles and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. Once Fang Yuan achieves this goal, he would have the qualification and ability to continue challenging Heavenly Court. Chapter 1635. Logistics. Mini Western Desert. All the surroundings were covered in a snow-white color. Fang Yuan's time path clone traveled here as he grabbed a handful of sand, looking at it. The sand particles were all clear as crystal or ice, having a feeling of coldness in them. Right now, the skies were bright and sunny. Mini Western Desert was quite a warm place, but this desert was very cool and refreshing. Fang Yuan's clone put a bit of snow-white sand into his mouth. After his saliva came into contact, it melted and gave off a salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a very long story. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created Heavenly Court, the other 4 regions were still filled with strong variant human forces. They enslaved and suppressed humanity. In Western Desert, there was a human city. It was ostracized and suppressed by the variant humans. The variant humans joined up and pretended to be bandits, robbing all of the caravans that tried to head to the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked essential resources and was slowly unable to survive. The human city lord feared for the safety of his people. He had to seek help from a variant human group, marrying his beloved daughter to them in exchange for peace. The city lord's daughter knew what was more important. For the sake of the humans in the city, she sacrificed herself. The group soon set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord himself. While traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in abscesses. The smell was repulsive. The city lord saw that he was a human. He quickly saved him and gave the old man some clean water. The old man woke up slowly. he said to the city lord, "O city lord, since you saved me, why don't you provide me some more help? Give me your robe and steed so that I can leave on my own." The city lord subordinate started to laugh. The clothes were so precious, how could they give them to such a lowly beggar? But the city lord waved his hand. The value of a robe cannot match a person's life. "I have other clothes with me, you can have this. But my steed can only be ridden by a strong GU master. If I give it to you, I will be causing you harm." Saying so, the city lord gave his robe as well as a large amount of water and food to the old man. Next, the city lord ordered his men to bring over a mild-tempered camel to the old man. The old man sighed deeply. "City lord, I have long heard of your kind reputation, it is truly not a lie. Since you want to do a good deed, why don't you help me fully? The abscesses on my back have been troubling me for years. Only a virgin girl who is born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day 1 can heal me by using her mouth to burst them." Just as the old man said that, the city lord's subordinate started to rebuke in anger. They wanted to kill this old man. The city lord was a little angry, because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day. The city lord said, "Old man, stop making fun of me. Even though I am a city lord, I am also a pitiful father. I love my daughter, but I have no choice but to send her to the vicious feathermen, and let her become their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can save the entire city, I will accept that fate." At this time, the city lord's daughter arrived. The clamor had drawn her attention. She understood the situation from the description of others. She walked towards the old man as she nodded. "Old sir, let me see your abscesses. You are willing to heal my injury?" The old man asked. "Yes. Even though I am the city lord's daughter and everyone says I am of noble blood, how noble can I truly be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. "Only when the entire human race is noble can our statuses truly rise. I have no hope left. I am going to be a slave concubine of the variant humans. In that case, why shouldn't I save you? We humans are too weak now. The recovery of one person is better than nothing." The city lord and the others heard her words and felt very moved. They did not stop her. The abscesses on the old man's back were ugly and disgusting. They were filled with pus and had an overbearing smell. People would want to puke upon seeing them. The city lord's daughter was slightly dazed, but she held in her disgust and used her teeth to burst the abscesses on the old man's back. Once they burst, a white-silver liquid flowed out. The liquid landed on the desert and emitted a thick fragrant smell, making the caravan group feel refreshed mentally. The old man's body vanished, only his voice was left. He said, "O city lord, you are a person worthy of my help. Humans cannot just rely on GU immortals, you GU masters are the hope of the future. I will entrust this desert to you, make good use of it." The city lord and the rest realized at this moment, the old man was a human GU immortal. They quickly knelt on the ground. And this desert was changed by the white-silver liquid, becoming the snow-white salt sand. After obtaining this huge desert, the city lord sold the salt sand as edible salt. He did not lack revenue and managed to revive his city, becoming stronger in time. Currently, salt sand was no longer a unique product of Western Desert. It was available in all 5 regions. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had salt sand too. He had obtained it from annexing a southern border GU immortal's immortal aperture. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan's clone gained a deeper understanding of the desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Heavenly Court has started to sell silver dragonfish. They must have gotten the method to produce it from spectral soul. In time, golden dragonfish will also appear in the market. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business was feeling a huge impact. In the short term, because he had obtained immense market share, his dragonfish still provided huge profits. But he definitely would gradually lose his profits to Heavenly Court. But it was not a problem. After annexing the southern border immortals, the sovereign immortal aperture had gained over 10 blessed lands, and even a Grotto-Heaven. Forget about salt sand, it was an ordinary GU material. But he gained a lot of immortal material resources. There were at least 5 to 6 resource points that could match the dragonfish business. Sheer Cha Grotto-Heaven's year essence pool was one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan was still earning a lot of profits. his immortal essence stones were accumulating at a faster pace than before. Due to his development in the past, he did not lack any food production for the feeding of his immortal GU. Even though he obtained some immortal GU as loot from battle, he also obtained the respective GU immortals' immortal apertures. He completely moved their resource points over to himself. The feeding of immortal GU still has some flaws, but that is not an issue. The Time Path clone looked at the Salt Sand Desert one last time before using fixed immortal travel. This Salt Sand Desert was the second last resource point that he visited. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone went to City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a sizable group of hairy men. These hairy men were obtained from the immortal apertures of the southern border GU immortals. Almost all of them had a certain number of hairy men raised to refine mortal GU. Hairy man slaves were the most popular ones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan gathered the hairy men in all these immortal apertures and placed them into City Well to live. Currently, raising hairy men was most helpful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave some Dream Path GU recipes as well as cultivation methods to these hairy men. Their task was to enter their own dream realms and gather Dream Path materials to refine Dream Path mortal GU for Fang Yuan's use. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of Dream Path mortal GU. Earlier, Fang Yuan was exploring dream realms and used up all of his accumulated Dream Path mortal GU. If not for these hairy men refining Dream Path mortal GU to replenish his supply, Fang Yuan might not have been able to explore all of his dream realms. Fang Yuan's clone came to City Well as the sky turned dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it seemed to be evening currently. After Fang Yuan became rank 8, the Blessed Land became a Grotto-Heaven. It had astronomical changes now. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a lot of time path resources, the changes was very precise, almost like the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's clone was about to find out the situation of the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed across his eyes. The main body has already found the location of the 5 Slong Seal. Fang Yuan rested in his eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and going to White Heaven. His immortal aperture was well operated, the logistics were clear and orderly, he did not need to waste time in recuperating, his immortal essence storage rose continuously. He did not want to waste time, he headed to White Heaven immediately. Right now, the 5 Slong Seal was opening, the ancient bet was undergoing again. Chapter 1636. Demon King. A tall gatehouse suddenly emerged in the sky that was originally empty. The gatehouse had a tall roof and 2 statues at the side of the gate. There was a huge plaque above the gate, writing the words 5 Xiong's Bet Entrance. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of bronze, it radiated a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became solid and clearer. Qi Clan had 6 GU immortals in total. They were all standing outside the gatehouse now, waiting for it to materialize entirely. The leader was an old GU immortal. He had a thin body but strong spirits, his eyes radiated with brilliance, he stood up straight like a spear. He was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Fa. On his left was Qi Clan's second Supreme Elder Qi Cai. He stroked his beard as he said, I have experienced many openings of the seal, but this time, I feel very impatient, I almost cannot wait. Third Supreme Elder Qi Jin laughed, this bet has been going on for thousands of years, we are finally going to end it today. As descendants of Qi Clan, we can proudly face our ancestors, we are the eventual victors of this bet. As they spoke, the gatehouse formed fully, a huge area of clouds gathered to hold up this gatehouse. The door started to shine in 5 colors, representing the strength of the 5 Xiong's. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn bright red. This was Shui Xiong Shui Clan, because they cultivated blood path, they had been wiped out. Thus, after the red light shined around the place, it faded away. Next was yellow light. It was Kai Song's Kai Clan, even though they had descendants, because they lived in the immortal apertures of their ancestors and did not work hard, they were living like livestock, not a single GU immortal emerged from among them. Next, a brown light appeared. Ni Xiong's Ni Clan had GU immortals in the past, even though the numbers were small, they were all elites. Especially Nia, someone deduced that his refinement path attainment level was at the point of quasi-supreme Grandmaster. He was the one who fused Immortal GU into the bloodline of Ni clan members. He wanted to assist his descendants, but right now, Ni clan's villages were controlled by Qi clan. They could not win. After the brown light came white light. Our turn. Qi Cai became very alert. He could not wait anymore. Let's go. Qi Fa said with a firm tone. He led the 4 GU Immortals behind him as they went to the gatehouse, bathing in the white light. The white light flickered for a moment as it got stronger, sweeping around the 5 Qi clan GU Immortals' bodies as it returned to its original intensity, continuing to shine. But Qi clan's GU Immortals were all here already. Without any additional descendant of Qi Xiong, the white light faded away. There was a white light spiraling above the heads of the 5 Qi clan GU Immortals. They had passed the test of the 5 Xiong seal. They were qualified to enter for the bet. Bai clan is the last one. Qi Jin spoke, unable to conceal his nervousness. Qi clan's GU Immortals were all above the clouds. They had not entered the door yet. They were alert and looked around. They knew of the existence of Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing had inherited Bai Xiong Grotto-Heaven. She even learned the immortal killer move Bai Xiong, displaying great power in a few battles. Heavenly Court had exposed intel on Fang Yuan that involved the Shadow Sect members as well. Even though Bai Ning Bing was not part of Shadow Sect, her information was also exposed. Even though Qi clan was secluded and did not mix with the circles of GU Immortals, they still had their collection of information regarding the outside world. Blue light shined for a while, but nobody showed up. It was about to weaken and fade away. Qi Cai let out a breath of air. Good, Bai Ning Bing did not show up. Our Qi Cai will definitely win. He had just spoken when 2 figures approached at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the gatehouse. Qi clan's GU Immortals looked over and saw a boy and a girl. The girl had silvery hair that flowed down to her waist. Her pale blue dragon eyes emitting a cold aura to the outside world. Her skin was white as snow, her expression was cold, her beauty was simply divine. And the most eye-catching thing was the pair of small coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi clan's GU Immortals all thought of a name: Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing came after all, damn it! Who is that beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ning Bing before turning his gaze towards the other GU Immortal. This GU Immortal was a young man with similarly long hair that was black and smooth. He had a sharp and tall nose. His face was extremely exquisite. His eyes were deep like the abyss, resembling the darkness that existed since the beginning of time, able to devour anything in its way. Seeing this young-looking GU Immortal, Qi Jin shook like he had been hit by lightning. His heart turned cold. He gulped as he said in a hoarse voice with great difficulty, Fang Yuan. He was already the most composed one. The Qi clan GU Immortals around him were shaking. Their legs were trembling as they had sweat pouring down their foreheads. Bai Ning Bing was Fang Yuan's henchman. The 5 regions GU Immortals knew that. If Bai Ning Bing appeared and participated in the 5 Xiong's bet, Fang Yuan was likely to come too. Qi clan had known this and were mentally prepared for it before coming here. However, when Fang Yuan truly appeared in front of them, they found that their mental preparations were all in vain. Fear, panic, chaos, all sorts of emotions filled their hearts. They felt like they had fallen into an icy river. This was Fang Yuan. He had been reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. Refining an immortal GU on 3 Kings Mountain as a mortal, snatching Hu immortal blessed land from the central continent 10 great ancient sects. He went to northern plains and destroyed 88 true Yang building. Nobody knew how great his gains were. He inherited a true inheritance of thieving heaven and cooperated with Lang Ya blessed land and the other variant humans, becoming a traitor of humans. He disguised as Wu Yihai and deceived Wu Yong like a fool. During the Dream Realm battle, he toyed with the entire righteous path of Southern Border and became the leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him and Heavenly Court hunted him, but he remained free and got stronger and stronger. At the regional war, he fought against the rank 8 GU Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch as a rank 7 and pummeled her, leading to a fall in Heavenly Court's reputation. When Lang Ya Blessed Land was invaded by Heavenly Court, he stole fixed immortal travel and left freely. Several months ago, he ambushed Southern Border's Righteous Path and kidnapped many Southern Border GU Immortals, extorting all the super forces. Not long ago, Heavenly Court had distributed the intel in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The battle in the River of Time had been exposed. The entire world of the 5 regions was shocked. Fang Yuan had become a rank 8 GU Immortal silently, obtaining killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Most amazingly, he even had the long-lost method, Time Cutting Edge. Seeing that his intel was exposed, Fang Yuan returned the favor and exposed all of Heavenly Court's methods as well. The GU Immortal world was in a huge commotion. Heavenly Court's foundation and methods were shocking. But the scarier thing was, Fang Yuan managed to escape regardless. Heavenly Court had set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. There were multiple rank 8s and many immortal GU houses, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan lost, in fact running away like a dog, after this battle was exposed, his reputation soared and left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his schemes and ferocity, but also due to his opponent being Heavenly Court. It was created since the remote antiquity era, Heavenly Court, which had 3 million years of history and had withstood the multiple invasions of various demon venerables, the #1 human force created since the beginning of human history. After so long, this Heavenly Court could actually do nothing to a demonic path GU Immortal. This was a really rarely seen situation. Even throughout the entire history of Heavenly Court, it was rarely seen. Countless GU Immortals and super forces were watching, waiting to see how Heavenly Court would capture Fang Yuan. How long could Fang Yuan really last? Because of all these emotions, Fang Yuan's reputation was at its peak. Rank 7 Fang Yuan could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fang Yuan was the king of demonic immortals, shaking the world. He had grown like a shooting star, the speed was simply unthinkable. This meteor was currently like the blazing sun, he was bright and dazzling, countless people could not even look up at him. Demon King Fang Yuan. Qi Clan's GU Immortals started trembling even more fiercely. Fang Yuan's mere entrance had already intimidated all these people. His demonic might was unstoppable. Chapter 1637. He cheated. Nobody laughed. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 and 2 rank 6 GU Immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they joined up. They were meat on the chopping block, they were completely defenseless. After Qi Fa spoke, he mustered his courage and continued, "We have already obtained the acknowledgement of the gatehouse, we can explore that Grotto-Heaven, we are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fang Yuan wants to kill us, he will need to pass the gatehouse, but if he destroys it, he will break the rules of the bet and would not reach the other side." Qi Fa's words calmed everyone down. Fang Yuan looked at Qi Fa with slight surprise as he smiled, praising, "He is quite smart." Qi Fa's words were said to Qi Clan's GU Immortals, but was also meant for Fang Yuan. Qi Clan was able to become the eventual winner of the 5 Xiong's bet, it was not without reason. These last years, Qi Clan had developed while suppressing or enslaving the other 4 clans, they also kept a low profile and hid themselves deeply. Even Southern Border's Righteous Path did not know or attempt to find the 5 Xiong's treasure, this was due to Qi Clan's abilities. But no matter how amazing they were, against Fang Yuan, they were doomed to fail. Fang Yuan's smile was terrifying in their eyes, his pearly white teeth were like sharp daggers aiming at them. Fang Yuan took a look at Qi Clan's GU Immortals before looking over at Bai Ningbing. Both of them had already negotiated earlier. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fang Yuan before flying towards the gatehouse. Qi Clan's GU Immortals were slightly stirred, but they could do nothing but watch. Once Bai Ningbing entered the blue light, this icy light shook for a moment before stabilizing. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, he was afraid earlier that Bai Ningbing's Dragonman status would affect it. After all, Dragonmen were variant humans and were not traditional humans. But now, it seemed that the gatehouse only cared about Bai Ningbing's bloodline, regardless of her status as human or variant human. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ningbing gained the acknowledgement of the gatehouse and was sent up into the clouds by a formless and mild force. Qi Clan's GU immortals had flickering gazes, they all showed a look of regret. It seems that Bai Ningbing is not under Fang Yuan's enslavement, otherwise, the gatehouse would not acknowledge her. It is a pity. Damn it, Bai Ningbing was allowed to enter the world beyond the gatehouse too. Bai Ningbing was found by old man Yangsha last time, but she was never enslaved, all they did was cooperate. After joining Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing was not targeted by Fang Yuan's enslavement methods either. This was all due to this gatehouse. Bai Ningbing landed on the cloud and inspected the area, before saying to Fang Yuan, getting onto the clouds would be the same as getting the gatehouse's acknowledgement, GU immortals cannot fight each other here. Okay. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, seeing his following actions, Qi Clan's GU immortals all gasped in shock. Fang Yuan actually flew towards the blue light. The blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fang Yuan was in his original appearance, he had activated Immortal Killer move Familiar Face already. He had modified this move, adding in Blood Path Immortal GU to disguise his own bloodline. Initially, he had used this against Wu Clan, disguising as Wu Yihai and mixing into the Righteous Path. But before Fang Yuan got happy, the 4 other lights appeared on the gatehouse. These 4 lights represented the power of the other 4 slongs. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Earlier, he had allowed Bai Ningbing to enter first in order to inspect the blue light. After he flew in, he managed to deceive the blue light, but to think that the other 4 slongs unleashed their power. Boom! The gatehouse shook. Fang Yuan was pushed out of the light by a strong force. Familiar Face cannot deceive it. Fang Yuan's heart shook slightly. Heaven surveying 5 slongs. This strong force that had once taken leadership of Southern Border's GU Immortal world had displayed its immense power. Qi Clan's GU Immortals all sighed in huge relief, great joy appeared on their faces. Fang Yuan's actions were simply too shocking, but this result was the best for them. So close, Fang Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Fang Yuan is kept outside, we only need to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiong killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiong true inheritance is not weak either. Fang Yuan focused as he looked at the gatehouse. Indeed, he had underestimated the gatehouse. Or rather, Shadow Sect and Bai Ningbing's information was not sufficient regarding this gatehouse. To deceive it, Familiar Face was not enough. Fang Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore it alone. She was unreliable, and even if she was reliable, she could not deal with Qi Clan's GU Immortals alone. Even though Fang Yuan had encountered an obstacle earlier, his determination to get in had not wavered. Qi Slong, Bai Slong, Shui Slong, Ni Slong, Kai Slong, these are the heaven surveying 5 slongs. This gatehouse was created by all 5 of them, their power was fused into one. Fang Yuan went into rapid contemplation. Qi Slong, Bai Slong, Shui Slong, Ni Slong, and Kai Slong, they were in Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path respectively. Fang Yuan had high attainment in Blood Path and Earth Path, he was confident. In terms of Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, it contained the original Food Path inheritance in this world. With such a foundation, Fang Yuan had an immensely deep amount of information to work with. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low. But Ice Path was not a problem, he had Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiong true inheritance that was used to deceive the blue light already. So, my only obstacle is Qi Xiong's power. Divine brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan did not have Qi Path attainment level or sufficient Qi Path inheritances, because it was already on the decline for a long time. No issue, I have the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to force his way through. Qi Clan's GU Immortals conversed. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing, didn't Heavenly Court announce it, this demon has very extraordinary wisdom path methods. It is useless. How can he deduce the 5 Xiong's arrangements in such a short time? Qi Clan's GU Immortals were very confident about this. They had tried to break the power of the 5 Xiong's long ago, but they had no success. This was the failure of generations of GU Immortals that had tried time and time again. They had failed too many times against the 5 Xiong's seal. How could Fang Yuan possibly succeed? Or maybe Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods are above us. But he is simply dreaming if he wants to deduce it now. This difficulty is like deducing an unknown immortal killer move that he has just seen for the first time in battle. He needs to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Qi Fa shook his head. As he said that, his courage appeared again, his fear was fading. Boom! At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked the gatehouse. The gate shook intensely. The expressions of Qi Clan's GU Immortals also changed. This! The demon attacked. He actually attacked the gatehouse. He wants to destroy the teleportation entrance. Does he not want to enter? He failed the deduction, so he got angry instead. Bam bam bam. As Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse started to shake. Qi Clan's GU Immortals also shook as their footing became unstable. They were like candles in the wind. Shock and fear was shown on their faces. Some even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse gets destroyed, they would lose their protection. It would be up to Fang Yuan whether he wants to kill or capture them. It must hold against him. Qi Clan's GU Immortals were all praying in their hearts. Fang Yuan gradually stopped attacking. Qi Clan's GU Immortals breathed roughly. They were all wet with sweat. The feeling of almost dying was too terrible. They had never been so nervous. But eventually, the gatehouse still remained standing. The demon did not succeed. Great! Qi Jin cheered, while the other Qi Clan GU Immortals had joyful expressions on their faces. Fang Yuan glanced at them as he showed a mocking smile. Oh? Why do you think I stopped? Saying so, he activated an immortal killer move. There was no flashy light or commotion. His entire body's aura underwent a profound and mystical change. Next, Fang Yuan landed and bathed in the blue light, easily gaining its acknowledgement and landing beside Bai Ningbing. Qi Clan's GU Immortals were all dumbfounded. Some opened their mouths and froze like statues. Shock was expressed on their faces. Some beliefs in their minds had been completely shattered by Fang Yuan's success. This demon actually succeeded. This must be a dream. How can this be? How could he succeed in such a short period of time? Qi Clan's GU Immortals felt incredibly confused, before a strong cold feeling entered their hearts. Fang Yuan's battle strength was ridiculously high, but his wisdom path attainment was even beyond the understanding of the Qi Clan GU Immortals. Such a monster made even Heavenly Court without options. How could they deal with him? Gatehouse! Oh ancestor! This Fang Yuan is an outsider. He cheated. Qi Cai screamed. His face was full of fear and also anger. But the gatehouse was silent. The 5 Xiong seals started to gather power. Soon, a strong aura emerged from the gatehouse as 5 lights started to shine brightly. Qi Clan's GU Immortals saw this as their faces turned to despair. They knew that the gatehouse had activated not because it exposed Fang Yuan's identity, but because the teleportation was beginning. Chapter 1638. Ultimate Treasure of the Bet. Fang Yuan looked around. The environment had changed. He was already inside the small world past the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him. Their distance was the same as before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Mysterious information was transmitted into her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was completely expressionless, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public Grotto-Heaven. The Heaven Surveying 5 Xiong's had once donated a portion of their Grotto-Heavens each to form this place. The entire Grotto-Heaven has 5 segments. They are not directly connected to each other. Only the most central mountain range is shared among the 5. The treasure of this bet is at the center of the Grotto-Heaven. As long as a GU Immortal is acknowledged by the gatehouse and is teleported inside here, they can go after the treasure. Along the way, the Heaven Surveying 5 Xungs have also set up some resources. Stronger experts can try to take them away, but it is recommended that they do not take everything, so as to allow the resources to grow again in the future. Bai Ningbing obtained this information, but Fang Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise my identity, it was too roughly made in a rush. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Qi Clan's GU Immortals, and our areas are not connected. After disguising as a Besieging descendant, I can only move about in this Besieging Grotto-Heaven region. Fang Yuan wanted to try using fixed immortal travel, but he did not know the appearance of Qi Xiong's territory. He had once killed Qi Clan's Qi Zai, but this person only became a GU Immortal in the last 1,000 years. He did not enter this place or have any memories of it. According to my experience of getting past the gatehouse's inspection, this place has a very strict level of defense. Space path methods are likely to be restricted. I am afraid that even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is a low possibility of success. Fang Yuan looked at the situation now. Soon, he made up his mind. Let's go to the center. The entire public Grotto-Heaven had 5 areas. They were all connected to the center, which contained the ultimate treasure of this bet. In that case, Fang Yuan would directly target it. He did not need to find Qi Clan's GU Immortals. Not only would he waste time, he might not be able to find them after all. Once they got to the mountain range, they would meet Qi Clan's GU Immortals anyway. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew rapidly, crossing mountains and valleys. Besieging cultivated ice and snow path. This area was contributed by Besieging Grotto-Heaven, thus even though there were mountains and valleys here, they were covered in thick snow. It was a field of white. Look there! Bai Ningbing suddenly said. She was looking at a mountain. It was extremely steep and dangerous. At the peak, there were 100 ice mirror snow lotuses growing. This was a rank 6 immortal material containing ice path and wood path Dao marks. Near the snow lotus, there were many snow monsters and even desolate level snow monsters. If anyone went there and wanted to get the ice mirror snow lotuses, these snow monsters would stop them. In fact, Fang Yuan had discovered it long ago. He only took a glance before flying away with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate level snow monsters were not his match, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time here. He headed straight for the center of the public Grotto-Heaven. Ice mirror snow lotus, 100 years profound ice, 1,000 years profound ice, mystical frost water, heavencraft divine jade. Along the way, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they had plentiful storage. The deeper they went, the more valuable the resource points in the Grotto-Heaven. Of course, the beasts or plants defending them were also increasingly stronger. The 5 Xungs had specially created this arrangement to test their descendants. Even though Fang Yuan's current strength was enough to sweep through everything, he ignored these small benefits in front of him. His mind was completely on the center of the mountain range. Howl! Howling of beasts could be heard continuously as they emerged from the valleys to attack Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. They were jade frost antelopes. The large ones were huge like palaces, the small ones were the size of 3 houses. Their eyes were fully jade green in color without irises. Their horns curled upwards. Even without wings, they could float and travel in the air. Each time they jumped, their hooves would emit white frost that would produce a clear chiming sound. These jade frost antelopes appeared very peculiarly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions quickly changed. Fang Yuan snorted as he waved his hand, grabbing a fan that appeared out of nowhere. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh! Summer Fan whipped up strong winds that turned into tornadoes. They resembled winds but were actually filled with time path's power. The beasts that approached with a great momentum were engulfed by the winds and rapidly died. Their corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing onto the snow and creating loud noises. This large group of jade frost antelopes died in an instant. Not just that, Fang Yuan's fan also caused the snow mountain below him to crumble, creating a huge crater filled with rocks. Fang Yuan flew down rapidly, slamming down as the rocks scattered. He looked at a huge rock wall and inspected the aura on it, his expression turning cold. There was a GU formation here that Fang Yuan destroyed. It had the style of Qi Path. It seems that the restriction of 5 independent regions cannot restrict those GU immortals from Qi clan. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. Understandable, they have already been coming here so many times, they must have a deep understanding of the place. A lot of the 5 Xiong's restrictions cannot stop them anymore. This also means that our journey is not going to be smooth. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Qi clan's GU immortals are trying to obstruct us, they must be trying to delay for time to obtain the treasure first. We will not stay here, we will move rapidly. The two continued to fly. Along the way, as Bai Ningbing had expected, many beast groups obstructed them. But these beast groups were all slaughtered easily by Fang Yuan's methods, they could barely delay his advancement. Fang Yuan's methods are truly terrifying. Our beast hides are simply thin as paper. No, he is simply killing them like killing ants. This is too scary. They are coming, they are near the central mountain range. Don't panic, there is a layer of defense at the mountain range, there is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defenses were broken through, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing are arriving. Qi clan's GU immortals continued to converse, the atmosphere was tense. When Fang Yuan arrived, Qi clan's GU immortals were all panicking, their nervousness could be felt from afar. The area that stored the treasure was very obvious, Fang Yuan could see it the moment he entered the central mountain range. At the peak of the highest mountain, there was a palace, it was decorated in the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal GU house. Fang Yuan successfully got into the immortal GU house. He saw that at the center of the hall, there were 5 Qi clan GU immortals sitting around the ultimate treasure. Next, his gaze turned towards the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was a white crane. This white crane has 1 leg, it was covered in snow-white feathers that had no dust or dirt on it. Its long beak was red in color, its wings were tucked in as its eyes were shut tight. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed rapidly, he could tell that this white crane was extraordinary. It was not a real living being, it was also not an immortal GU, yet it emitted a rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fang Yuan laughed, so the ultimate treasure of the bet is a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's laughter made the Qi clan GU immortals shudder. They were fearful and also furious. Qi clan had painstakingly protected this ultimate treasure of the 5 Xiong's bet, but an outsider was here now trying to take it. Qi clan has already treated the treasure as their possession. Fang Yuan wanted to take it, it meant that the great animosity between Qi clan and Fang Yuan was unresolvable. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he did not speak, he pointed his finger as a sword light flew out, attacking a Qi clan GU immortal. The 5 Qi clan GU immortals had instilled their wills into the white crane killer move, they did not move and allowed the sword light to approach them. At the crucial moment, the 5 lights of the hall shined as the sword light was dispelled soundlessly. As expected, Fang Yuan felt no surprise. This hall could gather the power of the entire public Grotto-Heaven, it was also the place where the 5 Slong seal was the strongest. With this power overseeing the area, Fang Yuan and Qi clan's GU immortals could not fight each other. Of course, Fang Yuan could act forcefully, but he had to suppress the heaven-surveying 5 Slong's power, he would also cause great damage to the entire public Grotto-Heaven. No wonder Qi clan's GU immortals are not moving. But since they have the qualification to refine this ultimate treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing had her own thoughts, she got close to the killer move. Next, she mimicked the 5 GU immortals from Qi clan as she sent her own will into it. The 5 Qi clan GU immortals had nervous expressions while Bai Ningbing's body shook, she shouted to Fang Yuan, hurry up. Even without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already arrived beside her, he instilled his will into the killer move as he understood the entire situation. At the same time, some information originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also entered his mind. People of the future, I am Ben Jie Sun, also known as Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When exploring the immemorial White Heaven, I by chance found a mysterious existence, it was like the heavenly spirit of a Grotto-Heaven. It was incredibly agile, I only managed to capture it after spending a lot of effort. After researching it, I found that it was incredibly profound. It involved the deepest mysteries of this world. It corresponded with the details in the latter half of the Legends of Ren Zhu. I temporarily named it the natural heavenly spirit. It could not be brought out of White Heaven or placed into one's Grotto-Heaven. It was filled with heaven's will that was constantly replenished at all times. Even I could not use my human will to refine it forcefully. After thinking long and hard, I found a solution. I forcefully condensed it and created an immortal killer move. I called it Heaven Form. Chapter 1639. Contest over Heaven Form. Everything was clear now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and Created Theft Path. He also had great ability in Refinement Path. His entire life was dedicated to finding a way to leave the GU Master World and return to his homeland. He was the richest Venerable. He searched for immortal materials all around the world and refined many immortal GU. He had also traveled the most, having explored almost the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens. One day when exploring White Heaven, he by chance found a mystical existence. After searching on it, he named it Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even with his demon venerable strength, he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit. It was not hard to understand this. According to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words, this natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of immemorial White Heaven, and inside White Heaven, it was replenished by heaven's will endlessly. When GU Immortals refine immortal GU, they have to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal GU, eventually refining it into their tool. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the steps were different, in essence it was the same. The Demon Venerable's will was strong, but against the natural heavenly spirit filled with heaven's will, that was constantly replenished, he could not succeed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable failed but was not dejected. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He found a method, that was to combine the heavenly spirit with other GU worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan think of the ghostly concealment killer move that he had. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had used it long ago, these 2 moves still remained until now. This seemed to be a specialty of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move Heaven Form, he could not manipulate or use it. Because he did not manage to refine the natural heavenly spirit. But this was part of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time, therefore he turned the heavenly spirit into an immortal killer move. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would be replenished with heaven's will at a far lower rate. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Heaven Form, he did not use it. Before he vanished mysteriously, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget Heaven Form either. Heaven Form killer move has not been truly refined. I cannot complete it alone. It needs a long period of time and generations of wills to cleanse. One day, it will be truly refined by a GU Immortal. By then, it would be usable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also said that even though he left this killer move behind, it could not be controlled and was not a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. It needed more work from people in the future. It was only half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan could deduce the future developments himself. One day, when the Heaven Surveying 5 Strongs explored immemorial White Heaven, they happened to find this half Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had said it clearly already. This rank 9 killer move could only be used by one person, because all 5 Strongs wanted it. They argued and did not manage to come to a consensus. Due to their internal conflict, their group fell apart. The 5 Strongs tried, but just the 5 of them could not refine this killer move. Eventually, they set up the bet and agreed to use this to decide the owner of the immortal killer move. Time passed mercilessly. Countless events occurred throughout the ages. Eventually, the 5 Strongs died. Generations of GU immortal descendants of the 5 Strongs appeared and disappeared. Until today, Qi clan obtained the decisive advantage, and after years of hard work by their predecessors, they were finally about to succeed. But Fang Yuan interfered. It was understandable why the Qi clan GU immortals were so furious and filled with hatred. Since the first generation of the 5 Slongs, they had worked so hard throughout the ages, their efforts were finally about to bear fruit, and now, he was here to snatch it away. How shameless! Too shameless, too despicable. These emotions were the fuel that Qi clan was using to face Fang Yuan at the moment. Fang Yuan was only a rank 8 GU immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Fang Yuan, or at least, make him wary of their battle strength. They would be able to negotiate. Fang Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side as he instilled his will into the Heaven Form killer move. Inside the Heaven Form killer move, there was a lump of stubborn Heaven's will that remained steady as a fortress, having the greatest defense. Below this Heaven's will fortress were countless wills. A vast sea of wills. The bet had been undergone time and time again. A large number of GU immortals had left their wills behind. There were strong rank 8 GU immortals like the 5 Slongs. There were also rank 7 elites like Ni clan's GU immortal Nia. Such an accumulation was not strange. But what made Fang Yuan surprised was that these wills were not moving. They seemed dead like rocks, staying completely still. Only these newly entered wills were moving around like dragons, fighting above the sea of wills. 3 of the 5 GU immortal wills of Qi clan went to deal with Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining 2 attacked the Heaven's Will Fortress at the top. That is the central area of the killer move Heaven Form. Whoever refines it will become the owner of Heaven Form. Demon Fang Yuan's will also came in. Persevere, we cannot relax now, we are about to succeed. This is the hard work of our Qi clan after countless years. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let the outsider Fang Yuan win. The Qi clan GU immortals conversed. They spurred each other on. Their morale was at its peak. Actually, they had no other choice. Fang Yuan's ruthless nature was known to all. If they did not manage to refine this rank 9 killer move, they would definitely end up in pitiful states. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan's will charged up. His will gathered into a lump and moved like a soaring dragon. The wills of 3 Qi clan GU immortals cooperated, but they could not resist Fang Yuan's fierce assault. They were retreating continuously. They were just Qi Path GU immortals after all, while Fang Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere, regardless of the price we have to pay. We need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the central control area. As long as we can obtain this killer move, we might be able to kill this Supreme Demon King and eradicate him for good. We might be able to obtain a large number of venerable true inheritances. Even if we cannot stop him, we need to expend his will so that he cannot take down the Heaven's Will Fortress at the top. Chapter 1640. Traitor Bai. Fang Yuan frowned. He found that his will could not be instilled endlessly. After reaching a certain amount, he could not send any more. Furthermore, when his will was instilled, his main body could only watch as the wills fought. Thus, his vast number of wisdom path methods could not work here. Heaven Form was rank 9, while Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods were just rank 8 at best. Even if they could affect the killer move Heaven Form, Fang Yuan did not want to try them. If he triggered the counterattack of the killer move, that would be a problem. Even if there was no counterattack, destroying Heaven Form would also make him lose the greatest treasure here. Qi clan's GU immortals needed Heaven Form to deal with Fang Yuan and protect themselves. Fang Yuan also wanted Heaven Form greatly, because he needed more strength to deal with the obstacles from Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Thus, both sides had to compete using the most basic form of attacking through their wills. In this regard, Fang Yuan was deeply experienced. After suffering at the hands of Miao, he had practiced tirelessly to remove this weakness. It was his advantage now. Qi clan's GU immortals were not Fang Yuan's match, but they had strength in numbers. Their cumulative will was much greater than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn this advantage into victory. The Qi clan GU immortals were resisting him stubbornly. They were outperforming themselves. In fact, Fang Yuan still had one worry left. It was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had once backstabbed him. She was an unstable element in this situation. But thankfully, the Heaven's Will fortress at the top was very strong and did not waver. No matter how Qi Clan's GU Immortals attacked it, there were no traces of it breaking down. Fang Yuan started to feel troubled. At this rate, even if he got past or destroyed the Qi Clan GU Immortals' wills, he might not have enough will left to deal with the Heaven's Will at the center. Time and again, Qi Clan's wills retreated while Fang Yuan's will moved like a dragon, coiling around Qi Clan's wills, encircling them. Qi Clan's wills were shocked. If Fang Yuan destroyed their encircled wills, they would be in deeper trouble. They would not be able to stop Fang Yuan from leaving. Thus, the wills that had just dispersed gathered together again as they charged at Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing, block them. Fang Yuan rapidly ordered. Bai Ning Bing's will was like an ice wall. It stabbed into the battlefield, but it defended Qi Clan's wills as it started to attack Fang Yuan. Qi Clan's wills were greatly shocked. At the crucial moment, Bai Ning Bing had betrayed him. Fang Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ning Bing. He was very angry. Qi Clan's wills observed for a moment and became very happy. They attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. Fang Yuan's will continued to reduce in size. He had to give up on taking down Qi Clan's wills. Bai Ning Bing, you traitor, I will not forgive you. Fang Yuan's will roared, but the outcome was decided. He had to escape with his remaining will. Fang Yuan, with your personality, after getting heaven form, won't you deal with me? I am the descendant of Bai Xiong. Heaven form killer move is my fortuitous encounter. Ha ha ha. Bai Ning Bing's will laugh maniacally. This is a great chance. After defeating you here, my entire life will become dazzling and hopeful as a result. Bai Ning Bing did not want to let Fang Yuan's will off. She chased after him. Fang Yuan's will could only escape. What are you all waiting for? Come and help. Bai Ning Bing's will roared at Qi Clan's wills. Qi Clan's wills were also heavily damaged. After thinking for a bit, Qi Fa's will shouted, "Don't move, there might be a trap, let them fight it out." Fang Yuan's will was attacked by Bai Ning Bing's will and was terribly damaged. It was much smaller than Bai Ning Bing's will now. Eventually, she encircled him and fought until he was completely exterminated. To think that the demon Fang Yuan would be the first to fall. No matter how vigilant he was, he could not defend against an internal threat. Ha ha ha, this is the rise of our Qi Clan. This is a great opportunity. Let's go, we must exterminate Bai Ning Bing's will too. Qi Clan's wills attacked again. Even though Bai Ning Bing's will resisted stubbornly, 2 fists could not rival 4 palms. She was eventually wiped out as well. We succeeded! Heaven form is ours. Qi Clan's wills were drowning in joy. Now that they had no enemies left, they gathered and attacked the Heaven's Will fortress. Boom! At once, an explosion occurred at the Heaven's Will fortress. A large amount of Heaven's Will gushed out like uncaged beasts, attacking Qi Clan's wills. All along, this Heaven's Will had been defensive in nature. Qi Clan's wills were deceived and forgot that it could move freely. Heaven's Will's retaliation was a huge surprise to Qi Clan's wills. They suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Heaven's Will? Impossible! Heaven's Will is crafty. It deceived us of its strength. I am unresigned. Quickly resist it. We cannot afford to lose. Qi Clan's wills were determined and went all in. From a dangerous situation, they gradually stabilized it and eventually managed to gain the advantage over Heaven's Will. When there was little Heaven's Will left, the core was exposed, awaiting its new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Qi Clan's wills were about to cry from joy. They only had a bit of will left, but Heaven's Will was finally gone. I'm afraid not. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's will appeared again. Qi Clan's wills were shocked. They started shouting. You were already eliminated, right? Impossible. You already used up your will. Normally, you will need 1,000 years before you can send your will in again. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No way. This is a rank 9 killer move originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's will snickered, but he did not explain. He attacked. Qi Clan's wills were like tiny rabbits. Fang Yuan attacked them like a fierce tiger, easily getting rid of them without much obstruction. And next, Fang Yuan's will replaced Heaven's Will and went into the core area. He was the final victor? Opening his eyes, he saw the 5 Qi clan GU immortals escaping in a panic. Fang Yuan did not stop them. This immortal GU house and public blessed land had the 5 slongs arrangements. They would definitely stop him if he attacked. Bai Ningbing stood by Fang Yuan's side motionlessly. She did not have any intentions of escaping. Everything that happened was part of Fang Yuan's plan. He purposely orchestrated a show, having Bai Ningbing betray him. He wanted to deceive not just Qi clan's GU immortals, but also Heaven's Will. Fang Yuan had much more experience against Heaven's Will than Qi clan's GU immortals. He deduced that Heaven's Will had a lot of battle strength remaining. Even if he defeated Qi clan's wills, he would not be the match of Heaven's Will. Thus, he purposely backed off and hid away a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly wiped out. The advantage of this was that other than tricking Qi clan's GU immortals, he could prevent her from doing anything at the most crucial moment. The wills of Qi clan's GU immortals were already weakened by Fang Yuan earlier. Because they were facing huge problems and pressure, they were unable to see through Fang Yuan's plot. It was difficult indeed. When wills thought about things, they would be expended. The smaller the will, the less it could think. Qi clan's GU immortals also had to ensure that they had enough strength left to deal with Heaven's Will. The outcome was as Fang Yuan predicted. He was the final winner. Heaven form was under Fang Yuan's control. At this moment, he did not inspect. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing with a deep gaze. "Oh, Bai Ningbing, are you really not going to run?" Fang Yuan's eyes burst out with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed out. She was not like Shadow Sect's members. She was not under Fang Yuan's control. Since he obtained Heaven form, it was time to settle this problem. The atmosphere was tense. Fang Yuan's killing intent was rising. They were about to fight at any moment. Evidently, Fang Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could defeat at the moment. Even though the killer move by Zheng was a powerful move that had once terrorized Southern Border's GU immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low now. Her foundation was far weaker than Fang Yuan. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Chapter 1641. Very interesting. After pausing for a moment, she said, "Qi clan's GU immortals escaped. That is because they don't know you. We are both from Qingmao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how could they escape?" Since I cannot escape, what's the point of running? Not only will I not escape, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan frowned. "I had thought of that, but your Bai Zheng killer move is too amazing. It can free you from almost any alliance agreement." The uniqueness of Bai Zheng was that it turned the GU immortal into a unique existence. Even a tiny fragment could regenerate and be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were information path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing could make use of Bai Zheng to self-mutilate and get rid of her information path Dao marks, negating her alliance agreements. Thus, Bai Zheng was also used for healing, to get rid of unwanted Dao marks in the body. Indeed. Facing Fang Yuan's deep wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed, not caring about her own safety. "But isn't that more exciting?" Fang Yuan snorted, saying in displeasure, "I am not you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as brilliance flashed in her dragon eyes. "Indeed, I have been pursuing excitement all along. This is why I admire you, Fang Yuan. Your life is truly exciting. It is so thrilling. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, or even every time you fail, they are filled with excitement. Especially earlier when you were ambushed by Heavenly Court and had to escape like a dog, it was truly the most thrilling experience. The other Shadow Sect members cannot understand my feelings. Some just want to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, some feel fear and panic, some feel immense pressure, but what I feel is excitement and thrill. The bigger the problems, the bigger the troubles, the more exciting life is, isn't that right? Others might not know me, but I am sure that you understand me, right?" Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan's eyes with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan was silent. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, he had deduced that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. He was not wrong. That was exactly who she was. To pursue the excitement of life, she could give up anything, even her life. The values and moral concepts of normal people, the complexities of love and hatred, they were all unrelated to her. She was different from the norm, her worldview was vastly different, she only walked on her own path. She followed her own desires, she did not care about life and death. In fact, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were very similar, they were the same kind, only that they pursued different goals. Fang Yuan pursued eternal life, he was willing to sacrifice anything including himself. Even if he failed and died along the way, he would feel happy and content, because he lived pursuing his dreams, he felt a sense of satisfaction and enjoyment towards life. Bai Ningbing said that Fang Yuan understood her, she was absolutely right, it was the same as how she understood Fang Yuan. The saying goes, heroes admired each other, it was the same for demons. Fang Yuan's killing intent gradually faded away. His killing intent was only a facade, the truth was, he did not really have much killing intent. Why should he kill Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing, her threat was very low to Fang Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan could see his own reflection. True demons like them were too rare, meeting one was a form of luck, it was a form of affirmation towards their goals. Because of their similarity, they recognized each other, they acknowledged each other. Thus, back then, when Bai Ningbing gave up her life to save Fang Yuan, she said her final words, asking Fang Yuan to live in her place and witness the excitement of life. Bai Ningbing had felt that Fang Yuan could take her place to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fang Yuan thought about it, if he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he have made the same choice as her? Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed, I can give all of Besieging Grotto-Heaven's resources to you. But I want the GU worms from Besieging's true inheritance, I am willing to join Shadow Sect because facing Heavenly Court is truly exciting. This was your excitement, but it will become mine as well. In that case, there are 3 possible outcomes. Bai Ningbing squinted, excitement flashing in her eyes, there was a light of insanity. The first possibility, you get killed by Heavenly Court. With your strength, even if you get killed, it will be in an incredible manner, your struggle before death will definitely be a climax. By witnessing your death, it will be the greatest experience of my life. The second possibility, Heavenly Court gets defeated or even destroyed by you. That is definitely exciting beyond belief, the number 1 force of human history falling like a crashing meteor, it will create the greatest sparks in this world. And the third possibility, the one I anticipate the most, because it is the most thrilling. You and Heavenly Court get into a deadlock, both sides suffer losses. In that case, I will stay by your side, I will have the supreme chance to find an opportunity. I might even emerge as the victor, both you and Heavenly Court will become my stepping stones. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly, he said with a cold and expressionless face, if I kill you now, all 3 possibilities will vanish. Yes, yes. Bai Ningbing frowned, she became a little dejected, her gaze flickered and her tone became heavy, that is true. If I die now, even though I will resist to the utmost, our strength is too vastly different, there will be little excitement in the battle. But if that is your choice, I will accept it. She smiled, shrugging, I am just too weak, I have to accept that fate. This cruelty of life is also exciting, isn't it? He he he. Death was not scary for Bai Ningbing. She was a lunatic, but also logical and calm. Such a person was the scariest. But someone even scarier than her was standing right in front of her. It was the demonic path overlord Fang Yuan who made both Heaven's Will and Heavenly Court helpless to deal with. Fang Yuan smiled as he laughed, very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Right now, Bai Ningbing was weak and was subject to Fang Yuan's mercy, she did not try persuading him to spare her, she said the opposite, even exposing her own threat to Fang Yuan. This was because she understood Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a person who kept a clear mind, he had already analyzed the benefits and costs of keeping her life. Once he made up his mind, it was useless no matter what was said. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fang Yuan knew that he needed all the strength he could get to face Heavenly Court and obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. Bai Ningbing was a precious source of battle strength, even if she was given a chance to betray him, so what? A blade was naturally able to harm oneself. But if he threw this blade away and fought empty-handed, was that not a stupid move? It was up to Fang Yuan's abilities to make good use of this blade and prevent her betrayal. If I am too useless and Bai Ningbing's betrayal succeeds, I can only blame myself, isn't that right? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed. Oh Bai Ningbing, you are truly someone I admire. I will not kill you now. Follow me, witness my failure or success. If I die at your hands, that will be quite a show. But now, display your worth to me, bring me the heads of Qi Clan's GU Immortals, and also, their Qi Si Grotto-Heaven. Chapter 1642. Blood Revenge. Fang Yuan's will moved like a dragon, coiling in the air as he charged down abruptly. Rumble! Fang Yuan's will descended like a meteor, crashing into the bottom of the Sea of Wills, exterminating a large amount of them in an instant. However, this Sea of Will was truly huge. Fang Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of them. Even though I won and occupied the killer move's core area, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiong's descendants. Only after I exterminate them all can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This Sea of Will was colossal. And the bigger problem was, these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move and were as sturdy as rocks. Many of Fang Yuan's methods could not work on them. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, he had a limited number of methods to use. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought as he instilled a new tide of will. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! The will gathered into swords as countless will swords shot down like rain, stabbing into the Sea of Wills and creating huge pits. In a while, a layer of this Sea of Wills was eradicated. Compared to the earlier Will Dragon, this rain of will swords had far more terrifying power. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed deeply, as expected of rank 8 Immortal GU Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 cultivation level now, he could use this GU. Even though it was a Sword Path Immortal GU, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple move that could summon a large amount of sword will. Using these sword wills to attack the Sea of Wills was the most effective method that Fang Yuan had tried. But if he did that, his investments would be very high. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU was a rank 8 GU, it expended White Lychee Immortal Essence and the Immortal Killer move with it would cause a lot of Immortal Essence expenditure. But Fang Yuan calculated and found that he could accept this expenditure. After all, he was affluent, his Immortal Aperture management was a rising gold mine. During the battle in the River of Time, even though Fang Yuan escaped and ruined Heavenly Court's plan of killing him, his losses were severe. The destruction of the incomplete Immortal GU house was extremely painful to him, even now. This incomplete Immortal GU house was created by Fang Yuan after capturing many southern border GU Immortals and obtaining their Immortal GU. He went through transactions and negotiations with southern border's righteous path, eventually extorting enough Immortal GU for the assembly. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to do this, even though he spent so much time on it, it was destroyed. I hope this Heaven Form Killer move can be of use to me. Fang Yuan was deeply anticipating what Heaven Form could bring to him. For ordinary killer moves, Fang Yuan could investigate and deduce their abilities. But this killer move was rank 9, it was too profound, Fang Yuan could not comprehend it. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's creation. He was specialized in Space Path and Theft Path. Even if this was not an offensive move, it had an incredible effect for sure. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not explain anything about this move, Fang Yuan could deduce some things from other aspects. Like Shadow Sect's attitude. Shadow Sect's Old Man Yangsha specially helped by Ning Bing for the sake of getting Heaven Form. Old Man Yangsha was a Wisdom Path great expert, he might have found out something. This Heaven Form Killer move must be very useful to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect, this Heaven Form Killer move was definitely going to be beneficial to him. Other than getting rid of the Sea of Wills, Fang Yuan also broke the 5 Slong's seal and obtained the Immortal GU house at the peak of the mountain, as well as this public Grotto-Heaven. This Grotto-Heaven only opened once in 1,000 years, it had abundant resources. Qi Clan's GU Immortals were too busy fleeing, they could not obtain any of these resources, so they all became Fang Yuan's resources. Boom! The huge explosion tore Bai Ningbing to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Strong form gathered again and charged at Qi Clan's GU Immortals. Qi Clan's GU Immortals had ugly expressions. They saw how terrifying the killer move Bai Strong was. Bai Ningbing had this move active, she was almost undying. Even so, right now, she was not fighting alone. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan were also helping her. Even though Fang Yuan wanted Bai Ningbing to kill these Qi Clan GU Immortals, he knew her limits. She did not even have the most crucial immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an immortal formation in ambush. Ever since he captured the southern border Righteous Path Immortals, he started to love this method. Once Qi Clan's GU Immortals entered, they were stripped of their freedom by the immortal formation. They could not escape, they had to fight Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful scream, the youngest Qi Clan GU Immortal was fatally injured by Bai Ningbing and died. My turn. Ying Wuxie was already prepared. He immediately moved and captured the Qi Clan GU Immortal soul, trapping it in the formation. The remaining Qi Clan GU Immortals shouted in anger as they retaliated fiercely. Bai Ningbing was broken into fragments again, but she revived in a few breaths of time, reforming into Bai Strong again. Even though there were many Qi Clan GU Immortals who had high battle strength, they all revealed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not be killed, while they were trapped here, they would eventually lose in this battle of attrition. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome to deal with, and most importantly, this Fang Yuan is too vicious. He actually set this formation near the entrance of our Qi Grotto-Heaven. Qi Clan's GU Immortals had been very vigilant, but when they were near their base, they were captured. They did not know that Fang Yuan had killed Xunzi. Even though he did not enter the 5-strong Grotto-Heaven, he knew the details of Qi Grotto-Heaven. This Qi Grotto-Heaven was the immortal aperture of Qi Strong in the past. After being placed in White Heaven, it could not move anymore, it had stayed there all along. Fang Yuan used this intel to set up the immortal formation secretly, managing to trap the Qi Clan members. At this rate, we are bound to lose. Stall. I don't believe that her Bai Strong killer move is so strong. Does it not have any cost or backlash? Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he gets here, we are not in the immortal GU house. The 5-strong seal cannot stop him. We cannot break out of the immortal formation. We need to let Qi Pingsu come out and cooperate with us to break this formation. No. Qi Pingsu is the only person left in the base. If he comes out, he will need to open the entrance. Shadow Sect would be able to use that chance. Fang Yuan might be nearby waiting for the Grotto-Heaven to open already, so that he can charge in. Fang Yuan did not come. But his fissomeness and craftiness was etched into everyone's hearts. The Qi Clan GU Immortals felt deep pressure and started to be flustered. At the same time, in Central Continent, a young man was standing quietly, looking at the immortal GU in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hurdles in his life. This was none other than Gu Fangjing. Gu Fangjing was originally going to be executed by Immortal Crane Sect, but Fang Yuan plotted and faked his death, making him live in Lang Wei Blessed Land. Fangjing lived in a place where he was ostracized by hairy men. He had experienced a long period of wars and conflicts, being in danger at all times. He was also often in situations where his life was on the line. After all of these experiences, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. After that, when Heavenly Court attacked Lang Wei Blessed Land, because of Gu Fangjing's unique identity, he was saved by Feng Ju Ji. After that, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a Blood Path Immortal Gu. Fangjing looked at the Gu Immortal before him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to cultivate Blood Path, become a Demonic Path Gu Immortal and deal with Gu Fang Yuan? This is the decision of Immortal Crane Sect, a Righteous Path Sect. Immortal Crane Sect's rank 6 Gu Immortal Fan Shi Liu frowned slightly as he chuckled. Regardless of what strength it is, if you use it righteously, it is righteous. If you use it for evil, it is demonic. Don't you understand this? For example, I cultivate poison path, but I can still help the people of this world. You can do the same with blood path. Gu Fang Zheng shook his head. Me cultivating blood path is only for the sake of dealing with Fang Yuan effectively. After all, we are blood brothers. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone was still blood related to Fang Zheng. Fan Shi Liu nodded. That is the case indeed. Don't you want to take revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of your clansmen in Guu village. Guu Fang Zheng sighed deeply. Even though he had a young face, his gaze was deep with the vicissitudes of life. So many years have passed. To speak the truth, even though I still hate him, I understand him already. I have thought about it. I was very childish and ignorant when I was young. Fang Yuan had taken care of me greatly. In contrast, my uncle and aunt had treated me as a pawn and made use of me. Should I take revenge for such people? I do not want to. Of course, the clan leader and Guu Qing Shu had taken good care of me. They helped to nurture me. I am very willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired now. Sigh. The cycle of killing each other continues endlessly over time. I do not want revenge anymore. Fan Shi Liu's expression did not change. It seems that these years, you have truly experienced a lot of things. Guu Fang Zheng looked at him. His mocking smile became wider. The irony is that when I wanted to take revenge, the sect did not support me and even wanted to eliminate me. But when I gave up on revenge, you all saved me and supported my revenge. Speaking of this, Guu Fang Zheng looked at the blood path immortal Gu, having an eerie gaze, and I know that I have no choice. I can only accept this. Fan Shi Liu assessed Fang Zheng once again. A surprise flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really fine to speak so openly about this? Does it really matter? I know that with your methods, I cannot hide any thoughts from you. Isn't that right? Saying so, Fang Zheng stretched out his arm, holding that Gu as he asked, what is this Gu's name? Blood Revenge. Chapter 1643. Grotto-Heaven changes owners. Bai Ning Bing was laughing coldly in her mind. Bai Song tore through the sky, flashing past Qi Fa as Qi Jin's corpse was left behind, frozen in ice. His expression of fear before dying was perfectly preserved, vividly shown within the ice. Boom boom boom. Qi path killer moves burst out endlessly. Bai Song dodged a portion of them. Some were intercepted by the Immortal formation, while the rest tore Bai Song to shreds. But immediately, it regenerated to perfection. This scene made the Qi clan Gu immortals feel a deep chill down their spines. After an intense battle, 3 of the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals had died. Only Qi Fa and Qi Cai were left. Damn it, Bai Song is too powerful. We cannot deal with it in this situation. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. This super immortal formation is the biggest problem. Without it, we would have escaped already. Qi Cai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing out the truth. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Cai was right. Even though the killer move by Xiong was strong, couldn't they simply run from it if they could not beat it? The sky was vast. There was no need to face Bai Ning Bing directly. But it was too difficult to break out of this immortal formation. At least for Qi Fa and Qi Cai, they had been trying since the start, but had obtained no fruits of success. Qi Fa sighed. You are right, let's call Qi Pingsu to help. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was staying behind to guard Qi clan's base, Qi Si Grotto-Heaven. But now, they had to ask him to come out and join forces with them. As long as they could destroy a bit of this immortal formation, they would be rescued. But if they did that, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely made sure the immortal formation did not block transmissions. He wanted to lure Qi Pingsu out of the Grotto-Heaven. Qi Fa knew this, so for the entire duration of the battle, he did not want to get help from Qi Pingsu. But now, they were in a desperate situation. If they did not ask him to come out, they would lose their lives. Qi Pingsu was already waiting to move. Once he received orders, he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ning Bing was overjoyed. They finally did it. Saying so, she teleported away using the formation, rushing into the immortal aperture's entrance. Oh no! Qi Pingsu had just wanted to go out when Bai Ningbing charged in. Without a choice, he had to retreat. Qi Grotto-Heaven was huge, it was covered in white clouds and had strong winds. The moment Bai Ningbing entered, she felt a strong pressure. Her strength was heavily suppressed by the vast Qi path Dao marks in this place. But Bai Song was still extremely powerful. Bai Ningbing and Qi Pingsu fought intensely and she soon gained the upper hand. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level, his legs were crippled and he had injuries in his body. He could not beat Bai Ningbing. He quickly retreated with his territorial advantage in this place. He soon vanished into the white clouds. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. The situation was slightly troublesome. She did not kill Qi Pingsu earlier. How could she find this person in this huge Grotto-Heaven now? Even if she found him, what if he runs away again? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head. She saw that a thick sea of clouds had formed above her head. An intense sense of danger alerted her in her mind. A fatal danger. Instantly, Bai Ningbing understood the severity of the situation. She quickly flew down like a falling meteor, descending rapidly. In her vision, the yellowish ground was getting larger and larger. Bai Ningbing's expression became solemn, the sense of danger in her heart was intensifying. Intense winds blew around her. She turned to look at the sky only to find the cloud sea expanding into the horizons. An intensely powerful killer move was nurturing from within it. At the same time, Qi Pingsu, who was in the cloud sea, looked at Qi Si Heavenly Spirit as he said joyfully, "Qi Si Heavenly Spirit, you are awake. This timing is truly impeccable." Qi Si Heavenly Spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn. Its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. I was roused and woke up. Since the last time I got injured, I needed to seal myself to stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed that an incredibly evil and strong existence is coming after the Grotto-Heaven. I had to wake up as a result, but this intruder is not that existence that I felt. Qi Pingsu was stunned. I know who that is, it must be Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for years. You do not know that a terrifying demonic path Gu Immortal had emerged. His name is Fang Yuan. Even Heavenly Court was helpless against him. Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even Heavenly Court was helpless? It must be him. Qi Pingsu pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying in extreme anger, "This is Fang Yuan subordinate. She has already killed 3 of our clan's Gu Immortals." Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was enraged. Killing intent surged in its golden eyes. An eye for an eye. They killed our Qi clan's bloodline. We will end her life as well. Saying so, an intense sound resounded as a huge white Qi pillar slammed down towards Bai Ningbing at a rapid speed from the cloud sea. At this instance, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that there was a force all around her immobilizing her. She had all sorts of thoughts in her mind, but her body was unmoving, like a bug trapped in amber. So powerful! Even with all my strength, I cannot escape. Bai Ningbing raised her head. A white Qi pillar was slamming down at her like a giant mountain. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiong, she could not escape. She was bound to die. But at this moment, a jade light sparkled out of nowhere. It burst out into countless spreading jade fireflies, dancing around the area. From within the jade green light, Fang Yuan emerged. It's him! Instantly, Qi Si Heavenly Spirit shook intensely, shouting in shock. Indeed, he is Fang Yuan. Qi Pingsu gulped, swallowing his saliva while feeling extremely nervous. Against the white Qi pillar, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he only stretched out his finger. Swoosh! With a shrill sound, an intensely sharp and huge sword will surged up and pierced the white Qi pillar, cutting it into 2. The white Qi pillar dissipated. Qi Pingsu opened his mouth as he felt deeply shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was dazed before her lips curled up. She flew into the air and stood beside Fang Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up above her, saying hesitantly, don't tell me. It should be Qi Xiong's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand and vast. It is complex and ever-changing, capable of attacking and defending. Qi Xiong was renowned back in the day because of it. Fang Yuan agreed, having a solemn expression. Unlimited Chi C was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Chi Path Immortal GU as the cores, with tens of thousands of supplementary GU worms. It could absorb all kinds of Chi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique. It had potential for growth on its own. After Yong created this move, he collected all sorts of Chi and stored them inside the Immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Yong had died long ago, even though unlimited Chi C was left in Chi C Grotto-Heaven, because it was too powerful, and without any rank 8 GU Immortals in Chi Clan, the huge quantity of Chi had gradually dissipated. Until now, Fang Yuan was after Chi C Grotto-Heaven. It alerted Chi C Heavenly Spirit and it barely managed to activate unlimited Chi C. After so many years, it had finally been used again. Even though this move is powerful, Yong had died long ago. How much power can the Heavenly Spirit unleash with it? He. Fang Yuan snickered, suddenly flying into the sky, straight towards the cloud sea. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She wanted to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she quickly stopped herself wisely, showing regret on her face. She was too weak. She could not participate in a battle of such magnitude. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky. The cloud sea was rumbling. After Fang Yuan went in, the waves became more turbulent, as if a tsunami had occurred in the white clouds. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Chi, Death Chi, Sword Chi, Blade Chi, Dusk Chi, Dawn Chi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled from this view. All sorts of Chi gathered into countless forms. They were like plants, blades, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were all gathering right outside the Chi Sea, before charging in towards Fang Yuan for an intense battle. Fang Yuan initially felt huge pressure. He could barely move, but soon, he unraveled some of the mysteries of this killer move. Within the Sovereign Immortal aperture, his Time Path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom GU, using the light of wisdom to deduce the information of unlimited Chi C rapidly. After fighting for a while more, Fang Yuan's brows eased as he laughed heartily, starting his counterattack. Everywhere he went, all sorts of obstacles were taken down and destroyed. He was unstoppable. He charged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Chi C Heavenly Spirit had a tough requirement for ownership. Fang Yuan could not achieve it. That information was obtained from Chi Zai's soul. Meanwhile, Blood Light Spirit Suppression could not work against a rank 8 level Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan went ahead to kill Chi C Heavenly Spirit. The moment Chi C Heavenly Spirit died, the unmanned unlimited Chi C killer move immediately stopped. I surrender! Chi Pingsu's body shivered. He was completely subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite smart. All right, if you want to live, get Chi Fa and Chi Cai to surrender too. Otherwise, you can all die together. Yes. Chi Pingsu was filled with pressure. He was sent into the formation. Chi Fa and Chi Cai learned that Chi C Grotto-Heaven was taken down. They lost all their motivation. After some hesitation, they surrendered with pale expressions, stopping their resistance. And now, from the 5 Slongs bet, the prized rank 9 killer move Heaven form, the public Grotto-Heaven of the 5 Slongs, as well as Chi C Grotto-Heaven were all obtained by Fang Yuan. Chapter 1644. Big Family Chi. Come! Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right arm, his 5 fingers grabbing at the unlimited Chi C in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Chi flowed out of unlimited Chi C. This Chi was extremely special. It was shiny and lively, moving with a long trail behind it. The tip of the Chi had auspicious clouds circling around it. This was Luck Chi, a type of immortal material. Unlimited Chi C had all sorts of Chi in it. Luck Chi was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, Luck Chi of such a scale was rarely seen. If a GU Immortal could find some, they were very lucky. Fang Yuan was dismantling the killer move Unlimited Chi C now. This killer move was Chi Xiong's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luo Po Seal and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This unlimited Chi C killer move also used immortal materials. They were the myriad forms of Chi that he gathered. The more types of Chi gathered on large scales, the stronger unlimited Chi C was. Of course, not only would this move expend immortal essence, it also used up the stored qi. Even if they were not used, as time passed, these qi would naturally dissipate slowly. Thus, Fang Yuan had faced the unlimited qi C killer move earlier when it was not at its peak. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in taking down qi C Grotto-Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he collated all of his gains. He also made enslavement agreements with the 3 Qi clan GU immortals, Qi Pingsu, Qi Fa and Qi Cai. Some of the resources that could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture were also dealt with by Ying Wuxier and the rest. Meanwhile, his own focus was on the killer move Unlimited Qi C. This was a Qi Path killer move. It was not usable for Fang Yuan. Dismantling it would give him a vast amount of qi that was quite valuable. And most importantly, Fang Yuan could only deal with these GU worms after dismantling the killer move. Otherwise, if he refined them rashly, he might face the backlash of the killer move. After all, this move was complete and extraordinary. I will need 3 more days to extract all of the qi at this rate. After that, I will refine these immortal GU. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. There were many mortal GU worms used to construct unlimited Qi C killer move, but Fang Yuan did not really care about them. His focus was on the immortal GU. There were 6 immortal GU that made up this killer move. One was a rank 8 immortal GU, called Big Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and 6 GU worms. Fang Yuan was paying the most attention to a rank 7 immortal GU. It was called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path GU worm could store all sorts of qi, including the qi of tribulations. The final point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family qi GU to store his tribulation qi and help him to pass tribulations. As an immortal GU, Big Family Qi had a much stronger ability in this aspect. With this immortal GU, I will be able to store and release tribulation qi. That is a superb method to deal with tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are powerful, I will use this GU to absorb the tribulation qi and weaken it. If it is weak, I will release tribulation qi to allow myself to gain more Dao marks in the end. Using this GU, I can even absorb the heaven and earth qi of the outside world and store it. When the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release this qi. This prevents me from needing to place my immortal aperture in order to absorb heaven and earth qi and stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. Different situations gave rise to different needs. It was not that a higher-ranked immortal GU was necessarily more helpful to the GU immortal. In this case, rank 7 Big Family Qi was much more helpful to him than rank 8 Big Qi. Refining these Qi Path immortal GU would expend Fang Yuan's time and energy. But there was no difficulty thanks to Fang Yuan's quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path and Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, as well as Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods. Like what Fang Yuan anticipated, a few days later, he absorbed all of the qi here. These qi were all stored in different ways. Those that Fang Yuan could not keep were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven directly. Not only these qi, some of the resources inside Qi C Grotto-Heaven and the 5 Xiong's public Grotto-Heaven were sold by Fang Yuan to exchange for resources he needed. Normally, he traded goods for goods. There were few transactions involving immortal essence stones. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had white lychee immortal essence now. 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence was in some sense 100 beads of red date immortal essence, which was 10,000 beads of green grape immortal essence. That was to say, 10,000 immortal essence stones could be converted into 1 white lychee immortal essence bead. The conversion rate was simply too bad. Thus in most cases, rank 8 GU immortals produced their own beads of immortal essence and stored them. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. He could produce beads of white lychee immortal essence rapidly. He did not need external replenishment from immortal essence stones. Especially when this replenishment came at such a high and inefficient cost. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were mostly traded for immortal materials, because he was going to mass refine GU now. Right when Fang Yuan was focusing on refining the Qi Path immortal GU, Ying Wuxie secretly went to find him. He was no longer in a female body, he had changed to a body belonging to a GU Immortal from Southern Border's Young clan. They had compatible soul path Dao marks. In battle, Fang Yuan would also create some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Ying Wuxie said cautiously, "Sect leader, you have already refined all of the 3 Qi clan GU Immortals Immortal GU, but you returned and rented them out. That is a good way to control them. But why don't you use it on Bai Ning Bing? Even though she is very useful to you now, that is only temporarily. Your ice and snow path attainment will increase in the future. Furthermore, Bai Ning Bing possesses the killer move by Zheng. It is very powerful and threatening. Even if she joins Shadow Sect and undergoes the alliance agreement, she can easily break it without a problem. I might be out of line, but you seem to be too lenient with Bai Ning Bing." Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. "That is because you don't understand her. She is a person who does not fear death. If I try that on her, she would rather die than surrender. Even though I have methods to retain most of her immortal GU, what is the use of that? You've already seen it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. I need manpower to restrain Heavenly Court's members. With your current strength, none of you can help me in this. Bai Ning Bing, who has the killer move by Zheng, is very valuable. With her identity and circumstances, she cannot turn towards Heavenly Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine Yin-Yang rotation immortal GU and restore her male body." Fang Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme attainment level, while Bai Ning Bing had no confidence in refining the immortal GU herself. "We are too useless." Ying Wuxie lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "I understand your other intention. I will take care of you guys and raise your battle strength." In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He had to prioritize himself. But now, he was rank 8, raising Ying Wuxie, He Lu Lan, and the others' battle strength was icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Of course, there were other reasons. In the past, Fang Yuan had no time or energy for this, but now as a rank 8, even though he was weak against Heavenly Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with him. They even had to avoid him. And with Fang Yuan's powerful methods in blocking deductions, as long as he did not go to the River of Time, he was safe. In such a situation, Fang Yuan could calmly strengthen his subordinates. He had a strong feeling that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was easy. He could mainly use time path methods to accelerate the time in their immortal apertures. Even if they had calamities and tribulations, he could help them to pass. Ying Wuxie obtained Fang Yuan's promise and left happily. Next, in his free time, Fang Yuan called He Lu Lan over. "I'll show you someone." Fang Yuan took out the captive GU Immortal He Cheng. He Lu Lan stared with wide-opened eyes. She was furious, wanting to tear He Cheng to pieces. Even though He Cheng was her father, they had deep hatred between them. He Lu Lan did not act out of line. She watched as Fang Yuan stored He Cheng back into his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly with bloodshot eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "So He Cheng was in sect leader's hands the entire time. Are you thinking of recruiting him?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, compared to him, I hold you in higher regard. As long as you cultivate hard and accumulate some contributions, I am sure you will be able to take revenge one day." "I understand." He Lu Lan looked at Fang Yuan. By now, she had already been far exceeded by him. This difference made her feel extremely helpless. Chapter 1645. Rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada. The GU refinement was at its most crucial point. The huge cicada was floating in the air, about 5 feet from the ground. The cicada's surface was not smooth, it was hairy and rough, while also having a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, using his killer move that had been prepared for a long time. Instantly, winds blew around the cicada, dark clouds rumbled in the sky, gathering into one lump and turning the surroundings dim. Howl, howl, howl. Amidst waves of ghostly wails and the ground that was rotting into a pale white color, dark ghost hands emerged from the ground. They were thick and menacing, grabbing at the cicada. The ghost hands grabbed the cicada, but they were only illusory. The ghost hands moved around and took something out of the cicada before clenching into fists and retreating. Hundreds of dark ghost hands continued to extend from the ground, grabbing the cicada and removing the impurities from within it. The cicada was only a half-completed product. It was unstable and became smaller as the ghost hands grabbed at it. The surface slowly became smoother as the metallic surface became sharper and brighter. Fang Yuan had been paying attention deeply. Upon seeing this, he felt greatly satisfied. This method was his unique creation. It used rank 8 Soul Beast token as the core Immortal GU. In the last few times I refined Spring Autumn Cicada, flaws appeared here. The materials were not processed properly. By doing this now, I can get rid of the impurities, but some flaws will be left behind. The dark winds had stopped blowing. The dark ghost hands shrunk in number until none were left. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and denser. The cicada was already half of its original size. Its body was shining in a metallic light, giving off a cold feeling. Fang Yuan took out a huge lump of fire calmly. This was the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Song Flame. It was red and yellow in color, with 2 layers. The outside layer was yellow while the inside was red. The inner layer was shaped like a phoenix. It flew around while singing loudly. As the flames continued to burn, it emitted a crisp and wonderful melody. Go! Fang Yuan grunted as he tossed a basin-sized Phoenix Song Flame onto the cicada's surface. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed as the flames spread, surrounding the entire cicada and setting it ablaze. At this moment, phoenix cries resounded in the clouds. Next, the sounds went soft but the flames became brighter, burning the cicada intensely. Fang Yuan held his breath, staring at the cicada without looking away. Traces of ghost chi started to emerge from the cicada's surface, but they were destroyed by the flames. This GU refinement step was very difficult. The precision needed was extremely high and hard to manage. But Fang Yuan was sufficiently calm and patient. He waited until all of the ghost chi was destroyed and the surface of the cicada melted before he started the next method without panicking. Dragon roars resounded. A huge dragon-shaped blizzard landed on the surface of the cicada. The cicada's flames resisted it, but this dragon blizzard was too huge. Because it had Fang Yuan's support, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada in the middle of it. The Phoenix Song Flame on the cicada was very stubborn. It only dissipated after a few hours. Meanwhile, the dragon blizzard transformed into a piece of ice and sealed the cicada. Currently, the cicada had shrunk to the size of only a palm. When the blizzard stopped, Fang Yuan carefully retrieved the frozen cicada. Next, he breathed out some warm air as the ice melted, revealing the cicada inside. The cicada seemed to be a work of art. It was very exquisite. Fang Yuan pinched the cicada with his fingers. Crack, crack! The cicada's surface started to crack. Next, a rank 7 Spring-Autumn cicada awakened and flew out. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with joy. It had not been easy. After so many failures, I finally refined Spring-Autumn cicada to rank 7. At this point, Fang Yuan had modified almost all of the refinement methods already. The Ghost Hand Purification method was created by fusing Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer Move and Soul Beast token. Even though this method had great effect, it would easily leave Ghost Chi behind. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Song Flame to get rid of the Ghost Chi and also temper the cicada. Eventually, he used the Dragon Blizzard, which was also not normal. It was actually a modification of the Slumbering Lightning Python Killer Move. Refinement Path had 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials. One of them was Slumbering Lightning Python. Fang Yuan modified it into a Dragon Blizzard. It suited him more and was better for the Spring-Autumn Cicada refinement. With all these reasons, his hard work paid off in the end. Fang Yuan succeeded in obtaining rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada. With rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada and my Time Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can totally use Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move and prevent getting into Heavenly Court's trap. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Heavenly Court because they had used a method to deceive Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, now it was rank 7, and if he had a relevant immortal killer move, even if Heavenly Court used a rank 8 method to deceive Spring-Autumn Cicada, they would not succeed easily. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core, along with a supplementary rank 8 Spring GU, to create a rank 8 Immortal killer move. When I enter the River of Time, I will not fear Heavenly Court's trap while also expanding my search range. Of course, the most straightforward way was to raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But it was too hard. Currently, Fang Yuan could not refine rank 8 Immortal GU. On one hand, even though he had extremely high refinement path attainment level, his foundation was shaky, his refinement path methods needed practice. On the other hand, he lacked finances. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had expended all his wealth and the entire foundation of Snowy Mountain before he was able to try and refine rank 8 Immortal GU fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was very deep now. Not to mention his countless fortuitous encounters, just his wealth after extorting the southern border experts and the inheritance of the 5 Xiong's, it could be said that his foundation rivaled some super forces now. He had many Immortal GU, even though he lost the incomplete Immortal GU house, he still had dozens of them left. He had ample cultivation resources too of varying types, he did not just focus on one path. The only shortcoming was his weak subordinates. When He Lu Lan and the others reached rank 7, along with the 3 enslaved Qi clan GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would finally match a true super force. Even though he could not compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Western Deserts Fang clan, he would still be first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces, leagues above Chu Du's Chu tribe. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Ying Wuxie and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal GU next. Most of the Immortal GU that Fang Yuan was using extensively were still at rank 6. For example, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength Qi, Unravel Mystery, Dogshit Luck, Qi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck. And most importantly for now, Landscape as before, Man as before, and Day GU. If he raised the ranks of these 3 time path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan's battle strength in terms of time path would surge greatly. His current focus was truly on time path. Even though Sword Path, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and others had huge room for improvement, when he fought in the River of Time, he would need time path methods. It is a pity that Lang Ya sect went to Longevity Heaven, my refinement path methods still need lots of work. If those hairy man GU Immortals can help me refine GU, I can save a lot of time and energy. Fang Yuan expressed deep regret towards this. He had made use of Lang Ya sect too conveniently in the past. Now that they were gone, he had to work hard and expend great effort. Even though Fang Yuan did not mind the trouble, too much of his time was used, he was no longer as free as before. And refining GU has a problem, the success rate. The refinement to raise an Immortal GU's rank had low success rate. The higher the rank, the higher the chances of failure. Fang Yuan wanted to refine rank 7 GU, it would be harder than creating rank 6. Once he fails, the original rank 6 Immortal GU might even be destroyed. In that case, he would need to start over and refine the rank 6 before trying for 7 again. If the Immortal GU is refined by someone else during the period of its destruction, he would truly lose everything. Chapter 1646. Fang Zheng's Immortal Ascension. The sky was dark and gloomy, there was no wind. Gu Fang Zheng stood at a mountain peak, looking at the sky. He felt a bit of nervousness thinking about his upcoming Immortal Ascension tribulation. Sensing his emotion, Fang Zheng laughed to himself, thinking, why am I nervous? Immortal Crane sect should be the nervous one, or rather, the Heavenly Court behind them. On the surface, there is only one rank 6 GU Immortal in charge of guarding my ascension, but there must be many eyes watching me in secret. With these people around, what is there to worry about? Even though Fang Zheng did not know why Central Continent wanted to support him, he had confirmed that he was valuable and of use to them. In the past, he would not accept being a pawn like this. Back in Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had hinted that he was used by his uncle and aunt as the tool to fight for the inheritance. This made Fang Zheng very angry. But now, Fang Zheng no longer felt anger towards this. In the last decade or so, Fang had experienced the war in Lang Ya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture the most elite hairy man GU immortals, the black-haired land spirit disregarded the price and made the hairy men of the 3 continent fight in an intense war. Fang was implicated. Surrounded by schemes and plots, bloodshed and war, Fang had made use of people, and was also made use of. He gradually understood that sometimes, becoming someone's pawn and being used was not a bad thing. At the very least, it proved his worth. If a person did not have value to even be a tool, then he was in danger, he would be discarded like a faulty tool. Of course, even though Fang had rank 5 GU master strength, he also had experiences of being abandoned and betrayed. As a human living among the hairy men, it was natural to be ostracized and isolated. We can begin. At this time, Fanxi Liu's voice resounded in Fang Zheng's ears. Fanxi Liu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent over by Immortal Crane Sect to help Fang undergo tribulation. Fang nodded, he calmed down and looked inside him. His aperture was quickly seen, it was filled with Primeval essence that showed his A-grade talent, but his walls were filled with cracks. Anyone would feel nervous upon seeing it. After all, the aperture was the basis of a GU master's cultivation. With so many cracks, it was definitely a severe issue. Fang was relatively calm now, his nervousness had vanished. In fact, during a battle in Lang Ya Blessed Land, he had used a forbidden technique while in a desperate situation. Even though he survived, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, his A-grade aptitude fell to B-grade. Fang was saved by Feng Ju Ji. After returning to Central Continent, his injuries in the aperture were healed, he returned to having a grade aptitude. But the cracks in his aperture walls still remained. It was not that Heavenly Court could not heal him, but they left those for him to undergo his Immortal Ascension tribulation more easily. Fang observed his aperture. He had once felt extremely proud of his A-grade talent, but after these life experiences, he no longer cared about aptitude so greatly. Right now, his gaze was stuck at the cracks in his aperture. To him, these were his achievements. He had gained these wounds from bloodshed and war. It was his glory. "Goodbye, my aperture," Fang muttered. As he willed, the Primeval essence in his aperture surged and crashed into the surrounding walls. There were cracks in his aperture to begin with, it was not sturdy. Soon, the cracks intensified as holes formed. The complete aperture finally connected to the outside world. A mysterious power was forming. This power drew in the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds rumbled in the sky, the earth was shaking, dust clouds were forming. At the same time, a formless heavenly power held up Fang and allowed him to float into the sky. Heaven's will. Fanxi Liu, who was watching in concealment, sensed abundant heaven's will. Fang tribulation had drawn the attention of heaven's will, far beyond normal. The calamities and tribulation started forming. A large amount of blood chi was converted from the heaven and earth chi. The dark clouds in the sky were quickly dyed red. The scale was huge, they could be seen from an enormous distance. Blood path tribulation? Joy flashed in Fanxi Liu's eyes. The blood path tribulation was what the higher-ups wanted to see. Fang aura started to spread out. This was his human chi. Every person had their own human chi. The scale was decided based on their foundation, talent, and abilities. Fanxi Liu observed Fang carefully. Soon, he had a look of surprise on his face. Fang human chi was extremely dense. It showed how much life experiences and foundation he possessed. Heaven chi was raining down while earth chi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human chi. Fang had a solemn expression. He tried to control the 3 chi and balance them. The 3 chi had just started interacting and now was the best time to get used to controlling them. Fang had received Fanxi Liu's guidance, he was aware of this. But at this time, the calamities and tribulations were completed. A large amount of rain fell. These raindrops were all blood droplets, they were extremely bloody. As the blood rained down, white fog started to appear in the air. The white fog was quickly dyed red by the rain, turning the entire mountain into an eerie red color. Fang started to undergo tribulation. He put up his defenses and activated GU worms to resist the blood rain. At this time, whenever he used a GU worm, he would suffer a backlash. Soon, his GU worms died from the backlash. This was also why GU masters would often lose all of their GU worms after Immortal Ascension. But Fang was supported by Heavenly Court and had deep preparation. He did not lack GU worms. He calmed down and defended himself, not panicking. During Lang Ya Blessed Lands wars, he had experienced far more dangerous situations. He was adequately prepared for this. Fan Liu was much more nervous than Fang. He stared at Fang without blinking. Rank 5 GU masters usually had a lot of difficulty in their Immortal Ascension, because they not only had to deal with the calamities and tribulations, but also control the 3 Qi and maintain balance between them. I can help you to block this blood rain tribulation for a while, but the balancing of the 3 Qi will depend on you, Fang Zheng. Before the tribulation, I had given you ample training. You cannot fail at the crucial moment. Fan Liu thought to himself as he started to disrupt the blood clouds, affecting their size and influence. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not too overbearing. It seems that heavens will had done this intentionally. Fang Zheng's tribulation was peaceful, be it internally or externally. The 3 Qi fused properly. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind as his body became tempered and elevated. Next, during the Heaven and Earth resonance, he entered the most crucial moment of this Immortal Ascension. During this period, he could gain natural inspiration and communicate with Heaven and Earth. This communication was extremely beneficial to any GU master. Fang Zheng realized at this moment that blood path really suited himself. Time passed, the 3 Qi condensed and formed into a lump of Qi. Fang Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply and tossed a rank 5 blood path GU into the lump of Qi. Boom! A shocking sound exploded around him. The Qi lump burst out and turned into an immortal aperture. Instantly, Fang Zheng's mind became blank. He was completely defenseless at this moment. A moment later, he regained his senses. He started to put his vital GU and important GU worms into his immortal aperture. The first one he put in was Blood Revenge Immortal GU, of course, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal GU. Within the immortal aperture, the 3 Qi were conditioned and balanced. The world gradually stabilized. He obviously gained a high-grade blessed land. There was also a lot of Heaven and Earth Qi remaining. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. These Heaven and Earth Qi could raise his vital Blood Path Mortal GU into an immortal GU. Even though this was dangerous and there would be following calamity or tribulation, Fang Zheng was courageous enough to choose this option. Fang Zheng, quickly let me in. I will help you with the tribulation. Fan Liu transmitted. Fang Zheng frowned, showing displeasure. The immortal aperture was the most private area of the GU Immortal. Fan Liu was infringing on it. Fang Zheng felt a sense of anger. But immediately, Fang Zheng relaxed his brows. He opened the immortal aperture door and said plainly, "Sure, Fan Liu, please enter." Fan Liu was surprised. Fang Zheng had just become an immortal. The process was not over yet, but he had already changed his manner of speech with such a natural attitude. However, Heavenly Court seems to be nurturing Fang Zheng greatly for the sake of dealing with Fang Yuan. I am actually quite envious of him. Several hours later, Fang Zheng's tribulation was past. Fan Liu's envy rose again. It was because Fang Zheng's vital GU was successfully refined into his second Blood Path Immortal GU. Cold Blood Immortal GU. Several days later, Immortal Crane Sect announced to the GU Immortal world that Fang Zheng succeeded in his Immortal Ascension. He was once harmed by the vicious demon Fang Yuan. He was saved luckily and would now become one of the main forces of dealing with the demon Fang Yuan. Due to Heavenly Court's intentional propagation, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's reputation was hit. His situation of being deserted by family and kin was highlighted, while Heavenly Court promoted its own magnanimity. Several days later. Spirit Affinity Fairy, goodbye. Above the clouds, Fan Liu smiled as he spoke to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled, thanks for hosting. She heard that Fang Zheng succeeded in his tribulation, so she came to visit him. Unfortunately, Fang Zheng was not meeting anyone. He was hidden by Immortal Crane Sect. Fanxi Liu did not dare to be rude to Zhao Lianyun. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she had rank 6 cultivation level, she controlled rank 9 Love GU. Fanxi Liu assured, "I will definitely pass your gift to Fang personally." Zhao Lianyun nodded as she thanked him and flew away. Chapter 1647. Joint Suppression. His space path and time path resources were higher than normal. This was a high-grade blessed land. The terrain of the blessed land was mostly flat, but across some distance, there would be several tall erected mountains. Fang Deng's focus was currently fully on a valley. This valley was covered in weird rugged rocks. It was completely blood red. Upon entering it, one would notice that the valley was filled with blood flower trees. There were tens of thousands of such trees. They were different from ordinary trees. They bore fruits before flowers. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist, round and smooth. The flowering only took an instant as the fruit shell would explode into a huge flower that was white and red. The flower was white at the base while the core of the flower resembled splattered blood. Each of these blood flowers had different colors and shapes. In Central Continent, there was once a time where GU masters cultivated these blood flower trees on large scales. Each time they bloomed, the scene would be grand. There were even huge ceremonies just to lure these GU masters to see them. But later, blood path was created and caused great problems to the world. Blood flower trees were a basic GU material in blood path. They were banned from being planted. Fang Zheng's blood flower trees were all provided by Immortal Crane sect, or more accurately, by Fanxi Liu as a proxy. This was the trick of the righteous path. Fang Zheng was already used to it, feeling no surprise. In the current 5 regions, blood path was outlawed by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who truly researched blood path were these righteous path forces. These blood flower trees are all mortal GU materials, but as long as their numbers go up, I can use them in huge quantities. They will be equivalent to immortal materials. This is blood path's most unique advantage. These blood flower trees that I have are also a source of immortal materials in a way. But now, I already have rank 6 blood path immortal GU Cold Blood and Blood Revenge. They need mortal blood path GU to supplement them and form immortal killer moves. Fang Deng understood that his focus now was to refine blood path mortal GU and practice the blood path immortal killer move that Fanxi Liu imparted him. Because he had just ascended, the immortal aperture was very different from his original aperture. He needed time to adapt to it. After looking for a while, Fang Deng retracted his attention to the real world. The joy and feeling of achievement from looking at his immortal aperture slowly faded. They were replaced by a feeling of pressure in his mind. Fang Yuan. Back in the real world, Fang Deng could not help but think of his brother. These last days, he had not only undergone his immortal ascension, he had also obtained information about Fang Yuan from Fanxi Liu. The information was much more detailed than what circulated in the outside world. It was from Heavenly Court. Fang Deng learned about Fang Yuan's situation. As for the fact that Fang Yuan did not die, he had known that when he was saved and returned to Central Continent. But strangely, when he learned the truth, he did not feel any rage from being deceived. In contrast, the more he learned, the more sadness he felt in his heart. It turns out, I have never truly understood you. Fang Yuan. Otherworldly demon. Spring-Autumn Cicada, rank 8 cultivation level. The more he knew, the more minuscule he felt, the more he could feel Fang Yuan's terrifying strength. Thinking that he had to face such a person in the future, he felt a bit of depression and also a hint of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He did not deny it or try to avoid it. Humans often said that a youth knows no fear. When one is young, they fear nothing and have strong drive and motivation. But after a person experiences a lot, they would learn about their own fears. Tigers would eat people, tiger claws would harm people, one's own strength was not as strong as they think. Imagination was wonderful, but only after facing reality would one feel pain, understanding the world and themselves during this painful process. When I was a rank 5 GU master, I was engaged in the Hairy Man War in Lang Ya Blessed Land. I lived a difficult life wandering about. But now as a GU immortal, I am stuck between Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court, becoming a pawn. Even though my strength has grown greatly, my freedom has dwindled, I am facing greater danger now, I can die if any mishaps occur. Thinking of this, Fang Zhang smiled bitterly to himself. Even now, he did not know what value he had for Heavenly Court to put so much focus on him. Soon, he thought of Zhao Lianyun. When he ascended, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was the custom of the 5 regions. Whenever a GU master becomes an immortal, their friends and family, or even the forces they were friendly with, would send them gifts. Fang Zheng's gifts mostly came from Immortal Crane sect. Zhao Lianyun's one was quite memorable as a result. From Immortal Crane sect's information, Fang Zheng gained a deep understanding of Zhao Lianyun. You are also an otherworldly demon, although not completely. You looked for me so proactively, I assume you want to join up and deal with Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun's gifts included a letter that expressed her goodwill, but she did not say much. Fang Zheng could tell what she wanted from her subtle words. Zhao Lianyun gave him one of the cultivation methods for growing a blood-type plant resource. It suited Fang Zheng. She even described her own cultivation experiences. Fang Zheng was very mindful of a certain paragraph. In GU Immortal cultivation, combat is the path of domination, while Immortal aperture management is the path of supremacy. The two are complementary and necessary. Without enough battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the Immortal aperture is developed, one will only get bullied. They will hand over their hard-earned spoils to others. But if one has great battle strength and lacking Immortal aperture foundation, they will be like a blazing flame, only able to stay lit for some time. When they run out of firewood, they would only end up as smoke. Fang Zheng nodded to himself, thinking, other than this, her descriptions of the calamities and tribulations are also very useful. I can see that this Zhao Lianyun is very sincere. It is a pity that Immortal Crane sect is not allowing us to meet. What a pity indeed. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying so, Fang Zheng's gaze froze. In his early years, he was accompanied by his master Lord Sky Crane. Inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, he was together with Fang Yuan's fake will. But now, in Central Continent, he was alone. Unknowingly, Fang Zheng had gotten used to accompaniment. Without you, I am not used to it. Fang Zheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable sense of loneliness permeated in his heart. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei smiled in joy. Fang Zheng has become a GU immortal, but he needs to raise his cultivation level to become a useful counter against Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei knew about Zhao Lianyun's intention. After all, even though Ma Hongyun died, his soul was still kept by Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei frowned. The true problem is still Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the River of Time's encirclement, he had vanished, no longer appearing in public. Fairy Ziwei would prefer that he went around scavenging for resources. At least in that case, he would leave behind many traces and she would deduce many useful things, and even find a way to break his wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Ziwei's view, Fang Yuan was very strong in battle strength, but the more terrifying thing was his management skills. Every time he stayed secluded for a while, he would experience a huge rise in strength. His speed of progress was simply very shocking. This was the result of his skillful management. Because he had such a sturdy foundation, it could support his terrifying growth in battle strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is slowly losing his control. We are getting more and more information that is of high importance. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal GU house has been repaired. We have 4 in total now. The earlier Time Path formation needs to be modified further. At the same time, we cannot let Fang Yuan live comfortably. I should contact Wu Yong. Some days later. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed forward with his palm. The strong force of the killer move went into the Immortal Aperture's entrance and permeated Lulan Blessed Land. Hei Lulan's tribulation was destroyed instantly. Hei Lulan's eyes twitched slightly, but her expression was unchanging. She stood in her Immortal Aperture as she thanked Fang Yuan, who was outside. No need to thank me. Fang Yuan looked at Lulan Blessed Land. It was quite poor. It could not be compared with the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Even though Hei Lulan had high aptitude, she had never truly developed her Immortal Aperture properly. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could give He Lulan cultivation resources, she had to rely on him for this, it was a form of control over her. In fact, Ying Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were all in similar situations. Quickly leave, my wisdom path methods can only block them for some time, moreover, each time, the tribulations will greatly influence my methods. Fang Yuan urged. Okay. He Lulan nodded, she did not dare to be careless, quickly storing her immortal aperture and entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to leave immediately. Wu Yong and the rest who came at full speed failed to catch him. Damn it! He escaped again. This lingering aura, someone underwent tribulation again. The southern border GU immortals had ugly expressions, some were furious, some were solemn, while some were fearful. This is the fourth one, evidently. Fang Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation levels. If this continues, the situation will not be good. Wu Yong had a grim expression, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, he can escape rapidly, we can only set up many beacon towers and work together in Traitor-Heaven to restrict his businesses and reduce his profits. Eventually, this will become our advantage. Jade light flickered in Chi-Si Grotto-Heaven as Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to target my businesses in Traitor-Heaven. Fang Yuan snickered. He did feel pressure, but because he had recently devoured the 5 Slong's public Grotto-Heaven and Chi-Si Grotto-Heaven, he gained a vast amount of resources. Even if his businesses were suppressed, there was no issue. But this was obviously Heavenly Court and Southern Border working together. If he allowed them to continue, Fang Yuan would not be able to endure it. He had obtained a lot of resources from the Southern Border GU immortal captives, but precisely because they knew about these resources, they could target these businesses efficiently. I need to think of a plan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with consideration. Chapter 1648. Conflict between Miao and Ren. Swish swish swish. Waves crashed onto the rocks by the island shore, bursting into white bubbles upon impact. Wicked winds howled, the sky was dark. This uninhibited island was not eye-catching in the huge eastern sea, but it actually hid for GU immortals. Ren Xiaoping, you are too much. Miao Mingshan shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes, he was injured, expressing intense anger and hatred in his eyes. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, having rank 7 cultivation level and cultivating space path, he had a method to increase the size of immortal apertures. He did that as a way of living, expanding the immortal apertures of many Eastern Sea GU immortals. He was quite popular. Miao Mingshan was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary, only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. In terms of appearance, he was unassuming. But he was an ambitious person, being very good at building relationships, he had a lot of charisma. 3 Eastern Sea lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qi all looked to Miao Mingshan as their leader. The 4 were a group of GU immortals with common interests. But now, Gui Qi was unconscious, his body was covered in a poisonous purple color, he was in great danger. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, who were standing beside Miao Mingshan, were in bad states too, they had evidently gotten injured from a serious battle. Lord Miao Mingshan, what do we do? Gui Qi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish, we do not have the way to heal him. Immortal Hua Dai was very worried. Not long ago, the 4 of them had fallen for Ren Xiaoping's plot. Ren Xiaoping had rank 7 peak cultivation level and was an enslavement path GU immortal. He wanted to assassinate Miao Mingshan using the ice-poisoned starfish. But at the crucial moment, Gui Qi blocked this fatal attack for Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan reacted and quickly brought the unconscious Gui Qi, as well as Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, out of the trap through a fierce battle. Feng Jiang's expression was cold as ice. The ice-poisoned starfish might have a troublesome poison, but I've heard that Su Chen and Fairy Ju Yu can heal it. Su Chen was a member of the Super Force Su clan, he specialized in healing and was famous in Eastern Sea, he was quite a kind person. Meanwhile, Fairy Ju Yu was a lone cultivator, she was cold and aloof, the price was high if they wanted to get her help. Miao Mingxuan shook his head. I am not going to turn to these two. Su Chen is from Su clan, while Fairy Ju Yu has some relationship with Ren Xiaoping. Others might not know, but I am certain of this. I am highly suspicious that Fairy Ju Yu might be a trap set by that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping. Ah? Then? Immortal Huadai did not know what to say. Miao Mingxuan smiled forcefully. Have you forgotten? Ice poison, starfish poison can be removed with underworld yellow water. Feng Jiang stared with wide eyes. Underworld yellow water is a rank 8 immortal material. Even in Eastern Sea it is very rare. Lord, you have it? Miao Mingxuan shook his head. Of course not. I am going to use the extreme time pole to exchange for it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai understood at once. Extreme time pole was a rank 8 time path immortal material. Miao Mingxuan had obtained it long ago. He could not bear to sell it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai knew this. Immortal Huadai's expression changed. She said with pity, Extreme Time Pole is an extremely rare rank 8 time path immortal material. Why don't we use other rank 8 immortal materials to exchange for the underworld yellow water? Miao Mingxuan shook his head again. Rank 8 immortal materials are usually exclusively traded with each other. If I use other things to request for the underworld yellow water, others will not want to exchange it for my immortal material, and even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have underworld yellow water. But now, you all know that Heavenly Court and Southern Border are trying to stop Fang Yuan from doing his business. They are also gathering Time Path immortal materials and buying them out. Time Path immortal materials are now very high in demand. The price is rising sharply. Heavenly Court has a deep foundation. They definitely have underworld yellow water. I will definitely get it if I offer the extreme time pole. Lord? Feng Jiang was hesitant. He remembered that Miao Mingxuan had almost died when he obtained this extreme time pole. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingxuan laughed loudly, patting Feng Jiang's shoulder. How can I let him die in front of me? So what if I have to give up the extreme time pole? Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong leader after all. As expected, the situation went as Miao Mingxuan predicted. Once his extreme time pole appeared, Heavenly Court took notice and the two sides soon traded. Miao Mingxuan obtained a huge amount of underworld yellow water. He used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gui Qiyi's body. He used just the right amount. After all, this water was also corrosive on an undefended GU immortal body. After meticulously cleansing him, the ice poison starfish poison was fully neutralized. Not long ago, Gui Qiyi woke up and opened his eyes. After learning that Miao Mingxuan had paid such a huge price to save him, he felt extremely moved. However, he was not an expressive person. He kept his gratitude inside him and said to Miao Mingxuan, Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. He must be after the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingxuan sighed. I think so too. Ren Xiaoping had always wanted to work together and enter the blue dragon whale to excavate the hidden paradise Earth true inheritance. But his price is simply not sincere. This time, he actually attacked us. I was truly caught unguarded. What idea do you have? Tell me. Gui Qiyi nodded. Lord, you know the blue dragon whale's location. This secret has already been exposed. It is too hard to guard this secret anymore. We should invite people to explore the blue dragon whale instead. When we gain the inheritance inside and increase our strength, we can deal with that Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our strength now, we cannot defeat that guy. He also has a bunch of lone immortals helping him. As a crafty person, once he senses something amiss, he might spread the news and lure more people to us. Miao Mingxuan's gaze flickered. Instead of waiting for that to happen and letting Ren Xiaoping gather his people, we should seek reinforcements now. This idea is good. It is our only choice. It is a pity. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, we would be able to explore it ourselves. Gui Qiyi added, Lord, we need to choose our reinforcements carefully. Miao Mingxuan nodded. He looked at the three immortals, asking, Of course I know. What recommendations do you have? The three immortals gave their suggestions. Miao Mingxuan nodded at times while shaking his head occasionally. He chose a few of them that were suitable, and eliminated some more from among them for safety. The most important thing was dependability. But this way, they had few people. Even if they worked together, they could not break the first hurdle. They would not be able to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's inner world. At this time, Immortal Hua Dai voiced, "I have a suggestion. Does Lord remember this person called Chu Ying?" Chu Ying. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined. Brilliant. This person has rank 7 cultivation level and cultivates transformation path. He even has grudges with Ren Xiaoping. But he is truly too secretive. I have not found any more information on him since then. Saying this, he showed hesitation again. Chapter 1649. Regret. A light of pondering flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Miao Mingshen had actually clashed with Ren Xiaoping. He decided to explore the Blue Dragon Whale ahead of time. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In the memories of the 500 years of his previous life, this was too early. Maybe it was because of the increasing influence of my rebirth. Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping's conflict turned out earlier than expected. Maybe the 500 years of memories were tampered with to begin with. After all, Heaven's Will was lurking inside Spring-Autumn Cicada. It could act very easily if it wanted to. There is another possibility. Heavenly Court plotted and deduced my relationship with Miao Mingshen, so they used this chance to deal with me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed his mind and closed his eyes, starting his deduction. A while later, he opened his eyes, gaining his conclusion. With all the clues that I have, there is little possibility that Heavenly Court planned this against me. It seems I have to go east and see now. Right now in the 5 regions, Northern Plains and Central Continent had Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. They were extremely dangerous for Fang Yuan. For the remaining 3 regions, Fang Yuan was most familiar with Southern Border. Especially since he had stayed in Wu Clan for some time, and had captured many Southern Border GU Immortals, he knew a lot of information about their super forces. There was another reason. Shadow Sect's headquarters were set in Southern Border. They had the most operations in Southern Border, with many natural immortal formations set up in secret. These were all hidden and unexposed. With many of the above reasons, Fang Yuan chose to stay in Southern Border. Even when He Lulan and the rest underwent tribulation, they were in Southern Border. Even though the 5 regions had different heaven and earth chi, forcefully undergoing tribulation outside the home region would harm the immortal aperture, but Fang Yuan did not want them to develop their apertures well anyway. He took care of their cultivation resources. It gave him great control over them. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the many immortal GU from Qi Grotto-Heaven. They were usable to him now. The resources in Qi Grotto-Heaven and the 5 Xiong's public Grotto-Heaven were also starting to be absorbed. The remaining rank 9 killer move Heaven form was very stubborn. It resisted Fang Yuan's refinement. But he was still making progress. In time, he would definitely be able to use it. Fang Yuan was troubled now because his businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven were obstructed by Heavenly Court and Southern Border's righteous path. They succeeded in becoming an obstacle for his economic profits. Fang Yuan thought of many ways to compete with them, but the results were not good. Be it Central Continent's Heavenly Court or Southern Border's righteous path, they were rich and had deep foundations. Fang Yuan's capital could not match them. The easiest way to solve this problem was to engage in a monopoly business like Guts GU. But that required countless Guts GU. Fang Yuan lacked souls. Even though Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, the production could not be raised. His plan in Green Ghost Desert had fallen through. If he had succeeded, right now against Southern Border and Central Continent, he would not have any problems. Ching Chou had gone missing, while the rest of the Western Desert super forces were now finding trouble with Fang Clan. They had a hard time raising their statuses. Fang Yuan had thought of using Fang Clan, but he had reservations about this, because his Swan Bu Jin identity was already exposed by Heavenly Court. His decision to plan for Green Ghost Desert was correct in hindsight. It was a pity that the situation turned out quite different from his expected results. This way, Fang Yuan's income started to dwindle. And worse was that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was buying all the Time Path Immortal materials they could find. As long as there were Time Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Court would basically pay them whatever they wanted. During this time in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Time Path Immortal materials were extremely popular. This was problematic for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's income had already fallen. he wanted to refine Time Path Immortal GU to raise his battle strength in the River of Time, but now, Heavenly Court was oppressively stopping him. Heavenly Court had been created since the remote antiquity era. After countless years of accumulation, how could Fang Yuan contest them? Fang Yuan's improvement in Time Path was very marginal. While Heavenly Court obtained a lot of Time Path Immortal materials, they might even be able to refine a fifth Immortal GU house. In this situation, Fang Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance were dwindling. I need a lot of Time Path Immortal materials to refine Time Path Immortal GU. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was an Earth Path Venerable. The Paradise Earth True Inheritance inside the Blue Dragon Whale might not have many Time Path Immortal materials. But even so, I must go. This was an uncertainty. Nobody could say what he would gain. Even if there were no Time Path Immortal materials, the Paradise Earth True Inheritance was definitely going to have some good things. Southern Borders Rank 8 GU Immortal Lu Wei Yin is the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth True Inheritance, I might gain a way to deal with him. The more important thing is that according to my memories, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain the Rank 8 Immortal GU Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingshan explored many times and did not obtain Paradise Earth's True Inheritance, but he still gained a lot. Because there were many participating GU Immortals, rumors of Immortal GU Regret spread out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used Immortal GU Regret as the core to create an Immortal killer move famous throughout history, Regret and Repent. Using this move, he caused many Demonic Path GU Immortals to change sides and realize their mistakes. They turned from evil to kind. This move had incredible achievements. Immortal GU Regret was naturally a Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Wisdom Path had three elements of thoughts, wills, and emotions. Immortal GU Regret was part of the emotion branch, because future GU Immortals created a small path known as Emotion Path. Immortal GU Regret was also part of Emotion Path. In the long history of humanity, Immortal GU Regret had appeared many times, sometimes rank 6 or rank 7, held in the hands of GU Immortals of the 5 regions. When it went into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's hands, it seemed to have been refined to rank 8 for the first time. Afterwards, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also obtained rank 8 Immortal GU Regret. Fang Yuan had investigated deeply into Immortal GU Regret, because he wanted to recreate Regret Pool. Speaking of which, other than tributaries of the River of Time, Immortal GU Regret was the core of Immortal GU House Regret Pool. But unfortunately, back then in Eastern Sea, the Regret Pool left behind was half complete. It did not have Immortal GU Regret. If this Paradise Earth True Inheritance has rank 8 Immortal GU Regret, with this GU, I will be able to replicate a portion of Regret Pool's power. It will help in refining GU. This was what moved Fang Yuan the most. In fact, Regret Pool was part of Fang Yuan's plans. He had extorted Southern Borders' Righteous Path and painstakingly created the incomplete Immortal GU house. He had some anticipation towards this. Unfortunately, the incomplete Immortal GU house was destroyed in the River of Time. Fang Yuan could not retrieve any of the GU worms. Several days passed in an instant. Eastern Sea. Miao Mingshan looked around. He was surrounded by 8 GU Immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was among them. Everyone. Miao Mingshan said solemnly, I have already explained the details of this expedition. I gave you all some time to consider. This is my first trip too. The risks are unknown. We might possibly die. If anyone wants to give up now, you can leave. I will definitely not stop anyone. I understand from the bottom of my heart. Sea winds roared by everyone's ears. Miao Mingshan looked around again. Nobody moved. Paradise Earth's True Inheritance was too valuable, even though there were few Earth Path GU Immortals in Eastern Sea, with only one Earth Path GU Immortal among everyone here. Nobody wanted to give up. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Furthermore, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the kindest Venerable in history. He had never harmed a single person's life. His immortal inheritances were also known to be safe. If anyone gave up this chance, they would be a fool. Alright, since everyone wants to join, let's make the alliance agreement. Miao Mingshan was very excited. For this trip, he had made ample preparations. Zheng Luozi, please go ahead. Miao Mingshan cupped his fists as he spoke. Zheng Luozi stepped forward. He wore a white robe and had a skinny face, he had convex cheekbones and his eye bags were deep, bright light shined in his eyes. He cultivated information path and was rank 7, Miao Mingshan had talked to him long ago, he immediately said now, this is the alliance agreement that we are going to set, everyone, take a look. Zheng Luozi said that as many GU immortals shook, looking slightly surprised. It turned out that the alliance agreement's information appeared in their minds at the same time. Zheng Luozi's action was a show of strength, affirming his superior status among the group. This Paradise Earth True Inheritance expedition had just started, but the GU immortals were already starting to compete between one another in the dark. Chapter 1650. Chu Ying's death. Zheng Luozi's action was part of his arrangements, he wanted to collect more valuable information. Zheng Luozi's information path attainment was impressive even to Miao Mingshan. With Zheng Luozi's move, Miao Mingshan observed everyone and gained quite some insight. We have 8 people, other than myself, Gui Qi Yi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai. There are also Zheng Luozi, Tu Tutor, Tong Hua, and Chu Ying. Other than Zheng Luozi and Miao Mingshan, Tong Hua and Tu Tutor were also expressionless. The rest had some sort of change in their expression at least. Miao Mingshan trusted Gui Qi Yi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai the most, but in this trip, he did not inform them about this, so their reactions were genuine. Miao Mingshan had lots of interaction with Zheng Luozi, Tu Tutor, and Tong Hua. He knew about their background, they were all rank 7 experts that were rare in Eastern Sea. In Eastern Sea, there was the highest number of lone immortals who are superior to those of other regions, because Eastern Sea was the most affluent in resources. Miao Mingshan's concern was Chu Ying. He had met this secluded cultivator several times, he left a deep impression on Miao Mingshan. The truth was, Miao Mingshan did not want to invite Chu Ying. But because Chu Ying and Ren Xiaoping had a conflict long ago, because he saved the lives of Feng Jiang and Hua Dai, and most importantly, because he seemed to have an abundant amount of lifespan GU, all these reasons made Miao Mingshan inclined to invite Chu Ying for this trip. He was the only one who knew the location of the blue dragon whale. Therefore, all of the people he invited owed him a favor. Miao Mingshan wanted to cooperate more deeply with Fang Yuan. Forget the rest, just the amount of lifespan GU that Fang Yuan had was extremely alluring to Miao Mingshan. Zheng Luozi's action made Chu Ying's expression change too. As for Tu Tutor and Tong Hua, it was unsure whether they were unaffected or pretending to put up a front. Miao Mingshan looked at everyone as he laughed heartily. Zheng Luozi, you have good methods. Tu Tutor snorted while Tong Hua gave Zheng Luozi a cold stare. Fang Yuan looked at Zheng Luozi with a surprised expression, but he was laughing coldly inside. Zheng Luozi's gaze swept past Chu Ying, before meeting with Tu Tutor and Tong Hua's gazes, he laughed heartily as he tossed out some information path mortal GU. The information path mortal GU recorded the fine details of the alliance agreement. After inspecting them, the immortals nodded their heads in agreement, while also suggesting some changes. Of course, these changes were small and negligible. Miao Mingshan took charge as the leader, and after coming to an agreement, they signed it using Zheng Luozi's methods. Once the alliance agreement was made, everyone laughed as the atmosphere became less tense. It is time, let's go. Miao Mingshan moved at lightning speed as the immortals followed him. Miao Mingshan flew in the sky for a while before diving into the sea. We can't hide in the sky, it is easy to find us. If Ren Xiaoping learns of this expedition, he would not wait aimlessly. If we enter the sea, that means we are going to use the undercurrent. Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. As expected, after a while, Miao Mingshan led everyone to the bottom of the sea. They saw a huge python-like undercurrent crossing the trenches in the sea. Miao Mingshan's speed gradually slowed down until he arrived before the undercurrent. Miao Mingshan looked at Zheng Luozi before entering the undercurrent. For our safety and to ensure we will not be separated, Zheng Luozi, I would like you to use that immortal killer move to mark us and allow us to sense each other's location. This was another way to control them. But Miao Mingxian did not say it before the alliance agreement, he had said it before entering the undercurrent. Nobody could rebuke his sensible words. Miao Mingxian, are you sure? Zheng Luozi pretended to hesitate. Miao Mingxian smiled. We have already made the agreement, we need to work together sincerely. How can we not trust each other when exploring Paradise Earth's true inheritance? He said in a serious tone. Tu Tutor, Tong Hua, and the rest nodded in agreement without objection. Zheng Luozi looked around, then everyone, don't be nervous or defensive, my move has no offensive capability. Fang Yuan mentally rolled his eyes as he said, go ahead and do it. Let me go first. Feng Jiang stepped forward at once. Zheng Luozi first used the Immortal Killer move on Feng Jiang before the rest took turns. After a while, all of the Immortals were affected by the Information Path Killer move, they could sense each other's locations. It is fine now, please follow me, the undercurrents are extremely fast, if you are slow by a step, you will be thrown far behind. Miao Mingxian said as he entered the undercurrent. Fang Yuan and the rest followed after him rapidly. Eastern Sea's deep sea undercurrents did not have fixed paths, they were always changing and had various lengths, it was a display of the great power of nature. Moving along the undercurrent, the Immortals were faster than some movement Immortal Killer moves, and most importantly, they saved a lot of energy, only having to put up defenses. If there were Waterpath GU Immortals who had methods to move rapidly in the undercurrents, they could even defend themselves while fighting enemies here. Fang Yuan was towards the rear of the group, he found that this group's formation was quite specific. For example, Immortal Hua Dai was right beside him, talking to him constantly. Fang Yuan entertained her on the surface while secretly inspecting his information path Dao marks. After a while, Fang Yuan relaxed. These information path Dao marks were not hard to get rid of, Fang Yuan had lots of methods. He even had Immortal Killer moves like self-cleansing to resist these information path restrictions. But now was not the time. Everyone, we are about to go out, follow me. Ahead, Miao Mingxian suddenly spoke. After several breaths, he left the undercurrent, the rest followed, nobody was left behind. After leaving, Fang Yuan found that he was in an ordinary nameless sea area. In the following journey, the Immortals used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would travel under the sea as well, being extremely low profile. Even if they met desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they avoided them. If they saw any resources, they would ignore them. After several days of traveling, the group became more cohesive. Miao Mingxian was very skillful in human interaction, he solidified his position as the leader. He was smiling when he suddenly froze, saying, "We are near." The Immortals were energized. Fang Yuan felt a little suspicious, he had used several investigative killer moves but could not sense anything. He could not see what method Miao Mingxian had used or why he was so confident. The blue dragon whale's existence was known to everyone. But its exact location was a mystery, Miao Mingxian must have a unique method to know its location. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level with immense battle strength, it was possible to kill Miao Mingxian and search his soul. But there were risks involved, GU Immortals had all sorts of mysterious methods, if he possessed some strange abilities, there might be mishaps occurring. Thus, Fang Yuan continued to lurk, it would not be too late if he attacked after getting into the blue dragon whale. As they got closer, the Immortals started to sense the peculiarity. The seawater became more turbulent ahead, if earlier was a drizzle, it was a storm now, the obstruction was far greater. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers, they could not help themselves in this huge storm. Fang Yuan and the rest had to fight while moving, slaughtering a bunch of desolate beasts before they carved out a bloody path to move on. At this time, everyone's strength was displayed. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had the lowest battle strength, they were soon the ones who needed protection. Miao Mingxian was leading the group as the vanguard, facing the greatest pressure. Behind him were Tong Hua and Zheng Luozi. Tu Tutor was an Earth Path GU Immortal, his battle strength was greatly restricted in this place. Next was Fang Yuan, he had already turned into a tiny seahorse that was palm-sized, he moved like lightning speed. His strength was only mid-tier in the group, it was nothing impressive. The journey ahead was getting tougher. From the groups of beasts, figures of immemorial desolate beasts started to appear. The immortals could no longer move forward so casually. The strongest Miao Mingshan was merely rank 7. Following Miao Mingshan, they flew out of the sea, arriving in the sky. Rumble! Intense tornadoes surged in the sky, lightning flashed continuously as thunder rumbled, dark clouds extended to the horizons. Waves surged from the sea, they were thousands of feet tall. The situation was just as dangerous as underwater. Countless flying birds and eagles fought intensely amidst the thunder and lightning. Blue charm lightning shadows flickered in the dark clouds, they were hunted down by immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Seeing the tail of the Thunder Phoenix flash by, Miao Mingshan and the rest breathed in deeply in shock. "Quick, follow me!" Miao Mingshan transmitted, his body was covered in sweat, he flew forward rapidly. The GU Immortals all had their hidden methods, but this situation was too chaotic. The safest solution was to get away from this place as quickly as possible. The Thunder Phoenix screeched as it discovered Fang Yuan and the rest, diving down. The seawater erupted as an immemorial octopus large as a mountain moved its countless tentacles, treating Miao Mingshan and the rest as prey for food. Damn it, damn it! Miao Mingshan's expression was distorted, he almost broke his teeth from gritting too hard. Even before meeting the blue dragon whale, they were already in a desperate situation, the aura of death was close. Split up and run! After hesitating for a while, Miao Mingshan screamed. The GU Immortals quickly split up and ran. Crack! The Thunder Phoenix was extremely fast, arriving before Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Chu Ying! Immortal Hua Dai was dragged along by Gui Chi Yi. Upon seeing this, she screamed in fear. Save me! Fang Yuan shouted with a look of despair on his face. Next, the Thunder Phoenix arrived in a flash, burning him to a crisp by lightning as he died on the spot. Chu Ying! Seeing this, the remaining 7 immortals were shocked, they escaped in an even greater panic.